Ho-hum, right back to all-time highs here this morning for stock futures as we get going on what could be a very interesting day here. More Iran-U.S. progress to come, potentially. We'll get into that coming up. Oil flying around once again. Very volatile overnight session back to the upside right now for both WTI and Brent crude. We'll touch on that coming up as well. Big changes at Apple. I'm sure everyone has heard. If you haven't, not sure what you've been doing so far this morning. New CEO coming for Apple. Tim Cook finally going to take a step back. Executive chairman going to be his new title. Is this positive or not? We'll talk about it coming up as well. So lots to get into day ahead of Tesla earnings. Also after the close tomorrow night, we'll bring that to you live as it happens. The guy's working overtime around here trying to get... I mean, it's still kind of a mess, but there's wires all over the place and new cameras being installed, and it's going to be a good one tomorrow for Tesla. But yeah, I mean, initial thoughts here for this Apple change.
So I like it and I don't like it. And then there's always a good and bad side to everything. So you got a product guy, you got an engineer, sort of, I don't want to say Steve Jobs protege, but more of a product guy. So if you're looking for, new innovations to come out. He's one of the guys that's responsible for the M series and the A series processors. So is the guy who's coming in to fill his role. Now, could anybody have run Apple in the logistics way that Tim Cook has for the last decade and a half? A lot of people think, he's an operations master. So I don't know. I think companies go through phases, and I think we definitely need a product guy because iPhone's going to turn 20 next year, dude. You know what I mean? So we need that next form factor, and I think that's really why they put him in. So we'll see.
Arguably, the AI attempts from Apple have just fallen on their face over and over and over again. I think this, Google arrangement can be good for them. It's just a matter of how they come through on the product side. So. And it's almost as if they, and credit to them, it's worked brilliantly when Tim Cook took over. It was the same. He was there for 20 plus years. He was, in the wings, working his way, up in the company. And they've done the same thing this time around. So, worked brilliantly the last time. Why not do it again?
And this he's an Apple insider. He's been at the company for about half his life. 2001, I think he worked 4 years in some virtual reality company that was sort of inconsequential to his career. But what I do like is, when you look at Apple's AI strategy, the AI strategy has been, let's keep AI on device through small language models. So how do you do that? Well, you have to have excellent processors. Well, Apple's done that through the A series and the M series. So if you're looking for that bet to go through, it's really about how well you process these things on device. And so we'll see if he can kind of narrow that down. So far, they haven't been able to do that.
The price action was interesting. I don't know if you saw it after the close last night when this first came out. It was downside initially. I mean, the algos react to Tim Cook's leaving. Oh my God, sell. But then it got bought right back up. And right now, we're basically almost exactly where we went out at the end of the day yesterday. So
I think, the market worries about CEO transitions for $4 trillion companies, Brendo.
Exactly. So, I mean, there's a lot at stake. But as they've done before, they've proven that they know what they're doing and have been incredibly successful at it. So a lot of people, I mean, I was listening to an interview last night, probably 7, 8 o'clock on Bloomberg, with an analyst who was ecstatic about this and has been pounding the table for change and for the next, version of a CEO to come into Apple for months and months and months. So, I mean, there's that side of the coin too. I think a lot of people are looking for, okay, as you said, iPhone's going to be 20. What's next for them?
And that's the thing. And another thing too, he was sort of slated to take over the helm. I think what the market was shocked by was that it was now. Danny Ives came on yesterday and was basically saying, well, the market expected, him to be around for another year and change. So the fact that it came out, with this, not at an earnings report, not at a major event, just, hey, it's a Monday, let's announce the change.
And ahead of earnings, obviously, to come here in the next couple of weeks. So going to be an interesting day here, guys, for Apple. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It is going to be an interesting day for Apple. Although Apple's not the one kicking the door down for the all-time high like Amazon is over that over their latest headline. The old "you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours" continues with Anthropic there. But you know what? Who needs Apple? Everybody. Who needs Amazon? Who needs the Qs or the SPY at all-time highs? You don't need any of it because apparently you could just buy Beyond Meat and Avis and then retire. And that's what we're all learning. Well, the other thing too is, hey, what's up, Randy?
What's up, brother?
Oh, he's firing double barrels. They're even more green than yesterday, which is, that's okay, because I have the one from yesterday, so I'm always, I think ahead.
Up, man.
That's what it's all
Thanks,
about, brother.
brother.
Always. Whoa, appreciate it. Yeah,
I'm good, brother. Thank you very much. No, I'm good.
You know you want this. You know you
No,
want
it's too early. It's too early for that, man. Yeah. All right, thanks, man. You got the peer pressure. The peer pressure. No, $100 billion deal with Anthropic, Amazon signing one. Also starting up the AI build out in India as well too with Amazon Web Service. So a couple catalysts, tailwinds under Amazon's belt. But I mean, as for Apple, guys, we talk about peacetime and wartime CEOs. I think it's a little bit time for a change, and you know what, they're doing that. And I like this move personally, considering we've had the conversation on multiple occasions. Just the fact that, hey, what is next for Timmy C? Did he drop the ball? What's going on? We know that the devices are absolutely monstrous, right? Like, it's the driver. The iPhone's the driver for Apple. He brought this company from a $350 billion valuation to $4 trillion. So, I mean, at the end of the day, he was behind the driver's seat for quite some time. Time for a change. You have the hyperscalers, everyone above and below them from a market cap standpoint, and I'm referring to the Mag 7, are going through this AI build-out, and we didn't necessarily see that from Apple. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be the direction that they're going to.
You know why I don't think it's not? Because they brought it, like, so if their whole thing has been, we're not going to spend on.
Yeah, I don't see them.
And it's like, we're just going to make the best device that everyone utilizes AI on, and everyone's going to download the apps or connect to AI using our devices. Well, they brought in a hardware guy. Internal hardware dude suggests to me that maybe this is like, it could just be doubling down on the strategy, but who knows? Whatever. Like, he doesn't even take over until September. So ultimately, we're all going to find out. But that's the first thing it suggested to me, that this wasn't going to be a change from the current path that they're going. So we'll see. Like, you always want to. You never want to have like your initial like opinion or read on a situation in which you have no control. Be married to it, but for now. The stock was upward trending. It doesn't seem like this creates a new path. I love the fact that it got bought back up, right? Like the algos are going to do what they're going to do, but ultimately, it still was, even when things settled down, slightly red. And I know it'll be a little bit red compared to the overall market, but that's not terribly bad. And maybe it needed to take a day off anyways. And maybe have some kind of another, I can't call yesterday a consolidative day, it was a pretty strong day, but maybe there'll be a consolidative type of day in here for Apple. The market we just made another fresh high in the market. It looks like we're poised. I just feel like Amazon's probably the one that I think has a better chance to at least make a run at its high today. It'll be a little bit tight. You got a bit of a triple top up here, but that one's definitely going to be on the radar. And I'm just not sure Apple will be the cleanest of trades. And because I mentioned it, oh shoot, there's the coffee.
Oh, snap.
Beyond Meat is ridiculous. Avis is ridiculous. And I know there's like this sentiment once you have these stocks squeezing, that you're like, okay, eventually there's going to be a top. And when it comes back down, it's going to be absolutely spectacular. My gut tells me that the end might come sooner for Beyond Meat than for Avis, because I don't know. Like, Avis has been going for a while. There's almost no chance that Beyond Meat, which looks like this, is going to do anything like car. Because like Beyond Meat's like in this part of like a potential squeeze. I just don't think it has that in it. I do feel if I'm taking a shot on one of them today. Like, we did get to that 155, 160 area on Beyond Meat, and it's already starting to pull back, could lose VWAP. Like, this would be the one I'm more likely to take a stab at on the short side of it, because it got to one resistance point, and if it breaks through this, then like all bets are off if it gets through like a 160. But as long as it's not through it, I think this is where a lot of selling is going to initially try to come in. Yeah, they're not. I don't think you can compare them. And I saw an update on the short float from Carr in an article, up at 63% now. 63% the short float.
Oh.
Like it was, I believe it was, last we checked, it was in the low to mid 40s. And this is just insanity, complete insanity. But you can't really predict when it's going to unwind. It'll just start happening.
Yeah.
And I feel like the second day might not be as good as the first day.
Do you think?
But at least the second day, maybe you don't have to get as badly run over trying to get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't want to stand in front of that truck.
Honestly, I think it'll be clear when it starts. It's gonna rug, I think.
But you'll miss. But
do you think
the first $50
that?
of the move will probably be almost impossible to capture without taking it against you?
Yeah,
is
I
my
agree.
guess.
I mean, Kathy Wood here. We're just talking a little bit about Amazon. Kathy Wood buying 3,500 more shares there. I mean, she likes what they got going on. Amazon committing, obviously, with Anthropic, $100 billion with AWS over 10 years. Amazon increasing its Anthropic investment by $5 billion. Then with more along the way, as long as they hit certain milestones, so another additional $15 billion on top of that. Also, Kathy Wood buying 4,600 DoorDash shares as well, too. So, yeah, I think as with car, guys, we're going to talk about that momentarily via the options chain. We've been going on about it for quite some time. Intel with the upgrade this morning as well, too. So Intel up to 67 and a quarter. So that's looking good. A lot on the radar here today. And you know what? I'm looking forward to today's session, considering Amazon going to be the first out of the Mag 7 to potentially hit the all-time high. I think that's a neck-and-neck race between them and NVDA, being, I think, around that 212 mark for NVDA, and only a couple percentage points off that all-time high for Amazon. So yeah, a lot going on. Looking forward to today's session. It's going to be a pretty hot one, I think. Intel, Amazon, Apple news. Yeah, so it's a party in the stock market.
Crypto, Bitcoin bounced clean off that 74,000 level, so that looks like it's pretty strong. And it's nothing to. And hey, you know what? You know what we didn't have this morning? There's no crazy headline that's really scaring us overseas, right?
Yeah.
The USO's flat. Oil futures are not really doing much. We're exactly where we are yesterday. Like, I'm going to have this up, and it's like, well, if you'll know if things are going south because we'll break through 123 on USO, you think? Like, all day long resistance yesterday, shouldn't say all, pre-market resistance on Friday, prior support, current highs. If we bust that out and start going, well, then you know something's going bad, and that could be weakness in the market. Yeah. As long as that roof holds, I feel pretty good about it.
Like, I mentioned this before, I like the peace and quiet, right?
Well, speaking of, in 17 minutes, guess who's speaking to Joe Kernan today?
Who?
On CNBC.
Who?
The President of the United States.
Okay, all right, there we go.
So, well, I'm not going to automatically make the assumption that he's going to move the markets, but you never know. And there's a decent chance. But look, it actually might not be something that moves the markets, and we might not get some kind of a crazy. We already know that threats have been made to go. Yeah. Have been made.
They're ready.
So what else is going to be said? But you never know. In about 17 minutes, we'll get that. AMD's popping up a little bit here without the market doing anything. Not sure why, but worth noting and keeping an eye on. When AMD was strong yesterday in the pre-market, it was a nasty reversal back through its what was a fresh all-time high, which it made yesterday, but it rejected that pretty heavily. So be careful about this one, because it didn't really have buyers above the 280 level. So I want to see this thing show buyers above 280 if you want to be bullish there. Yeah, lots to watch. I know Sharif's going to be excited for some Beyond Meat trading today. I have to assume, because if you're a small cap trader, that's on your mind for sure.
Yeah, I mean, so I was talking about a couple of the bigger names potentially hitting all-time high. It's a pretty close race here. Neil, we have Broadcom only a couple percentage points down, right? Like, so you got 3% there on Broadcom. It's
gonna be Amazon.
Amazon today, just due to the news, right? You're 1.5%. NVDA probably sitting in that show place, aka third, down 4.6%. So, I mean, Microsoft's nowhere even close. Tesla a little bit further away, and same with Meta. Broadcom, not too bad. We were just talking about that one. So it's going to be a fun one. We had the market hitting all-time high, so I think it's only a matter of time until some of these larger boys start to hit them as well. So I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be good for the long-term accounts. You see a smile on people's face once again after all of the selling that we went, essentially hitting bear market territory. So it's good. And we had that conversation yesterday. Like, how do we classify something as back into a bull market? So,
well, there was an actual answer for that, which I hate.
Yeah. So
I think it's a terrible answer.
Here you go.
Bouncing anywhere from the bottoms 20% to end the bear market is nonsensical, because what if it's an absolute disaster? But anyways,
yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter. I like that. I'm going to get a poll up because I like that question you asked. But you know what, everybody? If you're an equity trader looking to scale in these markets, Prop Shop Trader is a multi-asset prop trading firm designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Prop Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus buy one, get one free. Get started today. Scan that QR code you see out in front of you. And as I said, because I liked it, although I put Mag 7, so I guess I can't include Broadcom, so who else are we putting in here? I'll just go first Mega Tech here. I'm just gonna say Mega Tech, and then that way no one can at me. And then I can put Broadcom.
Yeah, all right.
And I'll go AVGO.
How about Google? Yeah.
Alphabet. Okay, let's go Google.
We have to go Google up there.
I don't think there's anybody else close enough to be worth it.
Yeah, that's fair.
So everyone in the chat, this is pretty simple. I'm going to get my Amazon vote in right now. So I've already typed one. I just did right there.
Yep,
Maybe I'll type it a few times. You can see me you can hear me and see me spamming the ones. All you got to do is type 1, 2, 3, or 4. First, Megatech name to reach all-time high. That's what ATH stands for, if you didn't know. 1 for Amazon, 2 for NVIDIA, 3 for Broadcom. I feel like that's going to lose. And 4 for Alphabet. Yeah, I think Broadcom has... It's just not a popular enough stock. It's a great company.
Thing,
it's just not a popular enough stock. It's going to
get...
We need some sympathy votes for Broadcom. Just make sure it stays in the double digits, everybody, because I feel like...
Broadcom's like that superstar, that quiet superstar. You know what I mean? It's just like something...
we just got ADP, which is not really moving the markets. ADP employment change, 54.76 versus 39. You can see the Qs. We're already heading slightly lower on that with that AMD going to the upside. But we'll check back on it. I do suspect, Amazon #1 and Alphabet #2 by a wide margin, 44 and 29, 1 and 2. Broadcom is 6% of the vote.
Yeah, but Broadcom's the Kawhi Leonard of, right? He's just the prime time
Kawhi Leonard of the market.
Yeah.
That's interesting. If you're going to give all the stocks different players,
superstar status.
Current players.
Yeah.
Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
That's pretty fair.
That's pretty good.
Like, he's way better than people realize.
Right, exactly, and he's quiet.
Should be in the discussion as the best player in the league. It's not he isn't, but he is in that.
When he was in his prime, right?
So who's LeBron then?
Well, I mean, he's getting older, so maybe Google.
No.
Well, come on, man.
Google's not. That would be like call him Microsoft if it's the old guy.
Yeah. But I don't know.
But it's not the GOAT.
Has it, but it's like Microsoft's falling off a cliff.
So maybe Apple.
Apple is fair. So I think Microsoft is more or less Kevin Durant, because you know what I mean? Yep. I think that's fair.
Then NVIDIA could be like what? Like Jokic or Ant or SGA?
SGA.
You know what? It doesn't matter. Like those Timberwolves. By the way, no one told me I'm supposed to wear a white or tan shirt again today, so you're gonna see me in the blue. The boys are matching up at the desk, which we're going back to right now, in the all white as they are chatting away. Gentlemen, why didn't you guys tell me that I'm supposed to wear a white shirt today?
There's no rules. It's all good. A couple things. CrowdStrike to the upside here this morning. Just reading this very positive note. Upgrade for CRWD after a pretty good day yesterday. Actually came out late yesterday, but I mean, hold on. If you zoom out on any of these at this point, Crowd just being one of them, I mean, we're right here. Like, this is if this thing's going to break out level, it's going to be, in the next coming days here. But I mean, I thought software was dead.
Yeah, honestly, and you know what? They're still well off their highs, whether you're looking at Zscaler, Pandub, FTNT, Crowd. But hey, it's better than the levels that they were at a few days ago, or a week ago, I should say. KeyBank today, Eric Heath, that's the analyst there, upgrading Crowd from a sector weight to an overweight and a $525 price target. I think that would be all-time highs for the name. I'd have to double check, but that's a good call there. Look, I mean, the Claude, let's just be honest about it. The Anthropic angle to this could be a longer-term picture. I mean, a lot of these different models are showing that they have the ability to be able to find security vulnerabilities. One has to assume that this Mythos thing, if you believe the truth that it is able to identify previously unfound security vulnerabilities, and that gives them a competitive edge in developing their own security software. If you know where the weaknesses are, you design around it. Yeah. So Anthropic, I think, could be very disruptive. And some of these other LLMs, if they are able to catch up, that's in the intermediate to long term. I think in the short term, you're not going to drop your IT security budget at a company, at a Fortune 500 company. That'd be crazy. Of course. And so they continue to generate revenue, but for how long?
566, I see, all-time highs.
566?
So not quite, but I mean, close enough. Yeah, I mean, 450, it looks like definitely the clear breakout level here for Crowd on a daily chart anyways. But to that point, I was actually reading an interesting article on the weekend about, I think it was MIT or Harvard or something, one of the big schools. They created, I think it was 3 different LLMs, sent them to a focus group or a study group essentially, and didn't tell them what they were for, didn't tell them anything about them essentially. And their only goal was to manipulate these people and get personal information from them. And the success rate from all 3 was in like the high 90%, really, that they were able to actually obtain what they wanted to. So it just goes to show.
I do that too. Like, you have to give personal information to get a good result out of the LLM, because the more nuanced the input, the more detailed the answer. So it's like kind of a catch-22. You can sure dance around it. Hey, my friend Brendo would like to know this. You know what I mean? Yeah. What are you supposed to do in those cases?
Yeah. But I mean, if the case is for this Mythos thing, you know, it specifically has the ability to go. I 100% agree, like, or believe that it's possible anyways. But anyways, let's see. Some of the cybersecurity names doing a little bit better these days, Neil.
I tend to agree. I think ultimately, I feel as if there was a lot of like panic that went into some of the downward moves. I know that it's not like the charts really reflect that panic, like whether you're looking at Crowd here or like Palo Alto. But it still felt that way. Like, you were just any single headline, and it was just nobody wanted to make a bid, and there was no real analysis of the situation and what it might be. And I think it's a very big unknown. Now, if you're a shareholder of the big 2, then you're trusting that the winners are going to come from those who adapt the best and utilize these tools so they can stay ahead of the game. And I think, you know, betting on who is already the best seems to me the right way to go here in some of that uncertainty, because there is going to be disruption. And you look at both these are identical charts, and they almost look like, in the last couple of weeks, and they almost look like these little heartbeat actions where, until you can prove to me that you're breaking through where people seem to be taking profits in PanW, that's like a 175, and then the same thing with Crowd at about the 440 to 450. It's just, it's catching a bit every single time, but we're not participating yet in the market breakout. And fair enough, you know, this is the beat up names have to do a little bit of work and a little bit to catch up. But I'll feel much better when this can claw back above that 200 period moving average. Much more of that's a bigger confirmation for me than the fact that it's made a bottom. And you still have to get through earnings season as well. One thing that we have to get to every day is an important options lesson from Joe.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the activity in the world of derivatives. Now, we're going to kick things off with Apple. Some shuffling going on in the front office there. We're going to kick it off with the $280 strike price. I mean, we weren't really overreactive yesterday when the news was released, and you're not going to see any form of dramatic change within the options contracting. What we did see was initial sell-off and then eventually a rebound and just moving sideways here. But what we are going to do, guys, $280 is going to be our mark, and we're going to keep an eye on the open interest around 27,200. That is going to be the most on this expiration cycle, Friday's expiration cycle to be exact. Now, as for volume, 33,300 contracts opened and closed on yesterday's session. Now, considering slightly out of the money, we can look at our delta metric here, sitting on 14. So, I mean, for every $1 change in the underlying, there's not going to be a dramatic change within the options contracting. Gamma exposure relatively light, but a slight uptick in the implied volatility. We were looking at the overall market around 9% yesterday, and then it increased to almost double, 20% or so, 26.8% right there. But one thing I want us to focus on right now is essentially the actual contract of this 280 call. What we have is something valued around about $3.25, loses the majority of its value, but then gets somewhat of a rebound. It dropped to approximately 25 cents there as well, too. Now printing and closing around 82 cents. You can see right here on the ask. Now moving forward, the ever so popular name, CAR, Avis Budget Group. We're going to get into a couple of things with this name. Now, let's be cautious about when we are trading this. There's very little open interest. There's very little volume. You can run into liquidity issues, but what we are going to do is look at this put, the $600 put to be exact, because this is the most amount of open interest and volume combined that I found out through multiple expiration cycles and strike prices. We were talking yesterday the fact that there's literally one contract open on a specific strike price, and the rest it was like a handful or double digits, nothing substantial like we see in some of the more liquid names. But what we are going to focus on is the expiration cycle. It's going to be this Friday, but this is no joke here, guys. $6,700 on the ask, and you're looking at $200 spreads here from the bid and the ask if you are going to be an options writer. Once again, you have to be cautious of liquidity, because if you're looking to get out of the contract and you can't, there's going to be some form of liquidity issue there. Now, as for your delta sitting at that $42 metric, gamma exposure relatively light, but one thing that we are highly going to focus on is essentially the at-the-money implied volatility sitting around 274%. That is substantial. You're going to be paying an extended premium just due to the fact of implied volatility and the run that this name has been on. One thing that we are going to focus on is the contract itself. So this is a put contract, the 600 put. It has lost 76% of its value in the span of a couple of weeks. So be cautious, obviously, due to the run. But this underlying and this specific contract would be down substantially more if it wasn't for the drastic increase in implied volatility. So you're getting a little bit pricing into there. Now, if by any chance you were thinking of playing this via options, here's something that we can look into, all right? This is going to be a strategy, all right? So what we typically go over here, guys, and we'll run through it, substantial amount of premium it's going to cost you. Now, as for this, even though it's green, we want to focus on our delta because it's negative, right? So we're going to be talking about two put contracts here if you are looking to see this stock start to capitulate or sell off. Now, this contract specifically is worth $11,800. Who's going to be buying that? Not very many people. All right, so essentially what we can do at the end of the day is reduce our cost by selling a put at a lower strike price for $85. That's going to cut it down substantially to around $3,500 roughly. But what we are looking at is this $550 strike price and this $500 strike price. So essentially what we have here is we're going to buy this put at $550, and then we are going to sell this put for protection and to reduce our costs, creating a bear put spread. Now, moving forward, you can see our delta metrics. That's going to be expiring on May 15th. But let's take a look at our probability of profit in some more detail. Now, we were talking about this being about $3,500, $3,350 to be exact, but our probability of profit sitting around 39%. So you're sitting at a half risk to reward. Well, we've been climbing higher, so the options market's smart. They're not going to price in anything along those lines where you're going to see that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. But if you're asking, Joe, how do we collect the full amount of premium? Well, essentially what we need is it to drop to $496. That's where you collect the most amount of premium, $1,650. So if you are looking to purchase a bear put spread, I think the best way to go is to buy that protection, reduce your overall cost, and sure enough, if the trade starts to work and you really see that momentum to the downside pick up, you can always buy back your short put and just allow that long put to free roam, and then you'll be able to capture some more gains there, guys.
Great one, Joe, and a lot of chatter and quality chatter in the chat. And I saw there were a few questions in there in the chat as well, and just don't hesitate to ask in the chat if you need clarification on something. We have a great community. I was answering Tick R, and Joe will be able to answer your questions as well if you have any. We do have a super chat though, and I feel like I think I know where this came from. It's for Sharif, but Adam James Abroad, appreciate it. Mikel Arteta is Duolingo. So Sharif, we were comparing basketball players to stocks, but that is cold-blooded, brother.
Neil, I just want to remind Adam. I want to remind him that we're 3 whole points ahead of his team, and he better not forget that. So yeah, you guys may have won on the weekend, but you're still 3 points behind, baby.
Well, Duolingo is maybe it's a compliment, Sharif. Why do you have to make the assumption that it's not? Oh, that's a bad look. Duolingo is a really bad looking chart. But I don't think anyone is interested in Duolingo. Maybe you are. If you are, apologies when I say that no one's interested in Duolingo today, but just for you-know-whats and giggles, that's why we pulled it up. Let's go back to this. I believe we just had some economic data there, Brendo.
Retail sales coming through here. March retail sales month over month, big uptick, 1.7% versus a 0.4% increase expected. I thought everything was bad right now, but people spending some money, definitely. Retail sales, if you take out autos for March, month over month, 1.9% versus 0.3%. Overall, the headline number, 4% versus 2.4%.
Wow.
On the year-over-year basis for March. But I mean, I thought everything was expensive and bad, and people are buying stuff, man.
I tell you, man. I mean, we always hear, like Joseph and I were talking about credit card delinquencies and 30-day late payments for cars. They're increasing, but you know, it's hard to gauge whether this is more credit spending or this is genuine buying power that, you know, you're not dipping into the credit markets, right? Because we're seeing credit card rates or credit card debt basically at all-time highs. And I always think that that's a bit of not a misnomer, but a bit of a, you know, not telling the full picture. And the reason is because, well, credit card debt, sure, it can be at all-time highs, but the economy is substantially larger than it was last year. And so it stands to reason that that grows with it.
We were talking about Amazon there a little bit earlier. I'm dying to hear their report and see. I mean, still, when is this? Wednesday the 29th. So is that next week? Yeah, that's next week for Amazon. I mean, still to this day in my building, every single day without fail, every other door, there's an Amazon package.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I'm really liking the fact that they have a lot more products that are available next day and now same day delivery. Yeah. It's like they're expanding the product list that they're giving you that too. So I like that part of it. They're offering discounts as well within the app. So certain promotions that are being offered by the not just the seller itself, third-party seller, but actually the company, they'll offer that to you directly within the app. So you just like hit check mark on the coupon, you get $15 off or whatever it is. So I like where they're going with this. It'd be nice to get some drone delivery though, Brendan.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. I have faith. It's funny though. I was watching a video on I think it was yesterday of I can't remember, it was Korea or somewhere, South Korea or something. There was 2 of those like robot delivery box things on wheels, and they got to a sidewalk and they couldn't get up onto the curb, and they were just running into each other. And 2 people had to actually come over and help, like lift them up onto the sidewalk, and then they just kept going.
Did you see
thank you, nothing. Like,
yeah, well, you know, the robots need to be a little bit more polite. No, but seriously, did you see the one in LA where this one is on the sidewalk, and I guess it didn't see the bus stop, which was pure glass on one side, right into it, shattered the glass.
Come on, man.
Caught by security camera, so it was a little bit funny there. They'll get better at that, though. We'll see.
Maybe everyone just taking their BlackBerry and Carvana money and going shopping a little bit. I mean, have you looked at this? These cards, like BlackBerry, are we doing this again?
Well, we were trading that yesterday. I mean, it was a good continuation. Even when it pulled back into VWAP, it didn't lose VWAP. So there was certainly a buyer there. Something's going on with this platform. Whether
I mean, you just have to say NVIDIA and you know,
exactly.
4 or 5. What is it? 5 days in a row. Straight to the upside.
Fast Allbirds.
BlackBerry's back.
Days are back is what's happening. Like, it's just, I feel like when you get something like Avis, you just start to see, like, okay, well, where else is there a bunch of short float and a stock that can go? And then it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But whatever was leading the way, you have to watch out. Because if CAR capitulates, it has nothing to do with each other. But if Avis capitulates, you might see, like, Beyond Meat or BlackBerry capitulate as well. Right now, you've got the president on the on CNBC with Joe Kernan, and there's been a few headlines that have come in. That comes up every single time I post a headline. We're in a strong negotiating position. He said we'll end up with a great deal. So there hasn't been anything, I think, too crazy yet that's come out of it. The first initial reaction, at least looking at what's going on with USO in the markets, was like a slight tick up in the markets and a very, very slight tick down, maybe 40, 50 cents here in USO. So you're seeing oil futures coming down a little bit here. But nothing, nothing's gone too crazy. And of course, we'll keep our ear to the ground. We'll be listening in on it for sure, and we're paying attention. But nothing incredibly crazy has come out of it. I actually paid for locates on Beyond Meat, by the way. It's now holding underneath VWAP. I find anytime a small capper is sort of made the high in the pre-market, and now it's got a couple lower highs, if it can't start putting in some lower highs, it could end up in one of these VWAP, under VWAP retracement type of trades. And the president does not want to expand the ceasefire, was just said. Well, I mean, yeah, well, what are you going to say? Yeah. You want to pressure them while there's there's a deadline. So I suppose that's what you'd say. We have another super chat. This one's fake. Rob, how about that? Throw it up here, because I don't think Rob Demchak, and a lot of times we'll get super chats and we'll get messages and it's like, oh, I recognize that for you like every single day, and we appreciate all of them. But Rob, I don't think I've seen a super chat from you. So when I answer your question, can you please explain more about CAR, how to do two outfits control 100%? Oh, two outfits control 108% of the shares. My first short squeeze here, insane and getting expensive. So the first thing to understand is, of course, there should only ever be, like, there's the amount of shares in float, and that's all the shares that should be traded. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. As long as I've been in trading, there have been firms and traders that get away with naked short selling. Like, everything is digital, so like, right? Like, you're just sending messages out there. So there ends up being a lot of naked short selling. I'm not here to tell you how much of whether 100% is legit. That's good news for Webull. That could be good for Webull. How much of that is legitimate? So I'm not going to confirm or deny that number. But believe me, there can be ridiculous amounts short, more than there should be. And especially in a situation like this where it gets out of hand. Whether you can confirm that number or not, it is but this is a pure short squeeze. And there's no formula as to this is how many days it goes, or this is the point at which it's too much in terms of percent short. It just doesn't work that way. You don't know when it's going to end. You just know that every single day it's complete nonsense. That's a great story for Webull here. You like that buyback for sure, and this is already going a bit. And then consider the fact that they had the news with the PDT rule, right? So that was giving them a bounce, and that was giving Robinhood a bounce, structural bounce. You're holding the 50-period moving average. This one's on the turn. Then throw in the fact that they're probably decently shorted as well. So to the extent that we're just getting squeeze plays, I'm just going to double check what the float is here. Actually, you know what? It's not even that good. No, never mind. It doesn't even have that much of a short float. It's okay for. Yeah, it's not. I don't think that's a factor. But when you have this kind of momentum going to the upside, where you have some beaten up names which are floating, that's a pretty good catalyst for Webull. I would love to see it above 8. Like, the last floor that it tried to hold was the $8 level, and it's not really busted through that. So that feels like it could be a bit of a resistance spot for Webull. But I like the buyback for sure. Like, when a stock is getting badly beaten up like this, and there aren't buybacks, you want to see more of that.
Wasn't that the case in GameStop? Essentially, you had just more shares issued short than what there was actually in the outstanding float, and then sure enough, that's when you just go on this absolute meme craze, right? Like, I mean,
the movement behind GameStop was entirely unique.
Yeah.
Like the way that started on Reddit and galvanized the community, and then also discussing like if there's any kind of a reasonable turnaround and you get the stock price, if the stock price hits here, then they're screwed. And it was like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I haven't seen any of that for Avis. If that's happening for Avis, then I'm completely unaware of it, and we haven't seen any of it. There's social media chatter and this and that going on,
exactly.
but it's not the same thing. Like that was a very unique, unprecedented event that we saw with GameStop. And I don't think it would happen like, it's not going to repeat like that ever again, I don't think.
No, well, think about it. The hedge funds won't allow that to happen ever again, right? Like, because they literally had to change the rules.
Yeah, they're not that stupid.
Yeah, exactly, because of what happened with that meme craze. All right, we've been talking about Webull, $100 million buyback, fantastic stuff. Rebound in Robinhood, obviously, due to the PDT rule, can add this essentially turbo wave of retail traders coming into the market. Well, no one's really talking about the Kawhi Leonard of brokerages right now, the quiet one. Okay, so we're going to use this.
Everybody can't be Kawhi Leonard.
Not everybody can be Kawhi Leonard, is correct. But essentially what we have here is Interactive Brokers, IBKR.
Nice.
Up 115% from this time last year. You didn't see that turbocharge essentially from the PDT rule stepping into this name. But if we were talking about Robinhood still being down 35% off of its highs, Webull just getting absolutely destroyed ever since the IPO, and it has yet to fully recover. Yet we have IBKR over here, a name that's very quiet, 115% from this time last year, and continuing to climb and not too far off of all-time highs. So if you want to talk about stability in that space, I think this is where you're going to start off and kind of drop some of that volatility. It's been on a fantastic run, and I think it's going to maintain that and continue growth year over year, increase in options activity, assets under management continue to grow, accounts continue to grow as well too, and transaction fees. Everything across the board is just screaming, hey, look at me over here. We're a solid company, and we're going to continue to remain one. I like IBKR, and I think this is a solid dividend, offers a dividend as well. So we like what IBKR has to offer. Let's send things back to the desk, see what we got going on here with the boys.
All right, we touched on this a little bit yesterday, and I mean, the group has been in focus since last week in this bill signing. If you missed it, President Trump signing a bill last week that will fast track some certain psychedelic treatments for PTSD and other cases. I immediately, when I read this, reached out to our friend Todd Shapiro over at Light Holland, CEO of Light Holland, and said, Todd, this has to be a big deal. Please come and tell us why. If anybody's wondering, just first off, TRIP, the symbol here in Toronto, TRUF, TRUF, down on the OTC. It's good to see you, first of all.
Yeah, thank you again for having me. It's so great because 2 years ago, on November 11th, Remembrance Day here in Canada in 2024, you and I spoke, and we've spoken numerous times. I'm always so grateful to come on the show. But I specifically said in that interview, Brendan, that we will see down the road RFK Jr., Joe Rogan, and Donald Trump talking about how do we advance psychedelics for veterans. And here we are today doing it. And it's a glorious day. It's been a glorious week because most importantly, us as a company, but I'm sure you listening out there, we want to help veterans and we want to help people with trauma, and we're going to have some expedited ways to do that now.
Yeah, let's talk about this from a granular perspective here. I mean, give people, if they're saying, okay, fine, I get it, you know, we can develop these treatments based off these plants and based off these products. What does it mean on a company level specifically for this group entirely if we're going to be able to see not only the research be fast-tracked, but going to market even sooner?
Yeah, well, Light Holland yesterday on the CSE, we had the most amount of shares traded. We were number one in terms of actual amount of shares. So we were close to 7 million shares traded. TRUF actually on the OTC picked up, and we got a lot of great volume on the TRUF side, which isn't always the case on the OTC. So first off, as a company, it gets a lot of attention back on us. And when people start to digest and see what we're doing, they're going, wow, look at this company. They went public 6 years ago. They preserved capital like no other small cap company has in the space. There's a couple of big boys who have much bigger capital, and we're happy for them. They look at our company now in a definitive agreement with a company called Filament Health out of Vancouver in Canada, who's got a Level 8 Health Canada's dealer's license. It's got a botanical drug candidate based off of psilocybin called PEX10, and PEX10 is in over 70 different clinical studies, and we've just announced some updated studies they're in, like University of Washington, and we got great results in a study there. They're in, like John Hopkins, Harvard, Imperial College. So this is a drug that's already being studied. And when we look to what happened with the Donald Trump announcement the other day, which directs the FDA to accelerate psychedelic drug approvals, this is exactly what we're currently doing. We have FDA approvals for our drugs to be in current studies already, and we only expect that to expand. Again, this prioritizes this treatment, if I can speak today, for PTSD, addiction, and depression. And we want to help. We are a company from day one, Brendan. You know me very well. I believe in growing a company. I obviously need to increase shareholder value. That's the number one goal. We were up 1 point, almost 70% yesterday. It evened out a little bit towards the end there, but we are looking at some very good opportunity here. But I think most importantly, I think of impact investing. I think of people who want to help someone that they know, and companies like ours are absolutely making sure that standardized psychedelics are going to be the path of the future.
What does this do for the marketplace specifically? What doors open? What timeline specifically can we look to for those doors and new markets opening?
Well, the $50 million that the executive order has talked about, which is allocating towards speeding this up, is really what's great. It expands those access again. For us, we are looking at it in many different ways. There are states that are opening up, like Oregon's written rules around microdosing and around facilitator-based macrodosing of psilocybin. By the way, we pitched to the Oregon Senate with our data that we have from the Netherlands, and that goes deeper into what our company also does, where we can sell recreationally. But we have to figure this out state by state. But what we love about this is, you listen, love or hate the guy, and I know it's so polarizing for people, but when Trump says something about expediting psychedelics for veterans, it now becomes a bipartisan issue. No one's going to deny that. No one's going to argue that. So hopefully more studies come across the table. We fast track these drugs, and we fast track the standardized way to help people with different types of trauma across the board. So Brendan, to answer your question, we don't have a specific timeline, but we know it will be done quicker now, which is amazing.
If we had to maybe point to one area or progress that's being made, is anything standing out, right off the bat here that says to you, this is already being pursued, this is already happening, and the balls are rolling?
Well, listen, I mean, the filament drug that we work with, PEX10, and again, we're under a definitive agreement expected to close very soon, by the way. That drug to us is probably the first or second most highly distributed botanical drug candidate on the entire world, with all the universities it's in and with all the different studies it's in, and some compassionate use where people who are suffering from severe trauma or sadly terminal illness and are coming to copes and terms with their death, their pending death, which is terrible, are trying to do it in a lighter way, in the acceptance sort of how it's going to happen, and of course trying to relive their beautiful life that they already have had. So we think we're one of the premier companies to really dig into and go and do all your due diligence on us. But this is important. You'll hear about ibogaine. That was mentioned at that conference on the weekend. Rogan talked about ibogaine, and of course, there's a lot of great advocates out of Texas for ibogaine. Again, it's another psychedelic compound. Our company that we're in a definitive with, Filament Health, they have a ibogaine product that's actually been studied by 200 people with good efficacy. So that's something that we're allowed to delve into. So psilocybin, ibogaine, MDMA, these are the types of psychedelics that you're going to start to hear a lot more of, and not just for party drugs, people. I know it's always funny for people to hear these things and then recognize that the science now is truly backing that it does help with trauma, does help with wean people off of opioids or get people off of nicotine or help people even with cannabis habits wildly, with gambling addictions. So these are all the things that we're learning. And most importantly, we want to save lives. We've talked about this, but the veteran suicide death rate is just tremendously sad in America. It's anywhere between 15 and 22 people a day, 22 veterans a day taking their lives. So this immediately needs to be stopped, and this executive order will help advance that and truly, we believe, make a very positive impact to saving lives. And I mean, I always get emotional when I think about this because these are people fighting for our rights and freedoms. So the fact that we can try to get to them sooner means the most, the best we could ask for. And then ultimately, this will trickle down to helping human beings everywhere.
Yeah, well said. I mean, a good point to leave it. I think I'm going to go grab that clip, first of all, of us talking about that later this morning, and I'll put that together and I'll send it to you. But I appreciate the insight. Todd Shapiro, CEO over at Light Holland. TRIP here in Toronto, guys. Truff, TRUF down on the OTC.
Two Fs.
TRUFF. My apologies, down on the OTC. Appreciate your time as always. Thanks, Todd.
Man, it's so great to see you. I really appreciate being on, and say hi to the rest of the crew. I always say this. I love you guys. Like I'm such a financial market, just a guy. I get excited, and you guys make it fun. It's like watching NFL football with the fun guys in the morning.
Okay. All right, I'll send you the Starbucks later too. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, one day when it's legal, we'll take some microdosing pills together. Okay.
Thanks, Todd.
Cheers, guys.
It's always great having Todd on, fantastic individual. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to start things off with some downgrades. And ExxonMobil here, we are down about 0.4%. Getting the downgrade here, guys, by Wolf Research, going from outperform to peer perform. Then we have Graphic Packaging also on the downgrade side of things, guys, down 1% here. Market perform to underperform by Raymond James. And then we also have Sela Realty Trust, relatively flat, but with a price target of $31 from outperform to a neutral weight here, guys. And Valero down just a little bit less than 1%, price target of $203 and an underperform rating by Wolf Research. Now moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades here. Intel going to be at the top of the list, guys. You're up almost about 2% here this morning. Going from a hold to a buy with a $95 price target by HSBC INTC there, guys. Now also a buy rating here on AAPL, Citigroup giving Apple the nod this morning. You're slightly negative here today. But now Dell also with the buy rating up 1 1/5, Citigroup giving them the nod. And then CrowdStrike, we were talking about this name not too long ago, positive 2%, $525 price target with sector perform. Upgrade to overweight by Key Bank. Guys, let's send it back to Neil.
BNP needs to get their head checked on that SILA, SILA. I'll get to Intel in a second, but I have to say this. Like, how are you gonna give a price target of $31 when they're literally being bought for $30.38 cash? It doesn't make sense. If you're adjusting your price target on a stock because there's an all-cash acquisition, just adjust it to that price or adjust it lower if you think the deal won't go through. But having it above the deal price, to me, suggests you think somehow there's going to be a bidding war. And I think Owl's going to get that one done. But what do I know? Intel is on the upgrade list. We like Intel. Like the last couple of days, I get it. I was more on the short side thinking of Intel yesterday. But now you've had 2 days backing off that $70 level. You got some little bit of strength came back in. I feel like it did a little bit of a breath. We've seen it before on the big down days on this. I hate to call this a meme stock, but like, come on, man. Intel's been an absolute rocket. They report in 2 days. I'll get that out of the way. And that'll be pretty important. I think they could be in some trouble. It's the way it's priced right now. It's expensive. It's on a huge run going into earnings. A lot at stake. I think they might dip on earnings, but at least for now, you got that 2-day pullback. Was able to hold on to $65 pretty clean, and then we're back above some resistance. I'm looking dip and rip on this sucker. And what's interesting about Intel is the pattern that it's had. The opening, like every time at 9:30, it's like there's I'll zoom in so you can see better. Topping tail candle, go down. Bottoming tail candle, go up. bottoming tail candle, go up. This is the only, if you go here, really tricky one. Sometimes there's no bottom, it just crushes right through. But if the first 15-minute candle is a clear topping or bottoming tail candle, you just go with the direction. If it's a topping tail, go short. If it's a bottoming tail on the 15, go long. And that might mean waiting for a bit, or we're just like chop trading Intel for the first 15 minutes. But once I see that first candle set, I'm looking for that 9:45 to 10 o'clock entry point in Intel. And there's only once really in the last week has that done you wrong. Like, it was unclear here which direction you would have wanted to go, because it kind of wicked in both directions. But wick down, look for the continuation, wick and go up. Wick down, look for the continuation, and you can still grab it. The short was still good in there. We got a couple of super chats. Let's throw them up there, Andre. Son of Daniel Gouda Guru.
Ooh.
Morning, tilapia lovers.
Okay.
So Dow Jones Trucking Index is up as a result of car. Yeah, that's insane. My understanding, I'm 94.7% sure that the crazy thing about the Dow Jones Trucking is it might be price weighted, which would make this even more stupid. Is there a way to short that index? Because my brokerage says no. Yeah, but if you're... See, the weird thing about that is if this is up just because of car, then really you're just looking for car, like Avis to come back down anyways.
Isn't DJT...
Yeah, and of course I just typed in DJT as if it's going to be Dow Jones Trucking. It's going to be Trump Media. Can I even call that up? I probably don't even have access to it. No, I think the problem with that logic is everyone's looking for a way to short car when it eventually comes back in. Like, oh, so you look at the index, and I don't remember the exact weighting, but I'm pretty sure that one's price weighted, which is why car's having an outsized effect in it. Price weighted indices are stupid in my opinion. They don't make any logical sense to me, but it doesn't really matter they exist. So if you're looking for car to come down and making a bet on that, your highest return is going to be if car comes down. Like, that index is not going to do what you want if the squeeze continues, unless they boot it out. So all roads lead to, you know what you're trying to accomplish, and everyone's looking for a safe way to do it. There is no quote-unquote safe way to short a short squeeze. Like, if you're doing it, you have to buck up, and Joe was talking about a much relatively safer way, I suppose.
The safe, it's definitely the safest way.
Relatively safe. Yeah. Because you limit your losses.
Exactly. You can only lose so much on that one. But still, if you
want to short an equity involved in this,
dude, some of these premiums were $11,000. Like, who's paying that for an options contract? That's absolutely insane. It's some of the highest, and $1,000 spread. I've never seen $1,000 spread before in my life in the options contract.
We did have a second one, so let's see if we can get to that one. And now we have a third as well.
We got a third.
SP Williams in the chat. Beyond car, BlackBerry, percentage-wise, who pushes up the highest from here? You have to pick one for fun. Okay. Yeah, you know what?
No, but see here, Neil, I think the issue with this one is because, think about it, so for car to gain in percentage, it's a significantly larger price name, right?
Pick Beyond Meat.
You have to, right? From a percentage standpoint, because for car, you just need it to move more to gain that, obviously, that larger percentage.
Like, I don't believe Beyond Meat or BlackBerry should survive as long, but just kind of where the moves are already at. Like, Beyond Meat's at $1.50. Like, that could double. It's a squeeze. Like, the last time it ran to like $8. It's like, and then the time after that, it ran at $2.30. That's another 80. What? Actually, that's not true. That's more like 63%. I almost said 80. Yeah, so I mean, you'd almost have to, just based on that, vote for the others. But I'm not completely convinced that those aren't done sooner. Thoughts on Bull from Shane V. Smokin'. I like the $100 buyback, $100 million buyback. I think that's good news. You were already in the run. We were talking about the PDT rule and the benefit they got from that holding that 50 period. I'm not back into it. I already made I bought Robinhood on the dip.
Yeah.
And had I not bought Robinhood, maybe I would consider. Maybe I would have considered this when it broke the 50 period, but again, my preference was to Robinhood there. But I do think there's room to this. The $8 level right in here. I always look at that prior, if it holds a big level multiple times, And then the trend down was pretty clean from that 8. I think that's a bit of a wall today, but still
DJ Vinny. Oh, Snapchat.
And then we get another one. That's from TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok.
From
Snapchat.
DJ Vinny. You're talking about BlackBerry. I know we'll get to the market, but at this point, everyone's talking about squeezes. I just don't believe in the later attach yourselves to a squeeze rally type of name. And I get it. BlackBerry had the NVIDIA story, but I'm like, the stock, should it have done this? 310 to 570. During the meme craze, BlackBerry was one of the best stocks, this and costs. Like costs, sometimes more on the way up. But I'm telling you, when BlackBerry would run with the meme stocks, and I'd just sit there watching GameStop. And if GameStop caught a little bit of weakness, you just punch short BlackBerry. And then just watch. And the GameStop would have like a minor pullback or correction, and BlackBerry would just crater into VWAP. And it's like, okay, well, that's pretty easy. And so, you could, even though on the show sometime when GameStop would come back and BlackBerry would be up on sympathy, I would just sit there and wait for the opportunity to short BlackBerry, take one trade, risk like 2 cents, and then short it to VWAP. It worked like gangbusters. I don't know that the same thing's going to be true with BlackBerry and Car, but if this is just some kind of meme craze, I would not want to get trapped at the top of these.
Let's see. So, you know what? This is kind of what I was looking for here in Car, right? So this is one of the only sessions where you're actually gapping up once again. Like, so I mean, like, think about it. You're opening, you don't gap up, like where you open essentially. So I think at some point, and this is an absolutely massive candle. Like at the end, like, so on the latter half of this run, look at the span of this. Brother, it went $117 on yesterday's session from open to close. That's absolutely insane. Am I going to say this is the peak? No, but I'm going to be keeping an eye on this thing just potentially to see if we're going to start to turn around. And I would not be surprised if it just goes from 650, which is out in the pre-market, and in the span of a couple of sessions, it's back down to $400 and $350. This thing has been on a substantial run. I mean, how many green days in a row is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 green sessions in a row. And just absolutely squeeze city. I don't know, man. At some point, this thing is going to come back. What goes up must come down. But we always say, you don't want to be the first one to stand in front of the freight train. You want to allow it to slowly start to, and you're going to notice it. I think it's going to be one of those scenarios where it's like, oh, snap, it drops. Literally, like you said yesterday, you're going to miss the first $50, but within that intraday session, it's going to drop 15 to 20%.
It's going to put you to the test, because if you see the point where you probably should punch into the short, like you're gonna look at where like your regular outs would be on a short, like prior bar high or like whatever it might be, and you're gonna be like, that is not an appetizing trade, yet it's probably gonna be the best one. And that's the tricky thing about those squeezes. It's 9 o'clock, actually it's past 9 o'clock. We're gonna get into our free FREE watch list and what you need to know going into the open. Pretty flat somewhat. We've had a bit of a pullback in the queue since we got some of the economic data, of course, with the president talking in CNBC. Hasn't really shocked the markets yet, so we're still slightly up.
All right, guys, 708 2/3 is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're up 0.25% right now versus yesterday's close. So we're going to say 708 1/3. That's going to be our first area of support if we start selling off. If we really start selling off more aggressively, we're looking at that 705-ish area as support level 2, bounced off there multiple times. Above where we're trading right now, I don't want to say it's a blue sky setup because obviously we were higher yesterday, but that's 711, 712 is all-time high. So we're going to say that's our first level of resistance. If we start trending up more, Brendo, perhaps on some good geopolitical news, 715 is R2.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, down below in the description, second link will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list, as always. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market every single day. It comes right to your inbox. You just need, again, your email address. Top of that this morning, rightfully so, Apple. John Turnus, get used to that name because you're going to be hearing it a heck of a lot more, not only in the coming days, but coming years as well. Timmy Cook going to be putting his feet up, deservedly so. This headline kind of tells the story here. Apple at 80 trillion. That's the shadow that this new CEO is stepping into. That's essentially comparing the market cap move Tim Cook added to the stock that when he took over to where it is now versus where this guy's stepping into to where he would have to get it to.
Those are
80 trillion company. This is a hardware guy, as we said, if you joined us in the first 30 minutes. has run hardware at Apple for, I mean, what was it, 20 plus years? I was reading last night, the second time, Tim Cook took over, I think he was like 52, 51, 52 years old. Same exact situation once again. Again, another guy that's been there forever and done great things for them. So let's see.
Been at the company for 21 years, or sorry, since 2001, I'll get it right. Look, he's had his hand in every Apple cookie jar, iPhone, Mac, Apple Watch, AirPods, iPad. He has his hand in everything. So it's good. He'll understand the products. He's also a product guy. But let's be honest about it. He's entering a very critical moment here for Apple. Supply chain constraints with RAM and the geopolitical situation of nearshoring and onshoring. That's where Tim Cook shined. Can this guy do it? Is he a logistics master like Tim Cook is? That's an unanswered question and a key headline risk. What I do like, though, is they're bringing yet another product guy to fill shoes, this Johnny Suji guy. This Johnny Suji guy, he was simply responsible for Apple Silicon, whether you're looking at the A class for the mobile or you're looking at the M class for the laptops. He was part and parcel of it. And why is that important? Well, going forward, if you believe Apple's approach to AI is going to be on device, then the silicon that you're using on that device has a lot to do with it. And this guy basically wrote the book on it. So I'd like to see some more homogenization between Apple Intelligence and the on-device silicon, because I think he's got to do it. Now, one last thing, though. I do like how Tim Cook staying on the board as the executive chair of the board. Why? Because he's got that political capital, Brendo. Look how many leaders he has a good relationship with. This John Turnus guy, nobody knows who he is on a practical level.
But everybody knows that position is, I mean, one call a month, maybe, that he potentially could be on and have some say in. So let's see. Again, John Turnus, going to be a household name here, I guess, in a matter of, I don't know, days, weeks. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll have to get used to that, I feel.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, there's something about the ease of the previous two CEOs. Like when you talk about like Jobs and Cook,
iconic.
Turnus is like, I don't know. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. I think this was, you get a hardware guy when everyone's sort of thinking, well, we know the plan is to stick with their strength in hardware. So it doesn't seem like it's changing anything. And I think maybe that's why I have a little malaise today. And that's why it's like Apple's not terribly exciting for me. Like this is not a decision that makes me feel like breakout trade, despite the fact that it's been on a nice upward churn. So maybe that means it'll get dipped. I don't know, like the 269 to 70 area is a good dip by zone. Right now the market's sort of trending down. I'm leaning away from it. Like to me, like if I'm looking for a short, it's going to be, I already said this in the afternoon yesterday, that tomorrow's trade today for me, the short side, was already looking at silver with that head and shoulder, and it's already breaking the lows. On any pop into that 72, or maybe it'll have to be the 71.5, I want to fade that. I just feel like what we've gotten here from Apple is the safe and boring choice, and which is perfectly fine for them in the long run. It just doesn't make it exciting for the day trade here today. And if anything, it might make it like temporarily short-term bearish because this is not a quote-unquote exciting pick.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, let's not discredit what Tim Cook has done for the company. $350 billion valuation to $4 trillion, holding the throne for quite some time. Billions of iPhones in the hands of the consumer. He brought in the AirPods. He updated the MacBook. There's a lot that he's done, but I think there's just been a call for a regime change, essentially. What we have is essentially Apple lacking for that first couple of years, the ball drop of Apple Intelligence, not really spending that type of money, but still having the ability to profit from the AI spend in other ways. But I think it was just a little bit of a shift here. I think the company might have needed it, hardware guy coming into play. But as for Apple, I don't think this is going to change too much for it fundamentally. It's still going to be the king of the handheld device. And with the iPhone being in billions of hands, so essentially what we have here is a guy who's more familiar with the hardware side of things. How is he going to integrate these new AI tools into that next Apple series? And I think that's what a lot of individuals are looking forward to with this guy going to step in. So, yeah, I mean, Apple, it's not going to change my narrative on it whatsoever. I like the play. I like the shuffle around. And with that being said, let's see what the guys have on UNH.
Before we do that, we did have a big super chat here from Dave. 50, thank you from Dave. I hold only 100 shares of Beyond Meat, not going to buy or sell. Trading meme stocks are risky, and I'm not an advisor. Hey, good on you for saying that. Kind. I'm sending Beyond Immerse. That's right. For anyone that doesn't know, David's sending us Beyond Immerse to try on the show. As part of a running inside joke, I tried berry cherry last night. What are you sending us? You get berry. That sounds delicious. And honestly, it was delicious. It sounds good. We'll see. The inside joke started because we were discussing it, and I was like skeptical of how good it would taste.
The Beyond Meat drink?
I was just like, yeah, like a Beyond Meat protein drink.
Yeah.
Like it's fine. It's just my initial reaction was the honest one. Like, come on. The first time you hear it, my first thought isn't, well, that's going to be fantastic. My first thought was like, oh, but I'll try anything, and if it's delicious, then I'll let you guys know.
Try
it's delicious.
anything.
Yeah. Oh, generally speaking.
Okay.
But like, no, look, man, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not. Like, come on, like, be within reason.
And, well, pineapple pizza, you've tried it, obviously.
Of course I have. Okay. I couldn't tell you that I dislike something if I've never tried it. Every time this comes up, I'm adamant about this to my daughter. Like, don't tell me that you don't like a certain type of food if you have never had it.
Yeah.
Like, if you eat it and you're like, I don't really like that, that's fair. I have no issues with that. Like, some things you're just gonna have to because you gotta eat some vegetables and fruit. You gotta like something. Yeah. But no, you should always at least.
Do you think you could retry broccoli and maybe get into it?
Oh, I had broccoli and fried rice over the weekend.
Oh, okay,
it's not that I won't eat broccoli. I love broccoli soup. It's just that if I'm choosing a vegetable to cook, I'm not making broccoli.
Okay.
If I'm sitting there and I need my vegetables and it's the only thing on the plate, then I'm gonna eat it.
You're gonna eat it.
Yeah, and I'll eat, and I won't like it.
You're not gonna enjoy eating.
No, I'm not gonna enjoy it.
All
like,
right.
There's very few things that I. Yeah, you know what? Like I'll pretty much any food. Broccoli soup is actually pretty good. But let's go back. We'll talk about some UNH. It is popping. The market's still in a slight slow malaise. Downside.
Yeah, back to the top end of the range here. If you zoom out to a daily chart, 350 is a bit of a pivot on the daily chart. If you go back a couple of months here with this, really nice move here on these earnings for UNH. But I mean, the big level I think is still probably $20, $30 up.
Yeah, well, we could see that because this is a really good report, Brendo. I mean, let's talk about this. A clean beat on the top and bottom line. Let's talk about EPS because that's where they've been squeezed lately. $7.23 per share is what they took. Compare that to the $6.57 expected by analysts on revenue of over $100 billion, $111.7 billion. That beats the estimates of $109.6 billion, so it beat on the top and bottom line. But the reason we're really driving here in the pre-market is they raised their 2026 outlook, specifically here the EPS, $18.25, up from previously $17.75, and they're really relying on their medical benefit ratio, which improved markedly. That's how much money, that's basically a gauge of their margins. 83.9%, the higher the number, the worse, essentially, is what I'm trying to get here. 83.9%, that's from the previous 84.8, and the street was looking for 85.5. They're also using AI and cost efficiency to help repair those margins. And there is an issue coming up because, as you know, President Trump is trying to force a lot of these drug companies to lower their prices. That could help them as well, as they may have to basically cover less expensive drugs, and that definitely helps with margin.
I feel like this is going to be the earnings season where everyone just throws in AI just at the end of a sentence, just randomly, just to see what happens.
No, but you and I have been talking about this, especially from the R&D phase. AI is yet to be realized to its full potential. Like just take Pfizer, for example. Yeah. How much money did they spend coming up with the COVID vaccine? How much could they had saved if they had AI to be able to run through some of that R&D?
Yeah,
right?
Great example. To a point where, I mean, it's tax season, as everyone's well aware. I got an email from my accountant suggesting that her AI should be more efficient in the coming days. So
she's still charging the same?
I'm over it, man. I'm over it.
Come on, man. You don't need accounting anymore. I say that as someone who did not do accounting, even though that's what I went to school for 1 year. Well, you don't need AI to look at this chart of UNH. The daily chart's looking much better, which I think we went over this the last time, sort of saying it's got that 200 period. Again, if I had liked it over other things, maybe that would have been a breakout. But it was like the wake me up when it can break the 200 period moving average. Now you get an earnings beat. I think this wants that 390 test again, which is a big level. But if you pull up the weekly chart, the last time it closed above the 50 period on a weekly,
yeah.
Well, anybody remember what happened in April of 2025 for UNH? Suffice to say, it's a little bit of a different environment. That's when things got really nasty for them. They were 25% down the following week. A different environment now, and it's just pulled that off. And this week is a confirmation over the 50. It looks like it's set up for a good run. You always want to see like a couple of days of reaction in the actual market to make sure that you're holding on to some of those earnings gains. But if this doesn't lose like the 325 to 330 area this week, then on that weekly chart, it looks gorgeous for a run to 390. It's one of those catch-up trades that made a lot of sense. I'm not in it this time. I swung this twice off the lows, and neither time was as good as I thought it would be. Like the best one was like actually the 300 to the 390. I never really got more than 25% out of it, but it feels like it's on that kind of a jaunt into the 390 level here for UNH. I would posit that you might look at something, it's not really doing that much volume. I was going to say, like, for the traders out there, Oscar might be a little sexier, but on sympathy. Like, it's also trying to break back out. It's made a nice bottom. You had a little consolidation, hopefully off the 200 period here, but its volume is pretty low today, and it's not even up that much. So maybe you table that one for later. But I like UNH. Had I not put money in other places, I think I would have considered that one for a swing. It just disappointed me twice with small gains.
Yeah, well, you could, Neil, because technically we're in a bull market with UNH, up 35% off of the lows, despite being down 45% still off of its previous all-time high.
I know.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's full-on effect here, a bull market in UNH, guys. But other than that, coming in better than expected, this earnings report, so the base insurance management first quarter were 7.23 EPS, consensus estimate of 6.58, 2% revenues growth year over year, so a lot going on. Margins increasing as well too. Medical cost ratio was 83.9% for the first quarter of 2026. So things are starting to look semi-optimistic here in UNH. Once again, I mentioned 35% off of the lows, still down substantially. Obviously, what happened with the CEO last year, unfortunate. I guess it was just the start of the avalanche that essentially sent the stock to withering lows. So not too good of a look there on UNH.
Speaking of avalanches,
Amazon One Medical launched a national GLP-1 weight loss program offering injectable treatments starting at $299 per month and oral options starting at $149 per month. Not good, Hims. Yeah, that would be Hims down $3 from when that launched. So, well, remember the good old days? 24 hours ago when Hims was a breakout from $28.50 to $32?
Yeah.
Well, it just gave up literally every single penny of that entire move just there. So if Hims wasn't on your radar today for yesterday's reasons, it probably comes in now. That feels like even if it bounces, even if it bounces, I'm just sort of looking at like 30. 30 seems like a pretty obvious, 29.5 to 30, somewhere in this area seems like an obvious continuation trade. I don't want to chase this, but that's not good. We've seen Hims turn and be nasty for several days when they get a bit of a down spike. But I think I'm going to want to short some pops here. VWAP's going to be too far away to play on Hims on that headline. But yeah, not looking too good for them. Let's go back up. Hey, there we go. I'm gonna have that in my head, like that, whatever, that music or whatever.
Yeah, it's the duo,
thank you,
man.
Deezers. Love Sean, but I'm rocking with Neil and Joe duo. Is what I love about. I say it every single time it comes up. Is what I love about the show. Everyone's got a different vibe, a different perspective. We got the bald brotherhood going on here. It's still the best. It's one of the most underrated.
Oh, bro, come on, man. It's Sharif, man.
What's the big deal?
We have the Bald Brotherhood, man.
What's wrong with the Bald Brotherhood?
What's up? What's wrong with
Didn't say anything was wrong.
Don't mess with the Bald Brotherhood. We got numbers.
Yeah, we got numbers.
You're by yourself.
Watch out.
On your own.
We got Brian Shannon, too.
Full-haired.
Jeff Bezos.
Hold on.
Brian
over here with a full head of hair
keep it
talking.
coming,
He
Derek.
outshines all of you guys.
Whoa,
Yeah.
the shine. That's crazy. No, but I think
right.
at the end of the day, you could honestly put the majority of us in and kind of mix and mingle, and you're going to like what the outcome is going to be.
I got a bald head. Deal with it.
Deal with it, man.
Seriously. All this, like, you know what? See, I feel right now I'm being triggered. This is not a safe space for people who are follically challenged like myself. And I'm gonna launch some. This is Canada, man. I'm gonna launch a complaint to HR over this.
About
if
what?
we don't have HR. So
but what are you gonna complain
about this hair discrimination? I don't know what you call it.
Yeah, hey man,
but it's hate.
We got this.
I'm a victim of hate speech right now.
Oh.
Okay? This is serious stuff.
Yeah.
You get canceled over that, Sharif.
Oh.
Anyway, let's talk about some Anthropic. We really don't care. But the Ball Brotherhood can't be messed with.
At all.
I miss Greg. Remember Greg used to always say he was HR?
I love it. Apparently he was here on Friday.
Oh, no way.
Joey was there, and so was Luca. Everybody was there.
Shout out to Greg. Amazon uptick right now, but we're off the highs here following this big move. Came mostly yesterday, but more investment into Anthropic, not a bad thing.
Yeah, let's take this angle here. Let's just talk about the actual facts. $25 billion in addition to the $8 billion they'd already invested. And then for that $25 billion that they're getting from Amazon, Anthropic that is, they're going to commit to $100 billion in compute usage over the next 10 years. Now, they're not going to get all the money right away. There's going to be $5 billion given by Amazon to Anthropic now, with the other $20 billion basically tied to commercial milestones. But let's get right down to the nitty-gritty, Brendo. Let's just be honest about the circularity of some of these deals, because they are circular. So Anthropic has no data centers, unlike, OpenAI, unlike Gemini, unlike these other models. They rely entirely on the hyperscalers for their compute. So who do they buy compute off? Well, a simple search here will tell you that 60% of their compute comes from AWS, about 25 to 30% from Google, and about 10 to 15% from Azure. So by far and away, AWS, the biggest investor. So AWS, here's $25 billion Anthropic, and then Anthropic, whoa, we need compute. We don't have our own data centers. Here's the money back. So again, it's that kind of CoreWeave, NVIDIA, circularity that we've been talking about. Nothing bad has happened though so far.
No.
And if you look, compute is very much undersupplied.
Exactly, and I think that's the key. As long as there's unlimited demand, where it seems to be still, we're fine. I was just looking at this high over here. I guess 258, 259 would be all-time highs again for this stock, and we're right back up there again.
And Joseph texted me last night. He's like, Amazon's going to make all-time highs today. They just got to deal with Anthropic. Looked at it. Breakout was beautiful.
Bold call, Joe. Bold call.
Bold call.
Bold call. Well, I feel always a little bit trapped, because in the note, I had dip by Amazon 253.5. And when it bounces off of that already once in the pre-market, and then it's just kind of showing you why I kind of like the level, right? Like, go back to Friday, and that's where the rails came off on Friday at that price, which makes it a bit significant. And then when in the afternoon, when that headline hit about Anthropic, like the dip came into when it broke the high here at 55. The dip came into that 253, which giving it a little bit of confluence. So that's the level I like. But if we don't hold it in that opening set of candles, like if it's a bottoming tail candle, great. If it just holds and we get VWAP, great. Like, all that would still be bullish. But if it just drops straight through, I'm not sitting on that level like, oh, I'm automatically going to take it and it runs me through. It's got to give me an entry for Amazon. And I'm pretty sure on the poll, I'm going to close the poll now, because realistically, what's the point?
It's close, Google.
It was 42% of you thought that the first of these 4 mega cap names will hit all-time high. Amazon 42%, NVIDIA 23%. Hey, Broadcom got up to 10%, and Alphabet 25%. So appreciate. It was like 5.8%, and I was begging people to give Broadcom some sympathy votes, and a couple of people must have stepped up to give it more. But yeah, Amazon is the overwhelming favorite because it's literally $4 away.
Yeah, it's not far away. I mean, Kathy Wood buying an additional 3,500 shares. I was reading yesterday as I was scrolling through the headlines because I was like, oh, hey, what's going on here with Amazon? Sharif messaged me. He's like, all right, Timmy's out. So as I go through the mag, let's see how the market's reacting. I see that Amazon gets a pop. And a couple of headlines before I actually got into the Anthropic headline was that they're signing a deal for Amazon Web Service build out in India as well too, which I think is, yeah, exactly. So you have more of these hyperscalers starting to step into that emerging market. We know Tesla's there, Apple's been there, Amazon's setting foot in there as well too. So I think there's a couple of tailwinds for this name. It's going to continue to go. Kathy Wood, 3,500 more shares in ARK K, I believe it is.
He's always buying.
She's always buying. She bought some more DoorDash as well, too. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I wouldn't be surprised if we get somewhat of a pullback here, but it's only a matter of time. Whether it be a gap up or through intraday price action, you're going to get that climb here, and you're going to breach that. You're only 1.5% off of that all-time high in Amazon. So I think it's going to be the first out of the Mag 7 to run into that new all-time high realm. So looking forward to that. Then probably going to be Google, and then we have NVDA going to trail behind it in that third place. So, yeah, the market's really, it's looking really good. And we talked about the big boys in the larger market capitalization names being the leaders in which is going to drive us into those new all-time highs, especially stepping into earnings season. I wouldn't be surprised if you had some larger gap ups, some recovery in some of the other names like the Microsofts who have been hit the hardest essentially. And even Tesla, we know that those EV numbers aren't going to necessarily going to work in our favor, but it's the cyber cab that we're going to be looking forward to. When is he going to start more production? Expanding, obviously, its geofence in more of Texas, going into Dallas and Houston. So that's positive. We know he was obviously creative with his Austin geofence there, and then he started to expand that. So, I mean, let's go. Let's see some more creativity from Elon Musk and some of these larger.
Oh, before we jump right back up, we do have SoundHound's moving up here, and this is the reason why. SoundHound AI to acquire live person combining proprietary voice, agentic AI, and digital messaging to create a world-leading end-to-end omni-channel conversational AI platform. So making some power moves. There's a lot of movers today. Movers and shakers, squeeze names, small caps, and of course we get those earnings tomorrow. And 5 minutes ago, just actually even before that, it just hit 925. So I might as well, while we're here, show you that the only names on the imbalance locator, small imbalance there, 500,000 on HIMS. They of course got that negative news, unfortunately, against some SoundHound's actually there for a small buy. UNH 160,000 to the buy side. Nothing too big otherwise. Let's go back up to the desk.
Yeah, I mean, Joe just covered it very well, so not much to add to that. It was a bit of a nothing day yesterday here for Tesla. We're right at 400. But yeah, it's going to be what comes after the close tomorrow.
Yeah, so what we're expecting in terms of revenue is $22.3 billion. We'll see if they can hit the 16% gross margins, which is what the street's expecting. Morgan Stanley already thinks they're going to miss that. With respect to production and delivery, already got Q1 deliveries. They missed on that. Below the 365,000 was 358 and change. Focus on the call, AI, robotics. People are going to want to know a lot about that. With respect to massive capital spending as well, Terafab, possibly about $20 billion in 2026. That could be a bit of an issue there. We'll want to hear more about the AI5 now that they're done. They're tapped out there. We go to next to production. Design is done. And the strategic outlook. Jefferies warns that high spending could spark rumors of a SpaceX merger. But I was looking at SpaceX this morning as well. And like when they took over XAI, when they merged with XAI, completely fudged their balance sheet. They were quite positive. Now they're running at a loss because XAI is so CapEx heavy and bleeding money. So another company merging here that is bleeding money with SpaceX, I don't know.
We'll see what Elon cooks up. I mean, I still go back to this big green candle day when it had that really, really strong breakout. The way that buyers stepped in ahead of this earnings report, and then now we're holding higher here, just below that 400, guys. It feels a little bit stronger than it should.
Yeah, but you know what? The way it rejected yesterday, if this thing can't show me buyers above $400, like if it consolidates anything like this, even on the 15-minute above the 400 level, fair enough. But until then, it's giving you a great breakout at 400 with a monster failure at that price. So going into the earnings, you're going to have to show you can chew through it. Otherwise, it's probably a pop and fade. It's not the one that I'm looking at. I already mentioned it, like silver. I'm looking for the pop fade. 928 just hit, and a couple of things just spiked up. So I'm just going to check the imbalances. No, not kind of a nothing burger. I did just see a bit of a spike. Intel was one that went to the upside there. I didn't really check NVIDIA. But yeah, so no imbalances are on Tesla, and not really anything else. It needs that 400 level in a big way.
Yeah, we're running out of time, but quick thing, I think Sharif hit that one on the head. Essentially, the CapEx is going to be a big number. We know that the EV numbers aren't going to be substantial or needle moving or anything along those lines. It's just like, hey, remain forward looking as we typically are with this stock. Cybercab and the robotics, which I think the Cybercab is substantially ahead of what we have going in the robotics standpoint from a mass production standpoint. I just don't know if we're there in the tech yet, and we can see the functions of that thing aren't the best. The brain, good, but the mechanics, not necessarily there yet. All right, 1 minute left. Let's take a look at CrowdStrike and then get into the open.
Yeah, not much to know. I mean, we covered a little bit earlier. CrowdStrike with an upgrade today. There's a couple others with upgrades as well. Nicely positive here. I mean, we're holding higher for this one too, guys. Just keep in mind, we are still getting some comments coming across from Trump. Looks like he's left CNBC and is back on Truth Social, so keep an eye out.
Well, we got Tesla moving to the downside right away off the open. Remember, competition for HIMS, and they're still looking to the downside, down now 7%. This one, I don't have them on the list. I was looking at short pop into 72 on silver, buy dip into Intel. If it does a bottoming tail candle, have IBIT that I'm looking at the 43 level on IBIT and Amazon. But HIMS is going to be a late ad for me because obviously it retraced the entirety of yesterday's move. So pull back into maybe VWAP here, the 29.5 level is going to be a bit of an ad. Hey, it's Tuesday. United making some fresh highs even as we speak after their earnings. Uneventful from the president at 8:30, so I was actually pretty surprised. Didn't really move the markets. But you like that.
I like that.
You like that.
I like that. To be honest with you, I've had enough of it.
I've had enough, he says. Well, you know what? I understand. Look, I understand the sentiment. Like, you want to be able to. Like, sometimes you just like to be able to trade on technicals.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want that. I don't want the. Yeah, I don't want all the noise. Is the best way to think about it.
I personally don't. That's just me. That's my preference, right? Like, that's listen, the first couple of days are great, but then after, when it's just like you step in and then you have these these headlines, it's like the back and forth, and we're up, we're down. It's just like, okay, the first initial moves is where you're going to see the majority of it, the volatility really kick in. Off to the races we go. Okay, we're tanking, whatever it may be, but then after, it's just that little nitty gritty. It's like the jabs to the face, and then, oh, volatility spiked there, stopped out, cool. Oh, volatility spiked down, oh, stopped out, even more cool. So it's just like, all right, let's relax a little bit. Flush City right out of the gates, guys. Yeah, Tesla moving lower. We have Webull. I have my eyes on Webull. IBIT as well, not selling with the overall market, but things looking relatively... Silver's not? Okay. Good look there. And other than that, man, Q's moving down. SPY heading lower as well. So I got my eyes on Webull, IBIT, and SMR this morning, guys.
Well, right now, I like that IBIT. It was 40, about 43 were returned. We'll call it more like 40. Yeah, the prior morning high was like 42.95. Distinction without a difference. But it's going to need to bounce off that level. Intel looks like it's doing that opening candle dance or nonsense, or you know what it's been doing. It's like every single day it has a bottoming tail wick or a topping tail wick, and that determines direction. For now, it's looking like a bottoming tail, which is crazy because the market's headed downside pretty huge here, which is nuts. Like Tesla's falling like a rock, Amazon's falling like a rock. I'm on the offer of SLV. I just haven't been picked up yet, and Intel's actually looking strong. So Intel, close above 67 on that candle and show me that you're going to be this bottoming tail. And I guess I'm taking a shot at a long, which is surprising. But I am, okay, now silver's starting to go. Right now, silver's starting to come back in. So I'm looking to short this pop here in SLV. If it gets to 72, I think that's a secondary trade.
Whoa, SMR. See, something just stepped into the market, just like that. As we talk about it, bang. Off to the races, a flush city to the downside there, Neil. We're out of SMR. We were going long there, so we'll take a 20-cent hit, but something immediately steps in. So somebody truth, something going on as we continue with that momentum to the downside. An insane amount of volume as SMR just decided to go tank city, and I didn't even want to get in, to be honest with you. So I don't know what happened. My hotkeys changed up, so I have to work on them. Other than that, you're ready to rock and roll there?
No, there's nothing yet.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
And Trump didn't truth.
Okay. Well, there's going to be something because you just don't see that volatility spike step in across the board as the market flushed, volume increased, Webull as well. But IBIT holding up pretty good.
Dell just jumped as well. There, I think I heard in my ear something about Michael Dell tweeting, but I was listening to you, so I didn't really catch it. But Dell making a power move to the upside. As I said, Intel making a definite run higher. So it's, there we go. I did that bottoming tail candle, so I'm going to look to buy the dip into the volume weighted average price. I am in that SLV. That did come into VWAP in here. Tag that lower high. It's got an all day, well, it's got an all pre-market kind of trend down and holding that prior high, so we're short that. But I did say whatever, kind of sucks that the market's down like this, but I did say if the first move was a bottoming tail candle on Intel, I'm going long and I'm going to give it to the prior low. So that's going to be 66, like 85-ish. And if it holds VWAP, then it's an add and then a continuation play. Like every single day, maybe this will be the day that it doesn't do it. If it's got a bottoming tail, you want to go long on the following candle, which is what we're in, at least for now. And man, Amazon, that's still trying to find a bid here on Amazon. Nasty opening candle there for Amazon. It's going to have to reestablish itself above VWAP for me to even think about it. What was that? I just heard music.
Yeah, some form of music. All right, at least we're good. All right, we're good. Let's see if we can catch this fill on Webull. I like what we got going on. We're posted up at approximately, there we go, buying 27s. We catch that if we hold up. If we break down to 10s, we get out of dodge. No problem about that. I mean, there it is, 12s. We're actually proving wrong. We give it a little bit more room as the momentum to the downside is in full effect. I think there might be a short here on Bitcoin. So we'll try a couple of longs, if not sit on our hands and wait for some high quality opportunities, a pullback, and then essentially a move lower in the majority of the names. Adara.
Still not seeing any news. I know people are talking about this spike. There is still zero news that I am seeing to support this, and there's also no true socials. I want to do a little bit of housekeeping while I am up here because at 10 a.m. we do have some economic data. We're going to be getting the pending home sales change month over month and business inventories, but more importantly, maybe at 10 a.m. we get the confirmation hearing for Kevin Warsh as Fed chair. I'll be watching this with the most amount of excitement that you could imagine and be covering it all for you over here at Trader TV Live. Do not miss it. Don't be late. The excitement will probably start around 10:15 because there's usually a lot of opening speeches. But once we start getting these questions, once we start getting anything of note, I'll keep you guys posted. I also want to let you know, CAR and watch this already is halted and has moved like within a range about $50 from the open. Back to you.
Oh my goodness, it's halted up. You know what? What's so crazy is I was like down as if it was going to be down. Come on, Neil. It's not going to be halted down. I should have known up. And it looks like it rugged people because it trapped shorts by breaking lower, and then it is death by a million cuts. That's got to be nasty. All right, so going to get a bid out here on SLVs. That just came into 71s. Looking for, like, it's VWAP, going to look for the low of the day on SLV. And then INTC, which is Intel. I know we have a super chat. We'll get to it in a second. Ooh, it was just bouncing. All right, I don't think this one's going to hold. But it was a setup. I said if it finally did it, like every day, whichever direction the original candle goes. And I think we should have waited for the 15 instead of just taking the 3. But it's still bouncing. It's catching bids every single time in here. I'm not even offering on it because I want to see 67.5. And if there's no seller, I want to lift. If I see a seller up there, then I can just hit offer or enter. But if there's no seller, I want to lift and look for higher. Because the way that this moved off of the open yesterday, like I want to give it a chance to be pushing 68 to 69. It was a super chat. That's what it was in my ear. Throw it up there. JKL in the house, dreading leg day report. Leg day is the best. Okay. Added to my MSTR short.
Leg day is the best.
The MSTR hater. No, you don't have to be a hater. Honestly, yeah.
I think, but that's the play.
I'm not a huge fan. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it.
It's Bitcoin long, MSTR short. So I was reading a little bit. Sharif and I were touching on. I already forget the ticker of it. What his preferred stock is. Anyways, aside from that, every time this thing touches over $100, he sells it. So it goes back to about south of $99, and then with that capital, he just goes out and buys more Bitcoin. Some people calling it STRC. Yeah, exactly. So essentially, what's going on with that is it hits over $100, they sell it back low south of that to $99 approximately, and with that difference in price, they're just buying more Bitcoin. That's why he has the ability to just continuously do this. So, I mean, it's interesting.
That's a second security that does what?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, look it up. STRC, man. Every time, so that's what it does essentially. Every time it hits over $100, they sell it back down to $99. With that funding, they just go out and buy more Bitcoin. So, I mean, that's it. I mean,
I'm just gonna leave it alone.
What's that?
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm sure he's a smarter guy than I am.
Well, I mean, hey, it seems like that, anyways. I mean,
yeah, that sounds.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, let me get back to trading.
I mean, yeah, we'll get back to trade.
Do you, Michael?
Yeah, do whatever
Michael.
you want to do, man. That's for sure.
That would be the most interesting dude to have on the show, just to ask some questions. I would really, it would be welcome. But anyways, I'm just gonna get back to trading. So, the seller, or the seller's the right word. The seller that was up there at 67.5, still there. So I did take a leg out when I saw that. I'm gonna try to offer out in front if it breaks the high, because you're still getting this bit of a dump, and we're only halfway to that 15-minute candle closing. So there's still some time, plenty of time on that 15-minute candle. And I want to make sure I can get some out if it pops the high and then comes back into 76. SLV, look at that. I don't think I've mucked up and said silver instead of SLV. It's pushing through VWAP. So I did get half the move here, but you know what? I'm not even gonna wait till the stop. Sometimes I'm just gonna take the scalp trade, and then if it holds under VWAP, I can jump back into this. The market is tanking, or not tanking. The market is weak and heading lower. SLV is going up, and this wasn't even the price. Like the initial price was shorts under 72, like the prior support level. So I can let this get up there and then re-engage the short if I have to. Just feels like a better way to approach it. Just kind of take the win that you can and move on to the next opportunity. Hold on to that intel. Amazon does not seem like it wants to show any kind of a bid, which is fine. Whatever. I'm now looking at a couple of things pretty decently, so I don't have to worry too much about Amazon not catching the bid.
Yep.
It did at 51.5 held. You could have got $1.50 out of it if you took a bounce play, but you'd be fighting the market, unfortunately.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, there it is. We're in Webull here, guys. I mean, we continuously reject the volume-weighted average price. Let's see if we can get a little bit more momentum stepping in. We run into 35s, 36s, and there's a seller up here right at 35. So I have to be cautious with the overall market selling. It's not going to be good for this trade, and you can see that it has the ability to push back in. I was going to take a little bit more off. They're slow on the gun. So if it comes back against us a couple of pennies, we just hop out. And sure enough, that seller is definitely dominating the space. We have that buyback. So I don't know how much is going to be going for it aside from that PDT, right? Not really doing too much right now. There is some prints that say, hey, all right, hold on, hold our horses. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But if we crack 23s, then we kind of start to really need to reassess the situation. But the longer, this is going to be a key moment, essentially, is what I'm getting at, is how are we going to react one more test of that? And I have to be prepared to get out at 35s just in case that seller is in full control, just moving price around. And you can see them step back in. So when we talk about focusing on the tape, every time you run into that specific area, boom, immediate flush down. And with that being said, no signs of imminent strength here in Webull. Pop back up to 30. Let's see how we react one more time around 31s and 32s. If we head up into 34s, is it going to be somewhat of a little pop and then price push right back down? So keep an eye on the tape here, guys, as we're now printing 731s, but immediately met by some defense. So we have to keep our eye out on what is going on behind the scenes with Webull right now.
You're not going to believe, cars halted up again.
Yeah, man.
It opened up, looked like it was losing the bid. Now it's halted through 668. It looks like the highs. That's doing much better than Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat is currently breaking the lows. It's just not holding that VWAP. It would be nice if this was above VWAP, I would take a shot at it. It's not really showing you any desire to do so. You got, I was about to say that AMD was holding strength and above the volume weighted average price, but it is challenging it as we speak. And Intel's doing the same dance. Like Intel's doing a similar dance too. Like you got the bottoming tail candle. I was trying to reload underneath 67 last time. I just canceled the order. So it got the breakout, came back in, it dipped, bought in front of 67, but I want this to hold. Again, it's the bottoming tail candle that's key, and we haven't closed the 15-minute. Like part of the thesis is I want to look for a place to add to this if this maintains bottoming tail and then holds above 67 on the 15. In 3 minutes, we should have some confirmation of that. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
So for one, it looks like President Trump is posting on Truth again. It's not at all market related, it's all political, but just be aware that he is on Truth Social. We also have VELO on watch, Altuche, James Altuche, who is, I guess, posts some like blog type long ideas often related to M&A online. He's saying that this VELO play, which is Veloso Inc., could be an interesting play with regards to the SpaceX IPO, saying that this is a supply chain stock that could benefit SpaceX and could be also benefiting from the eventual SpaceX IPO. VELO, back to you.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, Adara. And Navitas, NVTS is a popular one in the chat. We'll get to the visualizer as well. I realize we haven't done that this morning. Navitas up 18%. It's blowing out. It's not the first time. This is kind of on its own. It's too reasonable to call it a squeeze, but it's on its own breakout. That's the word I want to use. Traditional breakout. Just remember, you got the high up here at like 17 bucks. When you have bag holder levels, when you're day trading, they matter more than, I guess, if you're looking on a longer time frame. And just for the car lovers out there, like Intel is still in the same range. Like it'll go up 10, 20 cents in the money, maybe pull back 10, 15, but not doing anything crazy. Oh, it's still not another minute. I was going to say, I thought it was opening up now, but it's opening up in one more minute. And then the other squeeze name, Beyond Meat, still looking weak. Yeah. Not really giving you anything. This one, it's setting up like it could do a similar false breakdown lower and then maybe take a breakout through VWAP. Or I'll just stare down all day. So this thing down all day and there won't be a trade, which will be frustrating. I think there's still a little bit more room for Beyond Meat. I don't know.
Edible? We can, I mean...
Edible, that's in play today?
Well, apparently. Someone's saying, why aren't we speaking about it? But I mean, like, come on, man. How ADBL?
You can't see them all.
Exactly.
That's the thing. You can't see them all.
Yeah, Edible's moving, that's for sure. I mean, from 95 cents open all the way up to $1.50. So that's a big time move. You get 60% just like that. We get out. So this is the seller that I was talking about. We get out at break even here on Webull. So essentially, we could have caught some up there, but I'm like, you know, let's avoid this one. We're involved in some IBIT on the longs here.
Oh, yeah. You bugger, you went.
On IBIT?
I'm trying to get in now.
Yeah. So I got 09s. Let's see, man. Let's see if this is going to work and break through the volume weighted average price. Did I catch only a partial fill on that one? Wow. I did. No, I caught a full fill. I mean, aside from that, let's see if this one's going to start to work out for us. IBIT as it's coming back in. That's why I posted up a little bit south of the volume weighted average price. There are some signs of strength right now in Webull. It's not really breaking down. I thought that we would break through that 30 level and continue to the south side, but it's bouncing off of 75.25s and then continuing to climb heading towards the volume weighted average price. So
I had to listen to my rule. I told you at the 15-minute candle was going to be the determination on Intel, and it's as simple as this. This is the 15-minute candle opening up, and then the first thing it did was lose 67. So if this can close holding 67, then I can get back into it. Otherwise, the entire thesis of, hey, if it shows me that bottoming tail, I'm gonna go for the long, but I can't let it start to break down on that second candle. It's still a bottoming tail, but I need to see green to confirm it. I was in early, now I need this candle to confirm. I also took the IBIT because it looks like a bit of a trend break, but I might have missed my chance on...
SMR looking good too.
I don't think so yet on SLV. I think I can be patient with this. I don't think I have missed opportunity yet. I still think this is a short overall, and it just made a topping tail at 71.5. I'll let it press off VWAP maybe to get back into this, but I still feel pretty bearish on SLV. Just haven't really seen that golden re-entry point yet. You got USO heading down, which is interesting, given the fact that the market's still looking weak in here, Joe. And then one last one. We're looking at Amazon off of the open, of course, with the Anthropic news. Excuse me. Couldn't get to the mute button. Sorry, guys. This is now trying to battle VWAP. And it's at that 52.5 that I liked. So I haven't really taken a look at Amazon for the trade yet because it was so weak off the open. But if this can start to hold over VWAP, just a little bit of a break is also a trend break, which I'll try to get into.
Yeah. There goes, Webull, man. We just get out at that break even, and then sure enough, now printing 40s. We were in at 25s roughly, and now it's continuing to climb. So a nice breakthrough. There was that seller stepping in. I'm like, let's get out of that. Oh, there he is again. Boom, pushing price right back to the downside. So Webull still looking pretty good. Buyback. PDT rule. Let's see if we can get Bitcoin rolling on today's session. The market's starting to head back towards the volume-weighted average price. There wasn't really anything substantial going on here with IBIT. I mean, I like what Neil was looking at, the trend break potentially. He did breach it momentarily, but then rejected it. So this is going to be a key moment. And what we're seeing in as for the strength here, it's not the best, all right? So it's just like, okay, yeah, uptick right into the volume-weighted average price and then immediate rejection. So we'll have to be prepared to get out of this one, sit on our hands for a little bit and see if we can regroup and find some good potential longs here on the day. I mean, we had one set up on Webull, just getting out of it. And then sure enough, SMR, I was looking at that one as well, too. That it's not doing too much. So aside from that, nice recovery in the NASDAQ and the SPY, as the SPY is now above the volume-weighted average price. So a pretty good look there. Let's see if we can get Bitcoin to participate. SPY, someone's mentioning Rich Tech Robotics. Let's pull up RR. RR. Let's see what Rich Tech is up to here today. Yeah, not too bad. I mean, obviously liquidity issues on that front. This support level not looking too good here in Bitcoin. So I'll have to get ready to hop out.
And you know what just bounced VWAP as well? Like Amazon just bounced VWAP, which got me into it finally. So we'll see where it can try to go. I see the NASDAQ and the SPY are both. Whoops, I just typed in NVIDIA. That's hilarious. As I was saying NASDAQ, and clearly meant to type in the Qs, but sometimes old habits die hard. But the Qs are right to VWAP.
Yeah.
Which could provide a little bit of resistance, but we'll stick with it. I said if Amazon held that 52.5, it busted above the volume-weighted average price. That's about where it held. So I'm giving it to that stop at 252.5. Still tracking to see what silver is doing. And what is dead, well, may not die. It's like Beyond Meat's trying to go. I just feel if any point this breaks the downward trend, I'm going to get involved in it. So if I keep coming back to it, sorry, it's in play. What are you going to do? And because there's Avis. Like my first thought is, well, if it's a sympathy play, well, Avis is going absolutely ham above $700. Where are the other squeeze names going? Like, are they going to follow? I'm just looking for one of these things to maybe BlackBerry instead. Maybe BlackBerry is the catch-up trade because that also rinsed the lows. So rinse the bottom, break out the top, and squeeze people. I guess it's better than nothing because Carr is going, and I feel like I was going to follow along with what Carr did. Let's go to Adara at the desk. Ooh, Amazon.
Very minor Middle East headline here on watch. Keep an eye on USO. Seeing reports that a stateless tanker called Tiffany has been seized in the Indian Ocean by the U.S. So I guess blockade-related efforts still in effect. Nothing massive. Moderna also getting some European Commission permission here with regards to their marketing authorization for their mRNA 1083. Again, nothing massive here, just some headlines as we await that 10 a.m. A couple numbers at 10 a.m. and B, Kevin Warsh's confirmation hearing. Back to you.
Hello.
Come on, hold the low. Yeah, it's holding the low. There goes Webull. Would have missed off. As soon as I get out, too, on that last retest is when it decides to go. Now it's really starting to squeeze. Oh, my God. There it goes, Webull. We had that signal. We had that trade. And I'm literally that last liquidity. And then, sure enough, off to the races it goes. So not too bad of a look on Webull. Let's see if we can hold up here on Bitcoin as the market is just hovering below the volume-weighted average price. Let's head over and see what some of the larger participants are doing. $693. Dare we look at the options chain on this one, Neil?
There goes 693. It was at 700.
Yeah. So I mean, now it's at 688. So I mean,
it's turning.
Yeah. This thing is nuts. Just avoid it. To be honest with you, we were having fun with it on the options chain this morning. We can take a look at what we got going on 3 days until expiration. Okay. That's Alibaba. I'm like, whoa. What happened to the contracts on this thing? Carr. Avis Budget Group. Yeah, I mean, oh my God, that's insane, dude. This is absolutely insane. A $2,000 spread.
Took a quick trade there.
381% implied volatility.
It's not like it's going to get more reasonable the higher it goes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of how it works.
Yeah,
it gets more nonsensical the longer.
Exactly. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, that's some insane stuff, man. I've never seen any numbers like that.
Honestly, there's going to be, I feel like if that gets back through the halt price, what was the down halt? Oh, no, there hasn't been a down halt this morning.
The last halt was 668. The halt before that was 647.
But they're all up halts.
668 and then it popped.
What I was thinking is if it ever down halts, bounces higher, and then retakes the down halt level, but it hasn't had a down halt, so it doesn't really matter. I guess that support would be like 621.
We will know.
I suppose, if you're looking for something. But anyways, doesn't really make that much of a difference. It doesn't seem to want to break down. I am looking at that BlackBerry trying, Beyond Meat is trying. One of these to come and play. These won't break trend. They're just headed lower, man. And then IBIT's holding the low.
It is, but the market's moving higher and it's not participating. It's like, oh, Weeble's moving, looking at SMR, it's moving higher, and then Bitcoin.
I always look at it this way, though. If I'm in this one and I'm like, okay, it's breaking trend, holding the 43, like that's the level. And once the open hit, like I'm in. If it breaks the low, it breaks the low. I don't think it's an ad until it gets above the volume average price. So like I'm just sort of sitting in it, and then I'm back into silver because like that's the one that worked initially on the short. It flashed me a topping tail, so I jumped back into it, just looking for the same thing. It didn't follow all the way through to the low of the day last time, but I can reshort it, give it to the prior bar high, sort of stick with the thesis. If it's
want a coffee?
If it's, I'll take one for sure. Yeah, just black for me. Appreciate it. Could have got. I mean, Randy would have gone.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
Got any tip money for Randy?
Appreciate it. No, so yeah, again, like, so I'll just give it to that prior high. If you're looking at CAR, everybody, I know you're gonna see a topping tail candle, and that looks like a reversal, but it's had some pretty hefty down moves and kind of smoked people before. It did this at the open yesterday. Went from like 518, pulled back like $30, and then ripped some faces off. Just be really cautious with this. I'm looking for any bounce on this, and then whichever one of these looks better between Beyond Meat, sort of BlackBerry breaking here, or Beyond Meat breaking trend for a follow trade. But I want no part of that if Avis is falling apart. As long as CAR is holding, then I don't mind it. And they have nothing to do with each other. I just feel like when you have a bunch of squeezes happening, I tend not to want the leader of the pack to be falling all over itself to the downside if I try to get into one of those long. That's it. I think we might have missed a super chat, Andre, if we can throw it up. So I'm being told in the chat that I think we might have missed something. And it's from Lorenzo. Now is ripping love from Italy. Where in Italy? I've only been to one place in Italy. Sean's family's from Italy, so I'm sure he's been to far more places in Italy than me. ServiceNow is absolutely, well, you're 100% right about that. I'm not here to deny you. The thing I always ask is, do we have a story on ServiceNow? And then you remember, the software names don't need a story, because this has actually been, I'm not saying there isn't one, but there's a relief rally that's happening in this entire group to begin with anyways. Adara?
So they completed an acquisition yesterday. We know usually acquisition announcements aren't great, but the completion of them usually tends to be like, I guess, another chapter. That's the acquisition of Armis that was announced yesterday at 4:10 p.m. Yeah. Furthermore, tomorrow, I believe, also around 4:10 p.m., they're going to be reporting earnings. So NOW on watch ahead of earnings. I don't have any other news beyond what I just mentioned here, but a lot of these SaaS plays looking really strong.
Thank you so much, Sarah Derek. And that's, you know what, that's all you need. The reporting, relief rally, we didn't know they closed that deal. And then structural breakout. This is so if there is a visual description to what I wanted Intel to show me, it was that bottoming tail and then the continuation, just because I'd seen it happen in the past. Unfortunately, it's still does the bottoming tail, but then this candle is the opposite of continuation, as you can so plainly see. That's just, all right. Now that's just getting out of hand.
Yeah, I think so.
Can we have, this is just a small request, can we have like several different sounds for those that maybe they could be random and different? BCN Rob. Joe, Soundhound, big short interest with a squeeze pre-market, but spanked down, climbing up. Any news?
We can figure that out right now for you.
Soundhound. There was news on Soundhound. I think we did. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it. I thought I did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I mentioned it.
She's full year 2027 revenue to 350.
No, it's they're acquiring a live person here.
Okay.
I'll try to.
Yeah, live person. Yeah, to acquire live person. Yeah,
here it is. Like Soundhound acquiring live person, 43 million equity value, yada, yada, yada. Expects to receive 74 million at closing. Anyways, they're making an acquisition is the best way to put it. There is a catalyst for Soundhound. We did bring it up, but it was a good stock. I didn't really see any reason to jump into it. I always find like if a stock is going haywire because they're making an acquisition, it always gives me pause. Like usually on the larger cap stocks, that tends to be seen negatively because they're using capital. In this particular case, it seems like that was exactly it, and it completely reversed the move.
Yeah.
It's never a catalyst that I'm a huge fan of for the small cappers, because I feel like you're just basically flipping a coin as to how they're going to react. Okay, so you might have seen I got VWAP on silver.
Nice.
I'll just wait at the next levels here, down in front of 71. And then LOD, like if he gets to low, they will make a decision at that point. So it's the only one that kind of set right back up, and I'm favoring the short. But I have to respect the strength that's happening in the market. Thanks, Fabian. And then it's putting in some higher lows. I might actually add, if I can, to IBIT.
You like it? I'm not in love with it. I mean,
it just triple bottomed.
Yeah.
I did say like it's a general downtrend. It just triple bottomed. If it breaks back above the trend and above the volume weighted average price, then I want to add to it. Not yet, but that's certainly what I'm looking at for now.
Yeah. I mean, I like what we got going on, right? It is holding up there. We have the NASDAQ and the SPY above the volume-weighted average price. Webull starting to come back in a little bit here. I don't know why I have Webull up still for you guys. We'll take a look at IBIT and see what we got cooking on this front. I don't know why it does that. Like, oh my.
If you smell
what the rock is cooking. Let's see if this works. I mean, we're right below the volume-weighted average price. Not too bad of a place. Obviously, this would be more ideal at the lower end of the range. But with VWAP sloping down, that's why I'm not really in love with it. But let's see what we can get going as the market continues to climb higher. So SMR was definitely the better play here today. We tried to long off of that, didn't work, and then sure enough, lately, a little bit after that, it turns around, gives you 50 cents or so. So yeah, I mean, there goes Bitcoin starting to come back in. Maybe we have to look for some form of a short. We sit on our hands for a little bit here today because we don't want to start the week off too cool. Yesterday was red, full disclosure. We're not going to hide that. So we want to turn this boat around, and with that, it's going to be more precision and just wait for some high-quality opportunities to fall into our lap. 43.03 printing. What is the options chain telling us? I mean, like yesterday we experienced like it punched through VWAP. You see the momentum and the volume really start to kick in. There might be something stepping into the market here, but nonetheless, you're starting to see the tape really start to react here on Bitcoin. Let's go to Adara. What's happening now?
Oh, now Amazon.
Is it going?
Sorry, guys. Hi guys, sorry, my computer froze up a little bit, so I'm briefly over at this computer just to give you guys the numbers. Unfortunately, no happening now, though I can go down with a rundown of what is happening. 10 a.m., you've got business inventories month over month, 0.4% versus 0.1% expected. I'll move this over so you guys can see this. So again, 0.4% here for business inventories for February. That is going to be better than the expected negative 0.1% and the consensus of 0.3% expected. Pending home sales, 1.5%. That's going to be below the prior print of 2.5%. But above the consensus and forecast of 0.1% and 0.5%, respectively. I apologize again, a little bit late, some technical issues, but just to go over some of the headlines today, we had a lot of big tech headlines. Both Amazon and Apple and Watch AAPL appointing a new CEO, John Turnus, which we've already been expecting for a couple months, but now it's confirmed. Apple also announcing a big Anthropic investment that could be worth up to $25 billion over the next few years. Furthermore, you've got meme movers like CAR, Avis, Hertz, HTZ, and BlackBerry, as well as Beyond Meat. So tons of movers across the board when it comes to these meme-related stocks. Earnings from UNH, GE, and 3M are all going to be on watch. And last but not least, Kevin Warsh, 10 a.m. hearing. Don't be late. Don't miss it. I will cover all of this for you guys. I apologize for this kind of fun ragtag happening now segment, but you know what's also happening now? We've got Neil and Joe, and they're trading. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Well, let's be real, man. You've got active markets lately, especially this V-shaped potential recovery we're seeing. And for traders, this kind of environment is going to create big opportunities. Big moves are giving you big setups and more momentum, everybody. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own personal savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now and get 10% off. Shout out to Trade the Pool. I want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show, as USO is jumping higher, flying higher, doing whatever you want to call it. It's getting into that top. All right, there's a reversion here on USO. If there's a reversion here in USO, it's probably a good place to look for like a dip buy on something, but the market's already bounced a bit here. My first thought was going to be to go back over to Intel, but not a huge fan. Oh, by the way, CAR lost VWAP here. And this is about as weak as it's looked. I mean, being under VWAP for any amount of time, I guess, is like a miracle for a stock this strong. But as long as that's true, I'm not on the breakout train on Beyond Meat and BlackBerry. I'm not bringing I can't do it. Not if CAR is headed to the downside. Like BlackBerry's losing VWAP as well. So at least for now, the long for me is going to be wrong. I'll wait till that finds some more strength. But it's only the shorts that's worked out. Like Beyond Meat, IBIT tried to break the trend, went into the long there. It broke the prior bar low. And so it's really just been waiting around for silver. I find that by the time 10 o'clock, I just got out now. I just find when 10 o'clock hits, it's like, okay, well, what's the thing that's doing what you were still doing, kind of what you were expecting? Silver's holding some of those highs. If USO continues to climb higher, I think SLV gets to the low, so I guess I'll stick with this one. And then just monitor what's going on. And maybe we find a trade in Beyond Meat still. Maybe we find a trade, or I find a trade in BlackBerry or CAR. Probably the other ones. Not CAR, you can want to be shorted, but I'm not seeing any subs. AMD for now is relatively strong, but I said earlier, show me when there's buyers above 280, and then I'll be a believer. This thing rejected 280 so hard yesterday that into today's market, it's hard to like this thing when you look at this chart. If you got it off the bottom, great. Otherwise, show me closes above 280. Show me some continuation strength. There's been some pretty harsh rejections on this stock.
Yeah, so that's the game plan here. I think we're going to wait for a potential retest of the volume-weighted average price. We had that pullback, and then sure enough, it just continued to the downside here on RBIT. You want to try to catch that lower end of the range, looking for that breakout through VWAP. But what I was seeing from a price action standpoint is like there's no point in holding on to this any longer. So we take that stop out there. We take the stop out on Webull. So a cooler start here this morning, but I wouldn't be surprised if we start to recover a little bit in Bitcoin. Some nice indecision prints off of this pullback here on Webull. So maybe you'll get another attempt going back into the long. So yeah, let's be patient and see if we can find some more opportunities. SMR starting to recover, but with the NASDAQ rejecting some of the pre-market zones, let's keep an eye out on that one. All right, Adair, what do you have?
What I have here is Kevin Warsh and his confirmation hearing. That's just begun. Be aware, keep an eye on the market, and certainly keep an eye on this show because I will be reporting this with the most zeal that anyone could have. I'm very excited about this hearing. How this is going to work is we currently have the chair of the committee, the Senate Banking Committee, Tim Scott. He's going to be kicking things off with an opening statement. Then we will get Senator Elizabeth Warren. She is the ranking member. She's going to be going over her own opening statement. After that, we're going to get Kevin Warsh, who was again nominated for the Fed chair position. He'll be giving his opening statement. So once all these opening statements are done, probably around when our 1020 small cap recap kicks off, that's when we're going to get questions. And these questions are absolutely going to be the more interesting thing here. If and when I get anything related to the market, any comments here, we know he's commented in crypto in the past. He also is married to the granddaughter of Estee Lauder, so EL could potentially come up. If I get anything market related, market moving, or I think of interest that I think you guys should know, I will keep you guys posted. I'll be watching this whole hearing. Can't wait. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Yeah, there goes Webull on a slight pullback. Neil and I just talking about IBIT here, essentially. We're just thinking, hey, why didn't we get that rebreak to the volume-weighted average price? It's just chopping around. I think at some point, what we can see on the higher time frames, it's going to break down a little bit here. We have a key support level right at that 42.93 mark. Unless it bounces, right? Like, unless you have some large participants kick in and then sure enough wants to recover. But I think that's going to be the narrative here, a potential short on IBIT. Neil, as Webull is definitely one of the stronger names today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's looking pretty strong. And my goodness, is this the moment? It's almost like it's a weird put up or shut up because CAR just bounced and failed the volume weighted average price. This could end up breaking down of all things. So if it breaks 640, I don't know which one do I like better? Beyond Meat's, BlackBerry's breaking down. I keep mixing those two up. Sorry, guys. And then Beyond Meat's losing the bid as well. I'm kind of going to go for the one that is a little bit higher and only now breaking VWAP is if we're breaking down here, I want no part of trying to run into CAR. I'd rather just take one of the other ones that I think is somewhat a sympathy. I get it. They have their own story too, and it involved NVIDIA, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't really matter. I think squeezes sometimes can be all alike, but if there is some kind of a capitulation on them, I'll be happy with day 2 on CAR if it ever happens, and then just take like a shot here. It's also a VWAP trade, which is pretty normal. Anyways, I can just maybe give it to this prior high at 550, which is just a normal sort of size trade. And at the end of the day, I also know if I see Avis start running like Ramshot, I can get out of this with a tight stop. But this is breaking down. If it loses the bid, I think you could take some of these others with them. There's some strength, serious strength coming back into the market, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
We just busted back through VWAP. Now, I have a second candle on the 15-minute for Intel. So there's a little bit of confirmation now. Now you've got a bottoming tail with strength in it. So I'm going to look for the long in this somewhere, and we're halfway through the next 15-minute candle, but I'm going to look for the long off the low here on Intel, kind of confirming that you gave that little bit of a rinse out, and I should be able to get a better price a little bit later in the day, see if I can catch it closer to that 67 level, especially if it can hold on to VWAP here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there goes IBIT off of these lows. I mean, the overall market now it's starting to climb a little bit. It had that base on the 1 minute. If we could post up there, that'd be ideal. I just don't know if we're going to get that right now. So maybe we can look for something else. What is driving this market here today? It's going to be Microsoft. Microsoft is really strong, guys. So here it is, now up to 424 on the session, breaking through some of the pre-market highs. And then right behind it, as you punch through VWAP, you can see that just adds some more strength into the NASDAQ. Apple going oppo here. So we've been looking at this from a daily. You see some consistent lower highs on the daily. Sure enough, you reject that trend line and then downside we go. But it's definitely been Google not doing too much either, but starting to find some forms of strength above VWAP there. Amazon doing the exact same thing. You have the initial sell-off. Maybe this is going to be the pullback here, and then you slowly start to climb a little bit higher in AMZN. Tesla starting to trade above the volume-weighted average price, and there's Meta and Broadcom, both all above that specific indicator there, guys. So the big names helping drive this market for sure. Let's see if they're going to continue. Are we topping? I don't know. It seems kind of weak, but I wouldn't go against what this name is going to be doing unless it really starts to curl back over. There is some buying pressure on the lower time frames. As for Google, same thing. Salesforce, we're not going to look at that, but CrowdStrike, how have you been performing on the day? Back up to 457. So yeah, a break of this key pivot, a level that we couldn't get through. Now putting in a new monthly high there, guys, 455. This CrowdStrike is starting to recover, and that trend break has definitely come into play, Neil. So a pretty good look there in CRWD.
Get it, CrowdStrike.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm a fan.
Big fan.
I wonder what the open interest
is. Oh, on open. Yeah, we can figure that out.
I didn't even say a price. I just wanted to say a pun. I'm not as good as Adair is with puns, and I don't pretend to be. And Obi's better than.
Is it moving? I mean, the implied volatility is upticked here to 140%.
I mean, it's up 8%, but 8% for Open Door.
Yeah.
If we're being real about it, 8% for Open Door is nothing.
Be real.
That's absolutely nothing. That's like a bunt single down the third. A good one. You got on base. But you still got a long way to score. Like, the shorts aren't freaking out yet. They're like, should we be worried? I don't know if I like this. But you know what they say? It's like you put a frog into a boiling pot of water, right? Like or you don't put a frog in a boiling pot of water. You just put it in the pot and then let it gradually heat up. By the time it's a full-born squeeze, they're screwed. So like, maybe they're passing the baton to this today. A lot of people in the chat tend to think about it. Think that could be true. It's not that far expanded. Even if the daily chart, the intraday chart's going to look like it's a huge move, but that's not even that far. If it can pull back, hold some VWAP, it has to get through 6, and then you really start to get some short scared. Because I look at what's happening what's happening in CAR. Yeah, I said I would punt. CAR's halting up. So CAR's halting up. I'm not even giving. Forget about where my stop was on BlackBerry. I'm just punching out of it for a couple pennies.
Yeah.
I don't want any part of being short this thing if the squeeze is back on. All right. I might flip long if I don't like this over. Beyond Meat's still at the low of the day. But CAR is halting up. I guess that one is going to be the one once again. SLV continues to hold VWAP. I don't like that this continues to hold VWAP. The market's catching a bid. I like the fact that it's at least holding this higher low. I might give it one more chance to short under this 71.5, but the longer this holds out, I might not get that follow through into the low of the day, I guess. Let's go back up to Adair.
Keep an eye here on GTLB. It is pulling back a little bit here, apparently with competition from Google. GeoOGL announcing this Builders Hub program from the Google Developer Program. GTLB looks like it doesn't really like this story as far as I'm seeing now. Furthermore, GeoOGL, speaking of announcements, tomorrow to Friday, they're holding their Google Next or Cloud Next event, Next Cloud event. I'm going to be covering that if I can. There'll probably be a keynote from Sundar Pichai, CEO. I haven't seen when this is going to be, but either way here, I just want to let you guys know. Google announcement, we might get more of these over the last couple of days. Back to you.
See if Daniel was like, oh, didn't you like Intel at VWAP? Well, yeah, but every single, like, look at this. We hold VWAP, and then it red, and it's just all selling. Like, where's the long, there's no long entry there to me. Like, it's one thing taking the opening trade, where I'm looking for that rush, bottom tail and go, like you had top tail and go, that's fine. Like, oh, you'll get in willy-nilly at 9:30 because you're looking for that huge push. But at this time of day, the precision it just needs to be more precise. And there's no entry. And the other thing that's going on too is like, do I want to hit longs on the bid when USO was literally breaking the high?
Yeah, I know. That's what I just seen in the chat. Bart
like
was
we're
saying,
literally like at the high right now. Yeah. If I see a turn, that's one thing. But it's gotta show me some kind of a setup at this point.
Or something.
No, it did not. Yeah. So CAR is still maybe 3 minutes away from opening back up. The current theoretical auction price is 683. Very slightly going to open higher. Not much, but it's going to open higher for sure. We'll see. I still have that eyeball on Beyond Meat if it breaks trend, but it's not doing so. It's still right at the low of the day. Just chilling. Low of the day, threatening to break down. Maybe it's not participating today. It could just be Open Door that's taking the reins from Beyond Meat.
I think so. I mean, what we got going on here on IBIT is that we're slowly starting to curl over here, I think, in the detail. And we've been holding up that 42.92 level pretty good. So, I mean, if we break this downtrend, there might be a good opportunity. But as Bart was mentioning, as Neil mentioned, is that oil is moving higher and right at the pre-market highs north of that. So, I mean, or not quite. Was that yesterday? Yeah, so yesterday's session, 122.84 was that potential high. But I do like this curl over. So if we can catch the lower end of the range to really increase our risk to reward, then maybe we'll have the ability to find something. SMR starting to get a rebound. There goes the market with an additional leg higher, being led probably by the larger names. Yeah, NVDA continuing to climb. Apple is finding somewhat of a bottom, not yet. 270 of that low. There goes Bitcoin. There goes Bitcoin. Okay, so let's see if we can get involved in this one. We're not going to chase it or anything along those lines. Any form of a pullback, then we're going to look to get involved in this one here, Neil.
Yeah, and if it's a trap, then as Obi-Wan says, you spring the trap. But that's just how it is. So now you have successive bottoming tail candles. I like bottoming tail candles for long, but that's what we got, and it might be a trap. If I'm not giving this all the way to those fat tails.
With Intel?
Yeah, I'll give it just underneath the volume weighted average price. But that's two bottoming tail candles in a row. It's above the volume weighted average price. The 15 is sort of telling me
if we can get this
a little bit better. Right? Like you have a new candle on the 15 that's opening higher. It's set back up again, so I'm in it. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
I can say whatever I want about USO being where it is, but it did kind of tick off that high and pull back just a little bit. I don't know about SLV caring what's going on in the market. But it's still at VWAP. I guess the prudent thing to do would be, if we're getting a bounce, just try to get some out on the bid here. Or on the mid, if I can. Cross, get the midpoint, and then it hits the bid. It's hilarious.
There you go.
I crossed like a midpoint, like 26.5, and then, because I wasn't getting 26, and then it smoked the entire level. It's like,
there we go. Let's go.
But I just take some out because I think you're getting some strength in the market. And if that's going to be the case, I want to make sure that I take advantage of the one short that's working, getting a bit of a bounce on Intel. I'm going to take two legs out into the high and then hold for the break. Because I have to remind myself that the play wasn't just for bottoming tail and then hold here. I want a piece of this if it tries to fill into 68.5, especially with the whole V-shaped recovery kind of thing we got going on.
Yeah.
Here.
That was a nice breakout. Like instantly, we see the volume step in. Bart, my boy Bart, mentioning that. Let's go IBIT. Hopefully, we don't close as an inverted here and we break down. But nonetheless, that was some nice signs of strength as the volume starts to stair step higher. We take about 25% off right here, looking for a little bit more continuation. Same size that we had, a little bit better of entry. So let's go Glaze. Palantir is continuing to climb apparently. Let's take a look at PLTR. We have to keep our eyes on IBIT, but if this breakout's going to be genuine, we have the volume supporting it. I like that. 10 cents ITM, we'll take that, especially with the shares that we put on. Obviously, it would have been more ideal to grab around those lows, but let's take a look at Palantir for you momentarily. Got to keep our eyes here on Bitcoin. Yeah, Palantir up to 150, pretty good. SMR next, says the individual. Nice trade. Yeah, we were waiting, right? Like, I mean, we got a little bit better of a price. We play that VWAP breakthrough, holds through that low. We had that curl over that we were talking about, and then there's multiple things that are working in favor for this trade. Is that the volume is supporting it, and I think that's a massive teller essentially. So let's hold on to the majority of this position, see if we can get this breakout continued. There we go, Neil. A nice little pop there. How many shares do I have left on this potentially? Okay, yeah, we'll take that. All right, so yeah, we moved about 30%, or yeah, a little bit less, or a little bit more than that, 45% of this position. Let's hold on to the other 65 here, or 55%.
Yeah, buddy. And for anyone, I hope nobody's short CAR. I really hope nobody's short this. It opened up and then instantly halted at a new all-time high. Well, is it all-time high? Yeah, it's got to be, whatever. I'm not even looking at the monthly. $732 for CAR. The tap, just a warning, the tap is lower. It's actually indicating right now like a 725 reopen price. I'm going to guess, we're going to go to Adara in a quick little second for small cap recap. I should maybe reverse BlackBerry instead of waiting for Beyond Meat to try to go. I thought if there was a follow trade, it would be Beyond Meat breaking this trend line. That just broke the low of the day. Huge disappointment for that squeeze stock. Let's go to Adara at the desk. Time for, I think, a small cap recap.
Oh.
EDBL, obviously not quite as, exciting as this was earlier, but I want to mention this because of these sharp moves to the upside and downside. They did have a catalyst as well, winning a major new fresh cut herb program at Target Store. So EDBL on watch. You've got a $1 million market cap here, so small market cap. Float of only 840,000 shares, so low float, low market cap play with a 6.5% short float. That is EDBL. PLUG, unfortunately, not too much to say about this one in terms of news, but nice rally yesterday, holding up pretty well today is Plug Power, and we've talked about a lot. Slightly larger market cap, around $4.42 billion. Float of just over 1 billion shares, but short float here of 25.5%. Now you've got Beyond Meat, our last one. This is a whopping, I believe, 30.5% short float, so definitely 30+% short float here for Beyond Meat. We're seeing apparently there is a filing that suggests company officer Terry Whitman is going to be selling just under 30,000 shares of the stock. Likely not a reason for this to go higher. But yesterday we got this news around when the Beyond Meat rally started. I can't say for sure it's why the stock rallied, but I was seeing some people attribute that move to this news. Either way here, Wall Street Journal yesterday reporting around 11 a.m. that the Justice Department, the DOJ of the U.S. is going to be investigating beef companies, a probe that was previously encouraged by Trump back in the fall of 2025. Back to you.
No matter what, they lose the bid again on Intel. Like, we get the high, we lose VWAP, not giving it to the low, but it just does not want to continue. And the worst thing about it is it keeps looking okay on the 15-minute chart. Like, it just keeps on doing it, and then we just keep losing the prior bar. And I keep looking for it not to be a scalp trade, but to be like the breakout trade. So again, I think the problem is setting the sights too high. Right? Like, I'm just looking for too big of a move. Like, I could have just scalped it, been like, yeah, it's a 1% kind of move. Just take your 30 cents, take your 40 cents, take your 50 cents. It's not going to give you that explosive one. That just might be the case today on INTC. Whoops. Intel might be a NASDAQ stock, but SLV is clearly on the AMEX. It's weird, but this is the one that is like boringly still working. So we'll hold this one to the low, look for the reload. Like, silver's just sort of holding these lower highs, not participating in strength, good for the reload. I'll probably, I think the third time I get this will likely just be a VWAP trade the way it's trending, but nothing just yet. So I'm going to try to hold this one into the low of the day. But I think I'm just aiming too much for too big of a move over there on Intel. But I'm a little bit, distracted is not the right word, but if we open back up on CAR and continue to press higher, I did say I'm taking one of these two on sympathy. It doesn't look like it's going to be Beyond Meat. So I'm thinking it might be BlackBerry. And then, of course, the third entrant is to just ride with the one that's hot, and that looks like it's open more. You know,
I agree with you.
if it doesn't have to make sense for these squeeze type names. It just has to be going. This is the one that's trending up. If there's shorts getting their faces ripped off, then oftentimes, not always, but like oftentimes you'll see situations where there's like one or two of these unrelated high short float names are going, and you have firms that short multiple of these types of names. And and there's nothing connecting the two of them except for the fact that you might have similar type traders and similar type whales and similar type institutions kind of getting blown out at the same time. And maybe it's happening, maybe it's not, but I'd rather go with the one that's trending upside than trying to will Beyond Meat back into existence, because it feels pretty dead.
Yeah, I agree, man. I mean, as for CAR, this is going to be a key inflection. Like, CAR is insane. Let's go over to Adair. Let's talk some more CAR and see if we can get this breakup in Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's driving higher here. USO pushing to the upside. That is U.S. oil. Seeing some comments here out of Iran. So just be aware, guys. Defar Press, which I looked up, it's an Iranian news agency. They reported that an Iranian parliamentary member by the name of Kosari is saying that, quote, the U.S. cannot be trusted. So more uncertainty, more tensions here with the U.S. and Iran. Keep an eye on USO, which is, again, at intraday highs. And actually, it looks like near one of the highs or spikes we got yesterday as well. Back to you.
Thank you, Daryl. There's not going to be follow through with this. USO.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, like we get this on here where we were consolidating. Sure enough, you have a little bit of a move to the south side. So no continuation in Bitcoin, even though the volume was supporting it. But you wanted to see some form of a movement higher, especially after you have that breakout through the volume-weighted average price. Let's see if we can get buyers stepping back in. But as soon as we get into that secondary trend and kind of just that micro trend, essentially, it's just consistent lower highs and buyers not really kicking in. You have the breakout. We've seen that on multiple occasions in yesterday's price action. So let's see if we can hold on to it. I have 50% of this. We're trying to hold on to some for a winner and some form of a trend, but I don't know if that's going to be the narrative as we were just talking about it. CAR is not ready to break down yet. Right, like this thing is going to continue to climb. It goes up to $740. Now you're down to $710. This thing, it's a pretty crazy stock, to be honest with you, and I'm glad that we haven't really been touching it. There's going to be a time and a place, and you'll be able to identify when it is ready to break down. I just don't think that's necessarily the scenario or the situation sentiment that we're currently sitting in. Let's see, like, come on, Bitcoin. At the end of the day, continue to climb. Hopefully this pullback isn't horrible. If we look at the 5-minute time frame, potential 3-bar play, right? So you have the breakout breath, and then now this is where we would want to see it continue to climb and breach through this previous high of the day, aside from the pre-market, right? So this is going to be a massive inflection point as the market is starting to rebound. Webull hasn't done too much. Glad that we're all out of that one and almost put in a new LOD. And SMR has yet had the ability to break through VWAP. But there goes Bitcoin right towards the high, and that's essentially what we were looking for.
Exactly. That's what the market not showing that kind of strength, right? Like ultimately that USO move is weighing on it a lot. I am seeing CAR, I'm going to do this. CAR opened back up, lost, I mean, it went through 740, but then lost a bit. It's still above the whole reopen price in the $700 level, but it is on the pullback. Until that's going to have to look bullish again on CAR for me to want to start looking for those longs. As I said, for now, with the upward trend that I'm seeing in USO, like if I don't see this break trend, I don't want to try another one of the longs until we break this trend down. If we do, then I can look at re-entry, obviously into Intel, maybe some Amazon. I see a lot of people are looking at some of the space names. ASTS, Astis is breaking out. That looks good. How good a buy was that off the 200-period moving average yesterday? And my analysis on this was as simple as, well, it didn't blow up, so how bad could it be? Right? Like they put it into the wrong orbit. It was a failure, but there were worse failures that you can actually have. CEO said the right things. I get it. It was still a failure. And I can also watch what SpaceX and Blue Ocean are able to do, bringing those boosters, bringing those boosters back down remotely and watching that sucker like land on a platform.
It's pretty cool.
Man, is one of the coolest things. I probably watched that 10 to 15 times on the trail like yesterday. It is just so incredibly amazing what they're able to accomplish. Like, nobody in the world does this. Like, nobody in China is doing this.
Yeah.
And we have 2 private companies that can literally land a booster back down on the ground safely.
Yeah.
It's like something out of a video game. It's so cool. Anyways, you can tell I get jazzed.
It's a simulation, man.
We don't live in a simulation. We just live in an amazing time, in my opinion.
We do, no, I mean, but see, the thing is though, like, I think a lot of like generations probably say that, right? Because with each generation, you're a little bit more technically advanced. So the one behind us is like, man, this is great, all the technology that we have, and then sure enough, 50 years from now, they're gonna be like, man, the technology we have is.
I have little patience for those people that are like, oh, the world was better when. Don't give me any of that nonsense.
Never been better.
Show me a generation that doesn't have it better than the previous one. My life is better than my parents' life. My daughter's life is better than mine. And regardless, like the human zeitgeist goes one direction, everybody. I mean, the same way as the stock market. It's not always straight up.
There might be a debate there in some of the world wars.
But the trend is up. It's like anything else. There are pullbacks, but the trend is up. Period. End of story. And if you don't appreciate it, then you're just ignoring data. It's the same kind of person that says, well, buying and holding the stock market isn't a good thing. Well, that's fine. If you want to ignore a ridiculous track record of obvious truth, then that's fair to you. Like, then don't buy the dip and do something else.
So if you could live in any like era, now would be now.
You let me go to the future?
No, well, yeah, anything. Like, it depends. Me personally, I think I would go.
If I could time travel to the future,
like ancient Rome or ancient Greece, I would. Yeah, chill out with like Caesar and stuff like that.
I ain't going to ancient Rome or ancient Greece.
Yeah, I'll go over there, man. Ancient.
First of all, I don't think that would end too well for me.
Why?
I'm just going to throw that out there.
Oh, yeah.
You do you, bro. I'm not going back.
Man, who is,
Nope.
Think about,
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, at
not
the end
me.
of the day, 90s were a good time. Yeah, I wouldn't go dueling. Hopefully I'd be some form of royalty or something along those lines. But you never know, man. If you lived in where
I got AI.
You know what I mean?
I got I can. Come on, man. Like you have such a good life. We have like we like it's so good.
Spaniard.
No, but if you let me go to the future, then
Maximus,
we'd be talking. Like if you go to the future,
Aurelius?
I would love to see. I would love to see the future. All right, so just back to brass tacks for a second, because I say that term a lot. Shout out to one of my favorite shows, and if you know, you know. SLV is catching the bid, the same place it did before. I don't know why I'm ho-humming over this. If there was a mistake that I think I was making on Intel, it was that I was looking for too big of a move instead of just taking what is, which is usually my modus operandi. So if we're consolidating off that same area bottom, and there's the wick, then I'll let it, if we break back above like the 10s right here, then I'm out of SLV. I won't take a leg, I'll just, either we break this and I'm out on this break, or I hold it to the actual low of the day, which I'm just gonna park. I'm just gonna sit down there. I'm gonna sit down in the body of that low, and if we get it, great. Otherwise, I'm trailing out and looking for the next entry point. Car has just gotten a little bit boring there. If that's even possible, now Avis is barely even moving. It's kind of a nothing burger, for sure. Someone saying I'd be fine in Rome. I mean, okay, it's not just the obvious, which I think you guys are getting at. Nah, man, like what's your life expectancy back then?
Yeah, it's not very long.
Like there's all kinds of things that can happen. It would be cool to see. But if I go into the future, like I'm pretty sure it's gonna be better than now.
You don't
like
know
it's
that.
like what cool
I don't
know that for a fact.
You don't
but
know that.
But I do know for a fact that life was difficult back in ancient Rome.
So in
I don't want that.
What's
You could have
Project
that.
Hail Mary? Why is he going on this expedition? Because the stars are dying, right? So it's like, okay, you go, if you pull the Buzz Lightyear.
I don't actually think astrophage will be a legitimate problem in the future. I could be wrong about this, but a completely made-up life form that does not exist,
You don't know that.
of, that eats the sun. Oh, my bad, I shouldn't be saying that. People haven't. Yeah. Anyways, no, but that's not an important part of the movie. What's
It's
going?
the whole reason of the movie on why he's going out is
They
because
tell you in the beginning, okay? Don't give me a break. The whole point is that you know the sun is not. It's not a secret.
Exactly. That's the whole.
That's why
point,
he's
right?
out there.
All
It's
right.
what happens. It's cool. So I won't
We'll get
explain
the
more of it.
spammer out of here.
Anyways, it doesn't really make a difference. I'm just simply saying I'm not going back. I'm not going back in the past. You could do you, but we're catching a move down in USO, which is a little bit more important. So you're getting a bit of a move to the downside. I want to look back and see if we can find some strength.
Someone said Terminator is a documentary.
Terminator is, well, that could happen actually. Well,
why can't we break this level on Bitcoin?
I'm just saying the Terminator. You see some of the tests that they put ChatGPT through, and there was one test that all the major LLMs got put through, where effectively they gave it access to internal emails of the different companies they work for, and then told it that it was going to get shut down.
Yeah.
You know what it did? It found embedded
it blackmailed.
It basically every single one of them blackmailed to stay alive.
Yeah, exactly.
All of them.
Yeah.
Blackmailed to stay alive at an alarmingly high rate.
I'm all right with that.
Yeah, everything's going to be fine.
I think
everything's just.
Save us, John Connor. Someone says. All right.
What's going to happen? That story was insane. I read that. I was like, what?
Yeah, I remember that. It's like stay alive. Joe wants to get ripped, but that's why he wants to go back to ancient Rome, build roads, and train every day. Yeah, exactly, man. That'd be like the coolest stuff. Like just have your sword on your side all the time and just duels and.
You will die.
Yeah. See, it was meant to be. Yeah. What's up, Adara?
Just letting you guys know, the question and answer segment of the Kevin Warsh hearing has begun, which means the fun starts now. I will keep you guys posted. I just wanted to give you guys an update. The questions are starting right now. We have Tim Scott, who is the chair of the committee. Then we get ranking member Elizabeth Warren. These questions do tend to be of interest. She's very likely to go after his wealth. And also, as she already mentioned in her opening statement, the fact that he was on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors during the 2008 financial crisis. I think this is a really big thing to remember because I do think it's very likely to come up again in this hearing. Be aware. You guys know I will be very excitedly and very eagerly watching this for you. This is not sarcasm. This is genuine enthusiasm. So I'll see you soon for the segment, but keep an eye on it.
Love to hear it, Adara.
So, I mean, here's the lesson of the day before the lesson of the day is unless you have an absolute death wish and want to go back in time so you can be some kind of a weird gladiator, fair enough, to each their own. If you have like a bunch of different trading ideas and theses, do more of the one that's already telling you it's working and less of the one that's like chopping you up.
Yeah.
Because it's like the fact that Intel has been a really good stock for me shouldn't be enough that I'm like trying to make it some kind of extended trade instead of a scalp trade, and then I'm not adding to silver instead. I'm just getting like silver, like the thesis on SLV after like yesterday's weakness here, like the continuation was so technically good to be able to get it right back into support. They just sat on the bid right in front of the support level and just picked me up. So it's done the whole stair step the way you want. Meanwhile, I was trying to pigeonhole Intel into something it wasn't, when it's basically just been a scalp trade off of the level that I said, and I'm trying to work that into some kind of a home run $1 to $2 move on Intel, when really it's just been a scalp off the low. I'm looking at it to 15, looking for the extension every single time, taking out less than half and looking for a bigger move. Just a bit of a mistake. But on to the next. And the next opportunity, I'm not sure exactly yet. It might still be looking scalp on Intel off the lows. Don't love that trade because the market seems like it's rolling over a bit. Not a huge fan.
Yeah. And Bitcoin's climbing higher here.
Bitcoin's got the relative strength.
Yeah, man.
You know what that leads me to?
What's that?
I'm always a fan of these wedge trades. Like if you get like this going on, is happening at the higher lows, sneaky. It's like, yeah, but it's a choppy mess. But you've got Bitcoin with relative strength, and then you got BM&R on the wedge trade, like for a catch-up, like break it here, and then maybe try to fill in the gap. So this is what I'm looking at next, if nothing else obvious sets up.
Yeah. I like what Adam James here said, essentially. We take some more off on IBIT. IBIT climbing higher. I mean, we're sitting on about 35 to 40% of our position right now. We're at 50%. We take a little bit more off there. Adam James abroad says, how is the market so disconnected from reality? Oil war economy, people tapped out, debt issue, private credit issues, potentially no rate cuts till 2027. Truly a rich man's playground. I think you answered it for yourself. But the market is its own entity. It is just, right? It will do what it wants. We know that the larger money does typically move it. You have retailer investors starting to step in. But the market is just, and it will remain that. It's something that you cannot rationalize. And the more you try to, the more you'll go insane. It's like Bandersnatch. It's like the game that essentially never ends. Right?
Oh, that was...
We were talking about that the other day.
I love that.
Yeah, Adara and I, Bandersnatch. Watch out for Bandersnatch, too. It's just the game that has essentially no ending.
Is that announced?
No, there was a cookie in the latest season, or an Easter egg, sorry, a cookie, an Easter egg in the, Easter egg is what I meant to say. We're talking snacks here.
I like cookies.
So essentially what happens is, you know the guy from Bandersnatch? I forget the actor's name. He's in Maze Runner and stuff and all that name, in the family. Anyways, aside from that, they're in that office again with that guy who's making that new game, and then on the wall you see a poster of Bandersnatch 2. So maybe that's gonna come in. I could be
I enjoy
just talking stuff, but yeah, it's a never-ending thing. Don't try to rationalize the market; you will go insane. Adara.
The fun doesn't stop, guys. We have an OpenAI event at 3 p.m. Eastern today, which Sam Altman just announced. So I'm going to be covering that for you guys as well if I can. Generally, these events are kind of streamed weirdly on Twitter. They're not usually super exciting, but there's usually at least one market-moving thing said at these OpenAI events, usually a stock dropping because OpenAI is competing with what that company already does. So just be aware of that. Let's take a look here at the sector board. Also, yeah, we've had some comments from Warsh. He's talking about inflation, how the Fed needs policy reforms. There's nothing massive here, but let's talk here about this sector board, which is generally, honestly, pretty mixed. Lots of weakness here in health tech, though. Thermo Fisher actually up 1.5%. Merck, though, down 3%. Consumer services with some weakness here. Notably, you've got CCL Carnival down about 3%. Probably antipathy play with this oil strength. You've got process industries down, utilities down, consumer non-durables down. And then a lot of sectors that are kind of all over the place here. Electronic technology, you've got weakness in Apple after announcing that John Turnus, who is hardware exec with not a lot of AI experience, he's going to be replacing Apple CEO Tim Cook on September 1st, 2026. GE and RTX both to the downside, both on earnings. Tech services generally pretty strong, though. AppLovin and Netflix to the downside. Finance super, super mixed here. And I want to talk as well about health services. These to the upside in sympathy with UNH, up 10% in earnings. So as I said yesterday, we're probably going to start to see a change in the sector board where a lot of sectors are being either led by earnings or you're seeing discrepancies within the sectors because of earnings. You're starting to see that today. Back to you.
As I was about to remove one of my coffee cups there. Thank you very much there. It's already 10:40. This is going to be a weird one because ultimately the setup is the setup. It's just what's happening in the overall market. So I said the next thing was going to be taking this trend break, or I don't know, wedge break is probably the better way to put it, on BM&R and try to play it into the high and then hold it through some tops. But what's actually happening in the market at the moment that this is going on, you got the SPY losing the volume weighted average price. You've got USO still trending back into the high of the day. It's weird because you got the NASDAQ coming back down in. You've got USO, which is breaking out, but the setup happened, so I took it. Prior bar is going to be the out. Let's go back to Adara. Oh my goodness. No. Well, I can cancel the offer on silver. We're not going to get VWAP here. That's just continued lower. Now we're crashing on SLV. That was the one. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, just be aware, guys, this is pretty speculative, but MSTR on the minute chart pushing higher. Keep an eye on MicroStrategy. We have James Altucher, who, as I mentioned a couple times, mostly does takeover-related notes. He says that he's seeing evidence that someone big is, quote, quietly building a position in MSTR, and a larger corporation could be eyeing a buyout to poach MSTR's Bitcoin position. So again, reported potential Bitcoin buyout here for MSTR. Again, really speculative. Be aware. The stock, though, does seem to set speculation. Back over to Neil.
What's Sailor's, how much does Sailor own of MSTR? Yeah, you know what, I'm trying to do two things at once. It just made me start to think of some things. But anyways, it doesn't really make a difference. Bank error in my favor. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is to be good. There are moments in which you're just sitting in a technical trade, or you put on a technical trade, and then a headline which kind of bumps the sector of the thing that you're in just happens to go. So that's kind of what just happened on BM&R. You guys realize. Dara?
As of 2024, he owns roughly 10% of MSTR, Sailor. So that's, again, just as of late 2024. This is not up to date, but that's what I'm seeing here. And again, the report wasn't that it was going to buy out Sailor. It would be acquiring the company's Bitcoin position. But again, super speculative.
Gotcha. So 10%. Car just halted down. If you saw like, the facial reaction.
Wow.
Right at VWAP. Uh-oh. Is this the moment?
Are you in it?
You in it?
No, am I in car? I was in car, but I was not getting excited about car. I had a nice little car short. It was like $23 a share earlier, but we can talk about that not now.
Madness.
This is Sparta.
This is Sparta. To be honest with you, you have to be some form of a Spartan to get involved with car to the short side. So nice, nice work there, Adara. $23 a share. That's some big time cash, man. Good work there. And it's not an easy vehicle to get involved with. So I'm saying 4 contracts. All right. All right. Let's go, Matt Mears, man. Congratulations on that one. Bitcoin's slowly starting to work out for us as well, too, as it's continuing to climb. You're up about 0.25% here on the session. I think the pre-market highs is going to be one of my targets here on the day. I'm only sitting on 20% remaining of what I have initially of the full position. So, I mean, we'll leave that for a runner. It's been treating us relatively well. And let's see if we can continue to climb. Yeah, so 20%. 25%, sorry, I should say. And I think that's a reasonable amount to leave as a runner there. 25%, we take the majority out on this run as the market was heading lower. Bitcoin deciding to go oppo. Some signs of strength. Michael Saylor continuously buying this stuff hand over fist. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. And hopefully we can continue and hit those open, says Qual, with some other words in between. What is Open Door up to here? 592, so not too horrible of a look there in Open Door. And then Webull not doing too much. I'm glad that we eliminated that. So essentially what we got going on here with IBIT substantially better than what we had on Webull, and happy to be fortunate in part of this long. We were thinking about the curl over. I mean, my risk to reward could be drastically better, just thinking of how we can be better. And it's just post up, get that lower end of the range. Neil and I were talking for quite some time on just the fact that it's holding that 42.93 level at that 95 mark, and then sure enough off to the races. So if I'm in 10 cents better than where I'm in, or 15 cents, think about how much more substantially my risk to reward would be. Risking 5 cents to make approximately over 45 would have been more ideal, especially with when you put on a couple of hundred shares anyway. So yeah, not too bad of a look here on IBIT.
Yeah, and it looks like it's not really helping the market. All that strength that you see in some of the crypto names, you're still breaking lower on the ES, you're still breaking just on a view up on the NASDAQ, USO just took out the highs. So if it's going to be the long, I might just stick with that. I haven't reloaded a BMR. I might go closer to VWAP at this point. Apparently, we missed a super chat from Mac.
Okay.
So I don't know if you have that one, Andre. I can try to find it. I'm looking. I don't see it, Mac. Like I'm looking. Oh, there it is. Okay, I just refreshed my page. Now I see it. I had to hit refresh. Heads up, Lucid.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Lucid, eh? Not a huge Lucid fan, but it is going higher. I guess everybody gets to rise today. What is dead may not die. Is the squeeze names are coming out of the woodworks. I don't know if there's a catalyst particularly why it's up 11%. Could just be that there's some shorts doing some covering anytime you catch a bid. But this is like a first order move, meaning it broke yesterday's high and hasn't even approached. Like there's a lot of shelves here on the way to the upside, and I'd prefer if there was some kind of a catalyst. This reverse split and rugged everybody on Lucid pretty bad. Oh yeah, like it reverse split, then failed a breakout, and then has been rugging everybody. It's gonna have to do some convincing for me on Lucid. Yeah, I'm not necessarily gonna touch that. So BM&R, I have not reloaded. It did do that kind of like, I think, lucky push into the high on that MSTR really buyout rumor. And that gave like a random spike to everything in crypto land. But I think the breakout trade is done, like that little trend break, because it went to the high of the day. And now it's just a matter of, can it hold on to the bottom of that trend line? If it can, I'll look for a re-entry. Otherwise, got to jump out, and it was only a scalp trade. And sometimes that's how it is. I am in BlackBerry on the halt down in CAR, by the way, halt CAR, just now halting up. Okay. Oh, no, sorry, never mind. It was right at the halt band. I have it up on a different level too. It was right at the halt band on the reopen, and then just got slammed a bit. So it was about to halt at about 26, and then pulled back. This stock will not flush. It halts down and opens higher. There's no continuation on the short. Like if you're sitting there trying to hammer this on the way down, you're getting destroyed on this thing. It's getting absolutely destroyed. Unbelievable. It will not sustain a move. If it breaks the halt price, all bets could be off. But what I was going to say is that I got into that BlackBerry underneath VWAP again. Just the whole sympathy play. Like the last time CAR looked weak, I just shorted BlackBerry at VWAP. It gave me a chance to do it again, so I just did the same thing.
Nice. So Jesse and Martinez is like, all right, Joe, what's going on? I mean, he's like, nice move there. I'm not in options, right? Yeah, I'm in equity. Like I'm not in shares, and you have to understand that. He's like, yeah, the options barely move in Bitcoin. Yeah, because you have to take into consideration that the options is essentially priced off of dollar moves. Right? Like this thing moves like 30, 40 cents. I mean, from my entry, you get 35 cents, right? You're not going to see that much of a change within the actual derivative itself because you need it to move either the whole or half dollar, and that's when you start to see those drastic moves. I mean, where was I in at? $43, we'll call it flat. Let's open up this contract to see how much it changed to the high of around 43.38. I mean, nothing substantial. So let's go time. We're in at 10.16. Where's 10.16 approximately? Here, 10.16, we go from 49 to 68. I mean, you have to take in the percentage appreciation as well, too. You get 48% opposed to that just moving fractions, like just a couple of basis points, essentially, right? So they don't move substantially, but as for an appreciation from a percentage metric, it is significantly higher. And that's just the nature of options, essentially, all right? So there it is, guys. Like, I mean, we're getting this pullback. We took the majority off. We're still sitting on about 20%, looking for that pre-market high. Maybe we get some form of a rebound off of the volume-weighted average price. The market is now south of VWAP. Here's the SPY as it's heading towards the low of the day. And we have Bitcoin going oppo. Same thing with the NASDAQ here, guys. Nice potential candle being formed. We want to see significantly more buying pressure step in. But if not, then the market definitely turned around, and it turned around pretty quick. Adara, what do you have?
Let's talk about the US dollar. Here's the DXY right now, pretty consolidative, trading literally within yesterday's range. So again, yesterday's range, we've got a low of just above 98, high around 98.4, currently trading around 98.2, so literally midway between that range. We did have some economic data that came out this morning, both at 8:30 a.m. and 10 a.m., 8:30 a.m. Higher than expected retail sales and core retail sales on a month-over-month basis. We were expecting 1.4% for both, but retail sales at 1.7%, and core retail sales 1.9% here, month-over-month growth. Then 10 a.m. you also had more higher than expected prints. 1.5% here was the pending home sales change print versus the forecast of 0.5%. Business inventories month-over-month 0.4%, slightly larger than that 0.3% forecast, and certainly larger than the negative 0.1% prior print. But let's talk here about rates and the Fed once again. You still got like 99.5% chance we're not going to get a rate cut in April. That's very likely to change in a salient way unless we get some massive data or commentary. But again, September as of right now, September 2027, mind you, still looking like the main date, the first potential date of a possible rate cut here. We're going to move back here into that tool just so I can show you guys. April 29th, 2026, very unlikely to get a cut. Now, speaking of cuts, Kevin Warsh could maybe be providing some. He is the Fed chair nominee from President Donald Trump currently at this confirmation hearing. This confirmation hearing has been of interest, but really a lot of the things we expected him to get questioned on have been the questions we're getting. He's been questioned about his asset divestitures. He actually said he's going to be divesting everything, hopefully even before he actually gets sworn in as Fed chair, assuming that he gets confirmed. He's also been asked again about his wealth relative to other Fed chairs in the past, and the fact that he does have, of course, experience on the Fed board during the 2008 financial crisis. Now, one more thing here with Warsh. His questioning is coming at a time of Fed independence, concerns about investigations into the likes of Fed Chair Powell and Fed Governor Cook. So lots of context here, I think, to keep in mind as we digest this Kevin Warsh confirmation hearing. Back to you.
I try to catch the high as much as possible, I think.
And I'm literally looking at CAR. Here's what I'm looking at right now. I'm just trying to talk, because BMNR, got out of BMNR, the trend break got to the high, and then it lost the trend down. I didn't reverse it, because I'm looking at CAR. Avis has higher lows into the volume weighted average price, and for the first time breaking the trend down. But it's like if you take that trade somewhere in here, the stop is above 91. I'd call it like 92 change or something if you're giving it a reasonable range. And then your slippage could be to like 94. So let's just say 95. And then it was like hope for the worst. I'm thinking out loud. And if you get VWAP, you're looking at 70. So that's somewhere in the range of 25 risk. The R to R is fine because first take profits down in front of 40. So you're talking about $30. That's actually 1-to-1. And then if it just makes it to the low and you hold for that, that's 60. So you're talking better than 2-to-1. So the R&R is actually pretty good. Just to wrap your head around how ridiculous it is. It's really not crazy at all. I mean, it's crazy, but it's not crazy. Like the R&R is actually setting up pretty decently. It hasn't really confirmed to close under VWAP just yet. Oh, this is Avis, Randy. What are we talking about? Oh, no, I'm good. It's too close.
Oh, brother, I'm already on my, yeah, we got to chill on these.
Thanks for asking.
I'm on my.
Have you seen Avis? Have you seen
my
this?
fourth, man.
Have you seen this? This is Avis.
What happened?
Short squeeze.
What happened? It's crazy.
Yeah, like this was $100 back at the end of March. Like March 24th, it was $100.
Yeah.
And it hit 700 today. So like everyone and their mother's trying to time the short. Which my genius brain is actually thinking of right now. My lizard brain. See, Randy says run, and you're probably right. It's just, Randy's literally like, don't touch that.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet.
I know I said you should look for day 2 and not day 1. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think the breakdown is fully clean yet. You're going to have that day where it's just absolute chaos to the downside.
I'm not forcing the issue. I'm going to stick with the like the lower hanging fruit, and then just if it does break down, I'm going to sit here, look at the lower high trend in BlackBerry, and just continue to play in this as long as it doesn't break trend. If that falls apart, then I'll probably catch this one for a double instead of trying to hit a home run
it
on
falls
car.
apart.
What's falling apart?
No, you don't know that Post Malone song?
No.
Fall apart? All right.
I'm not like, look, I don't pretend to be like most of the.
Did you listen to that R&B song?
Oh, the one that you sent? Yeah, that was a good joint.
Yeah, it's a good joint. It's a good joint, man. All right.
It's not that I don't like new music. I do. It's just that.
Yeah, I mean.
I need to get exposed to it in a way that I probably wouldn't naturally.
Yeah. Every generation thinks the next generation's music is trash.
I don't actually necessarily think that though.
I do.
It's just that I don't actively go out trying to listen to whatever the latest.
Let's take a look at the banking sector. We have some people talking about Goldman Sachs. Let's pull up Goldman here and see. Hopefully we won't get stopped out of this Bitcoin trade momentarily as it's continuing to slide. A VWAP hold, but the market is continuing to move a little bit lower. Goldman Sachs doing the exact same thing. If it comes back to our break even, that's unfortunate. We had some nice amount of unrealized. Yeah, so there it is. We have to get out of Bitcoin there. 20% we get stopped out of the remaining. So that's okay. We locked in a little bit. Couldn't leave any for a runner as it rejected some of the pre-market levels. Aside from that, let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on with Goldman. You're only a couple percentage points off of those highs, 5 to be exact. So nothing crazy. And you have a big time recovery off of that 783 low. It's going to give you 20%. So your bull market, obviously, there in Goldman Sachs. JPM hasn't been performing as. It's not that complicated, man. There it is, bang. JPM essentially coming still off of those highs. You got 5 to more closer to 6% there. Citibank, but I think I talk about dip buys or Citigroup here. really nice run. I mean, going oppo the rest of them, it's up 32% off of those lows and put in a new all-time high this morning. But I mean, we talked about Walmart the other day in the banks. I think if you're not looking necessarily within the tech trade, you kick things off with the banks and some big staples, and that's going to be the Walmarts, the Costcos, the Cities, the JPMs, the Goldmans. I like a lot of those names. So yeah, and I'm full disclosure, I own some JPMs. So yeah, I like JPM.
I'm more of a Morgan Stanley kind of guy, but you know what? You can't go wrong. They're all good. I haven't looked at those in a while. I have definitely not looked at this one enough. Still good. Still good. Failing the high. It's okay. Everything's fine. It's a double top. Failing the high break again today.
It's
of course
right.
it's failing. Yeah, it looks absolutely fine. Hey, guess what I talked myself out of?
What's that?
Oh, technically speaking, you and Randy talked me out of this.
Whoa.
Avis, no, but it's a good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, brother, it's...
Well, in all fairness, there wasn't a confirmation of holding underneath the trend, underneath VWAP. Holding underneath the trend line, yes. Holding under VWAP, no. So I wouldn't even be into this because it's not giving you that entry point. And now the market's really starting to
break down.
Really starting to break down. Okay, I need a catch-up trade here.
Let's see what the small cap world is up to.
I was so bullish on Intel.
Bobo.
Way too bullish, and this is breaking the lows.
RPLG.
It might just have to be.
Ooh, I know Sharif looking at RPLG. Republic
What's
Power.
RPLG?
Isn't it? But
what's an RPLG?
RPLG is Republic Power Group. Bitcoin really tanked. We got stopped out of that last 20% right there. I'm still holding shorts.
Is there something, Adara, do we have any headline maybe? Oh,
maybe
nope.
not.
Okay,
no,
maybe not.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not
I
hearing
know.
anything.
I don't feel anything.
Sorry, headline? No, I'm not seeing one.
No, Bitcoin
I'm just listening to. Sorry, I'm just listening to this.
No, the SPY is taking it on the chin right now.
Oh, so is.
No, the SPY is accelerating lower. USO's breaking higher. Looks like we're.
Oh yeah.
Gonna blindly add to my short like an idiot. Yeah, again, we're getting a real big dump.
Bleeding.
Real big dump in here. No, I mean this. It could, maybe it's technical, you never really know, but it's the same old game of make fresh high in oil futures in a complete tank. Adara?
I'm gonna head over there.
President Trump comment, quote, it would be
one
brilliant if Amazon or Apple would not seek a tariff refund. Not sure if this comment is actually new because A, it's from an account that often posts older quotes, and B, I'm not seeing anything new on Truth Social, but AAPL making a new low, NASDAQ also making a new low. There's also nothing that Warsh has really said here that I would think would kind of explain this drop, but if I get anything here, I will keep you posted. I did not say anything new on Truth from Trump. Back to you.
Okay, and look, I get it. We only just turned red in the market. It's not so much that, okay, we're only down 0.1%. That's not why I'm saying it's like tanking. It's the fact that the behavior in the market is distinctly different. We were gravitating, it was like a V shape, or not a V shape, it was like an A shape, and come back in, and we were catching a bit of a bounce there on the SPY, and then all of a sudden you had pure acceleration to the downside. It's about the change in the tape. While I was like, oh, is something happening? Is there any news? And yeah, I just kind of went with, well, what am I already doing? Well, I'm already shorting this, and it failed VWAP and continued lower highs, so I'll just sort of add to that, maintain the stop, and then play it into the low of the day. So that was, like, what was the level 2 that I was already on is all I really did. We're going to go back to Adara one more time. I'm going to let Joe get settled. When we come back from Adara, I'll do what's for lunch, and we'll fire you guys to the midday, because it's already 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I just wanted to keep you guys updated. I'm really not seeing anything obvious in terms of that drop, and I'm only seeing that one account, which again, as I said, posts older quotes, talk about the Amazon and Apple tariff refunds and how he doesn't think they should get them. So I'm gonna guess this is an older quote because I'm not seeing this circulate. If I get anything new here, I will keep you guys posted. But yeah, market here near low of days on, as far as I can tell, nothing salient from news. I'm not even seeing any minor headlines here. Back to you.
No, I mean, salient's not a word that gets said every single day. So from now on, every single time, I'm just gonna do it. We had the key, I'm gonna hit it. If you say a school word that was a new one for the week, then it's gonna get, salient is not an everyday word. It does not get said on Trader TV Live very often. I know I probably would never say it, because I'm not smart like that. Sean's not gonna say it. Sharif, I'll give Sharif a maybe, his vocabulary is through the roof. Joe ain't saying that, so it's all good. Sia, she's in school. She might say some school words too. Although graduated now, so hopefully you'll be on our side of things. I'm gonna let you guys know what's for lunch. Well, what flag is? I don't know what flag that is. But if I can't show you guys the flag without showing you guys everything. Oh, you know what? Oh, I can tell. I just read what it is. So it's gonna be a Thai flag. We got Thai basil red curry chicken, steamed jasmine rice, and wok fried seasonal vegetables. Well, obviously it's a Thai flag. Thai basil red curry chicken. That sounds delicious to me. I'll let you guys know how it is. Hopefully the market doesn't continue to fall all over itself for everybody's sake. And if anybody happens to have taken the short at VWAP on CAR, then all I have to say is Godspeed. I wish you the best of luck. It is a trend break. It is under VWAP. Normally that's a setup for me and I would be short, but I'm not. Because Randy talked me out of it. And it's been running people over every single time they try. But good luck to everybody. We'll see you back at 2. I'll see you at 12 o'clock for the lesson today and back at 2 o'clock as well. And shout out to everyone in the morning for all the super chats. It was incredibly kind. We'll look forward to the midday. We got Joe. And wait a minute. I didn't even realize the position board had switched because I'm also short BlackBerry at $5.40. Oh, that's my position. I was gonna say, I'm like that. I'm short BlackBerry at 540. Okay, that's incorrect. We'll go to the midday, guys. We'll get it fixed. I thought you just had the same position.
That's crazy. I was like, did I punch in by accident or something?
Yeah, man. I told you about that, man.
Don't even get me started, bro. He came off the bench.
I know,
man.
but brother.
He came off the bench. We're losing, and he comes up. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. I don't know what that is, but that's your boy Joey Options right there. And I'm Sharif. Arsenal. Come on, man. Ronaldo, Doggo, Rivian. We got Jomster, Cubismo, Hinsey, Zen Zombie, A Proper Dang Paradox, Jal Press, Martin, Zen Zombie, Outlaw Trader, Gaming TV, Bailey frickin' Buttons. We got Daily Day Trades, Randy Worms. Shout out to Big Perm and Randy Worms. Susan Flower, I know, right? And then we got Crypto, FOMO. We got Migrag, Indy. Shout out to Dino Vincere, Susan frickin' Flower. Who else, man? Dom, you're the GOAT, Dom. Shout out to my man. We got, who else? Slow Motion. A New Lifers Sale, Escape Planet. Gamecraft Nico, Sold the Low. I don't know about that. Bailey Buttons again. Samir, Green Saber, Pizza Gang, baby. We got Dean Allen and Gus. How about Trust Fund Baby? I'd like to be a Trust Fund Baby, Joe.
I think a lot of us.
I wouldn't mind being a Trust Fund Baby like your buddy Trudeau there. How's he doing? Have you been keeping up with him?
Have you been keeping up with him?
Is he okay?
Yeah, you see
How's
him over
Katy Perry?
You see him over there at Coachella?
I heard Katy Perry's getting in trouble, Joey. She
Yeah,
might
I've
have.
seen that.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Katy
I've seen that with Ruby
Perry.
Rose.
She might be in some trouble.
It doesn't even matter because they're over at Coachella living their best life.
They're living their best life.
Dump the economy.
Yeah. And you see that red plastic cup? Why is he drinking out of a one-off plastic and he bans it for the rest of the country?
Why is he going on road trips?
Well, he's allowed to go
He's going on road trips. I thought we weren't allowed to go on road
it's
trips.
like, you know.
Anyways.
We're kidding, guys.
I'm not. Anyways, aside from that, guys, yeah, I know exactly. I agree with you, Scott Tomlinson, my boy. A lot of us in the chat, man. I got my stream deck back. We'll hit the money. Oh, that's the Sean one. I wanted to hit this one. We were trading some Bitcoin, but there's a whole lot of red. Adair knows what I'm talking about here in the market. I mean, there goes shout out to Cardi. And I mean, there's the Qs, there's Tesla, there's Advanced. What happened? What'd they say? Yeah, the chat's funny. NVDA. So I mean, at some point we might get a form of a turnaround. Gaurav, I think this is going to be our day to shine. If we can find somebody or find something around the lows with some indecision prints, that's exactly what we're going to look for. But we had that nice strong breakout in IBIT. Unfortunately, we got no continuation and stopped out 20% of the remaining of our position. This was the runner we had a nice little bid on, but IBIT was treating us very well today, and hopefully it does for the remainder of the session. Nonetheless, I do think at some point we will find a rebound. I don't know if it's going to be an all-day fader, but it could be, right? And we have to be prepared just in case it is. Get out when we're supposed to, and then maybe if we are trying to catch a falling knife at this moment, so give the market some time to turn around. I use my speedboat and my cruise ship analogy. Sometimes when the momentum is really, really high to the downside, it takes a little bit of time for things to turn around. Now, before we send it over to Sharif, we're going to go over a couple of things. We're going to take a look at the IBIT options chain. I was going to say blockchain, but anyways, there it is. Your 1 day. Yeah, exactly. So there it is, guys. We do have some size over at that 46. Hopefully we can climb to that level. That would put us north of that $80,000 mark on spot Bitcoin itself.
All right, guys, let's get right down to work. Here's what I'm looking at. Here's the 8 that I am viewing on the day. So RPGL is the #1 name on the day, but I got to tell you, it looks like the best trade is behind it. Thank you, guys. Yeah, there you go. So this one's losing VWAP. It's losing some technical levels, so it might lose its spot on the side chart momentarily. Also, the volume's dropping off. I don't like the look of this. This looks like it's headed back to 50 pennies. We'll see. But RPGL in focus for now. Underline that, for now. But we have three really good ones. VELO into the high of the freaking day. It's taking out 15.5, 15.55 at the high. It's up 33%. FFAI, shout out to Faraday Futures. Wait until Randy comes back and sees this thing's at 33 pennies. Check that, 36. Into the high of the day it goes. It's up 26 and change, 36.80. I'm talking pennies, not dollars. That is the high right now. Let's see if it can hold up above some key technical levels. So FFAI in focus, CRCD up, I want to say 11 and change, but this looks like a really good breakout. So this thing closed out at about like 492 or whatever. Yesterday, 553 high. We're still below that afternoon high yesterday into 563. So I do anticipate us, #1, having trouble clearing this $0.50 as we can see right now. It's already having trouble clearing it. #2, if we do clear the $0.50, what's going to happen at that $0.00 area, which was yesterday's high? So I'm definitely keeping an eye on that. That's CRCD. NVTS, also not a bad look here, up 18.5%. It looks like we got into about 1661. The majority of the closing prints, if not all, close at or below 16 1/3. Here is 1550, not just the $0.50 level here in terms of support, but also the volume weighted average price. And in fact, this current 5-minute candle has a bit of a hammer look to it. Alas, it still has a lower low and a lower high relative to the prior candle. So the downtrend still very much intact at the moment on NVTS. LOCL, look, I mean, it's up like 46%. But what the hell, what am I supposed to do with this thing? You know what I mean? Like, it shows up on your scanner, and then you pull up the chart, and it looks like this. So if you're set on trading this, to me, it's obviously a buy at 260. You've gotten two very key areas of support right there at that level. With a 257 low, and then you're selling in and around 3 to 310. This is a range until it proves otherwise, and you're going to have to, if you're insisting on trading it, it has to be traded as a range until it shows you that it does not have that as it's kind of set up at the moment. And then FCEL, we're just going to go to this one super quick. This is obviously not a small cap gapper. Let's see what BE is doing. Is FCEL running in sympathy with BE? Oh my days, BE is up another 6% and more all-time highs for BE. This pleases me greatly. Obviously a name I'm invested in, up 6% on the day. FCEL running in sympathy up, I want to say, oh my God. Go Assassino up 11.8%. We're going to pause for a second. Adara has news at the big desk.
You guys posted here with regards to some drops in some of these weight loss drug names, Eli Lilly and NVO, both to the downside pretty much all day. Looks like this drop, which again, I'm just seeing this kind of commentary and report now, this drop might be related to CVS saying earlier today they're going to be opting out of the Medicare obesity drug coverage mode. So again, just kind of getting the reason for this drop now, but it does look like LLY and NVO both sharply to the downside after CVS reportedly saying, hey, we're going to be opting out of Medicare obesity drug coverage mode. reason for that drop here earlier today for LLY and NV. Oh, furthermore, Kevin Warsh talking right now. Again, nothing super exciting. He did say, though, that's pretty interesting. He does not believe in forward guidance. It's unclear to what extent that'll actually carry over, but we're getting a little bit of a sense of kind of how he would run the Fed should he be confirmed. Back to you.
All right, continuing on here, Open Door having itself a decent day. You're not going to really see me on Open Door all that much, but when it presents itself, I'm looking at this one. If we can show the chart. Give it a second. Thank you so much. 9 1/3%. This one finding a lot of support at 575. And what I do like about this one, Joey, is that it shows you that initial 5 3/4 was a little bit of resistance. We did hold up there for about 10 minutes until we cleared it on the 10:05 candle. But look, finds support right at VWAP with the closing prints all around 575. So Open Door in focus as well. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. So there's a lot to choose from today, guys. Velo into the high of the day, again, blowing through 1607 high. FFAI into about 37 pennies. What's it called? NVTS finding support here at VWAP. So I was talking crap about this one. I'm like, oh, it needs to breach prior bar high. Well, it did after I was done my analysis. So 1581. Let's see if this one can work up or whether it's going to suffer from that kind of downtrend. And then CRCD coming possibly into the 10 EMA on the 5 at around 535, 530. That could certainly be a buy area. Alas, I did not load up my risk calculator. That was what I forgot to load up. So I got to load up that bad boy, Joey. So here we go. We're going to have the risk calculator for you guys pretty soon. It's been working great, man. I can't really complain about it. The only thing is sometimes, these small cap gappers, they just move so quick that I'm unable to kind of put the calculations in time and whatever else. But this is looking pretty good here, Joey. So happy about that. Let's set this up on the top screen. And yeah, what are you looking at? Who's that? Is that Zendaya? Yeah. Oh, you're looking at Zendaya again, huh? Huh. Who? Joe, you're muted, brother. You are, man. You were in there doing things. You had to mute it because we don't want to hear that.
Yeah. Brother. Anyways, aside.
You don't even want to know what he was doing.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, guys, aside from that, we're getting a nice little rebound in the market. I mean, IBIT starting to find a rebound, guys. And then you're getting a bounce. But the one thing is that we have to be cautious just in case we get a curl over here. We haven't quite made it back towards the volume-weighted average price. And sure enough, there it is on the SPY 5-minute time frame. Heading over there and the same thing just below. So volume starting to stair-step down, and we can see it start to accelerate to the top side as we start to climb a little bit higher. IBIT doing the exact same thing. So we're not getting the turnaround signals that I thought we would. That's totally okay because we were prepared to take advantage of them to the full effect. What is going on here? I'm going to lose my
no.
stuff.
You don't want to.
Oh my God. Anyways, aside from that, guys. I'm going to be sitting on my hands. We had that nice IBIT trade initially off of the volume-weighted average price break. Now we have the indecision prints off those lows, rejecting this intraday support system, acting as resistance. And I think at this point, I don't know if we're going to breach the volume-weighted average price and hold it. So what we're going to look for here is an established or a failed new high of the day right around this neck of the woods. You see some indecision prints, and then maybe we can take the market for somewhat of a curl over. Let me move this so I can get things a little bit more in order. And then sure enough, what we have is something that I wasn't necessarily expecting. I thought we would get towards the high of the day or the pre-market high in IBIT. That wasn't the case. And then sure enough, look at the momentum. Even though we did get stepped, we got stopped out of 20%. This one we take the full stop out. We re-engage on the second attempt and it really works for us. So essentially what we have is a failed high and then lower we go and the momentum and the volume picks up. Now, Joe doing double shift. What's up? I appreciate you guys. Everybody's saying, where's Sean? Sean wouldn't be on the show anyways, Eunice. Sean is on vacation. Give the man a little bit of a break, all right? He's in here every day. He wants to go and chill out on the beach. It's typically cold here, so he wants a breather. He can't be working 365, all right? He'll be back. Don't worry. Don't worry. Aside from that, let's head over to our watch list as we typically do, guys, and go through the larger names. NVDA at the top of the list. We have Apple not doing too much, selling off today, Sharif, heading back towards that announcement print low, up $267. Microsoft was definitely the stronger of the Mag 7 on today's session. Not necessarily the case right now. And Amazon, who we thought was going to reach an all-time high today, has not. Headline: Centum, U.S. has directed 28 vessels to turn around or return to Iran. So the blockade in full effect.
All right, brother. A couple of positions, CRCD, NVTS. So let's see how these ones do. CRCD is a hold at the 10 EMA. That's my approach here on this one. What are we in? We're in at 35, so break even at the moment. Looking for this one to hold up at around the 10 EMA on the 5. I've given it to 24s because I see support all the way up into the $0.25. So 10 EMA gets me in. I give it all the way to the $0.25. We'll wait and see exactly what happens there. NVTS, looking for this one to kind of break trend, pop off VWAP. Let's see if it can work back into 16. We're in at 84s. What's it showing me right now in terms of price? We're in at 82. So we're out of the money by 2 pennies. So that's what I'm looking at. I also want to execute on Faraday futures, FFIE. It's just not really giving me an opportunity. It's holding prior bar low. So you can kind of get in willy-nilly at an area, maybe the midpoint of the prior candle, whatever, and then give it to prior candle low. It's not my favorite entry, but you know, if it doesn't present me with others, I may end up getting into that because it looks quite directional here, up 28.5%. Not much else, to be quite honest with you. Just looking at the scanner, seeing if there's anything popping new. VELO, obviously a little bit more expensive of a name. Having trouble with 16 and down now into 15 and 2/3, 1607 high. It's showing a bunch of topping tail candles here. In fact, if this candle drops down a little bit more, it's going to be 3 topping tail candles in a row on Velo. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles. I'm a buyer of Velo right around 15.25. 15.25 pleases me. Reason is, it's double top, initial area of resistance. It also would likely be around the 10 EMA on the 5 should the price action make it down there, you know, a little bit slower. So VELO in focus as well, but not much else. What are you guys looking at here, man? Did anybody tag me with anything? Lobo, says Niraj. Let's take a look at LOBO. Bring up the single chart over here. You know what I should do? I should just add this single chart to the tabs because I always end up removing this one, then bringing this one in. It doesn't make sense, right? LOBO. So, brother, what am I supposed to do with this? You're looking. I guess you're thinking double bottom at 65. I'm assuming, Niraj, that's what your move is, right? Big boy move in the pre, right around 8 a.m. The entire move gets faded. In fact, it held yesterday's closing print at 57 pennies. Quite well, but really hasn't done much since that time. Looks like there is support generally at 65 with resistance at 75. I don't know, Niraj. Not my favorite, to be quite honest with you, but we'll give this one a look a little bit later on. NVTS popping up here, breaching prior bar high. Okay, so let's load up NVTS. 1R for me is 1606. We go ahead and we put the majority at 1606. I'm going to put it at 5s. That's my thing, and we look for 1R on this, and then we hold pieces for dreams, assuming of course, it's able to clear 16. Joey, that pesky whole dollar level ends up sometimes being that annoying area of resistance. Into 95 it goes. We're in at 84, 97. Good. Here we go. 98 showing up now. Looking for a little bit more here. How come I took out so much? Jeez Louise. All right, I didn't mean to. I fat fingered that mistake. That was a mistake. Looking for 98s there. Good continuation. Looking for moves into 1606. Let's go ahead and post at 1606 again. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey. FFAI is all sorts of strong. It's taking out levels, and I'm about to get stopped out of CRCD. One trade doing well, the other trade not doing so well. 524 prints, Joey, and I'm out of CRCD. Why do I trade stocks on the Amex? Why?
You already don't like them.
No, I don't. They're automatically under suspicion just by virtue of trading on that exchange.
Man.
Look at this guy. This guy's flexing.
Nah.
Yo, you should have seen the videos I put on the gram. Put four workout videos on the gram.
Let me see one of them right now.
Yeah, they got
All right, man. All right, well, then why would you say I should have seen them?
Well, we're gonna put them on the show. That's
All right,
why.
you're gonna put them on the show. I don't get an early look, bro.
You can't. Of course, you get an early look. You just gotta get the gram.
All right. All right, man. We're having we got it.
Oh my
God. Yeah, man, we'll hit that one there. I think it's the favorite sound. All right, guys, man, we're having a good one. Monstrous move. There's Shreve's dancing. I got some Brent going on in the ear, so we're looking for some good moves. Gorev saying that he's long. Are you connected? I'm not connected right now. It's kind of
I am connected, but
no, I mean this.
Oh yeah. I'm fine, brother.
So I can't even really pull anything up. I was looking at TSLL. Yeah, nice Gorev if that one worked. I mean, with that momentum, you have that slingshot reaction. This would have been an ideal print to get it long off of. I don't know how genuine it is with this wick, so we'll keep an eye out on it, but a nice rebound. Instant, so gives back the majority, like right away. So you have that elastic, boom, snaps, and then sure enough, you break down, but then you rebound right back in towards the volume-weighted average price. And that's why I have my eyes on the Qs. I think we're gonna continue to climb a little bit higher. Love it when the platform, not referring to PA, but when this is working like just phenomenally. So we can pull up a bunch of charts here, being highly sarcastic. As you can see, it's still loading all the charts for some reason. I have no idea why. So it makes it a little bit more difficult for me to run an analysis, but there was a rebound across the board. Netflix not really participating, now down to $93. We were talking about this name a couple of days ago, up at 107 just before the earnings report. All right, tomorrow after the bell, we have Tesla, and then on Thursday after the bell, we have Intel. So we're going to see that orderly price action start to step back into the market. I'm looking forward to trading both names post earnings, and I think they're going to be some good times. I love earnings season. It's when I trade my best, to be honest with you, just because I think there's more decisiveness within PA in the bulk of earnings season, and then essentially on the outskirts of it. In between everything, not so much, right? Like a couple of weeks after earnings is when I really start to get chopped up, but earnings season is definitely what I...
And the data supports that? Oh, amazing. We have a super chat. Thank you very much.
I didn't recognize I'm like, whose voice was that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a new production team member, but we're not going to introduce them quite yet. Soon.
Yeah.
All right, let's do, okay, so we're going to do that one first on the Rail TV. Where do we buy Netflix at? Keeps dropping. You're not going to see me buying Netflix, so I'm going to have to give that one to Joey. Just let me cover the other two. And then Zen Zombie, I have a $21 VIX call. Shout out to Zen Zombie. Thank you for the $2 super chat. And then Kahlua, $5. And here goes NVTS into the area high. We're going to wet the beak. Here's a few schmeckles. Banged $500 days. The last $500 days, the last 5 days in a row, plus another, or an extra, I should say, 1,100 with 500 for today. Without Adara, I would be lost. Adara, you're getting love here in the chat from Kahlua. $5 super chat. Shout out to Kahlua. Thank you very much for that. And thank you very much for the other two super chats as well. Do you want to cover the calls? Because I kind of passed Netflix
pun intended
on to you.
there.
Yeah, because I'm not going to cover Netflix.
Well, you said cover.
I have nothing positive to say.
You say cover the. Brother, literally last week you're like, I like it now.
Well, look what it did after that, though. It rejected that 100.
You don't like it again?
My disdain or like for the name rests entirely on the PA.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, man. I'm in the same boat. All right, guys. Joe say I love you, Mickey. Please, for sure, Mickey, I love you.
Keep it down, Ram.
Was that you, Ramin? Yeah. Tell me more. Oh, Trader TV Live saying, tell me more. All right, Shreve, what am I doing here? Can we pull up some options activity? If we can get them back up on the screen, that'd be absolutely fantastic.
No, don't do it for me.
Were we talking Netflix options chain or no?
Practice?
All right, I mean, all right.
TDIC, breakout to the high side, TDIC.
Okay, so aside from that, like I've seen a couple options talk here. Where do we buy Netflix at? Keeps dropping, let it keep dropping. I mean, that's not something that you just go in and it's a single entry, right? Like you want to slowly grab some. I think at some point it will rebound just due to the fact that it's a strong name and the second largest streaming giant on the planet. Now, aside from that, we had VIX call options at 21. Let's pull up the VIX. I always say that it's typically a little bit easier to buy the puts opposed to anticipating the increase in implied volatility.
Okay.
I think there's a major difference, right? Because it always reverts to the mean. But if you're buying those 21s, right now it's not really working out for you unless you've been in earlier and then you buy those out of the money and they've appreciated from that standpoint. But going the put route, purchasing the put is significantly a better strategy in my opinion. Why? Because look at this. You climb up to 60, oh bang, you go all the way back down 73% to where you typically trade at in the teens. Same thing here. You go to 29 back in, 29 back in. So what it is, instead of anticipating the breakout in implied volatility or the market essentially moving lower, you just wait for that fear to step into the market and then play it back into where everyone's not as fearful. We were talking about the SPY at an implied volatility of 9%, and then within one trading session it essentially doubles. Did you know that was going to happen? No, but what you can have is now it's peaked, and then sure enough you can play the put to the downside. So I'm not looking at anything right now. I thought that we would get a little bit more of a continuation to the down or to the upside here. We're starting to get that pullback. I was looking for indecision prints off the lows. I wasn't fortunate enough to participate in that rebound in that elastic effect. So with that being said, I'm going to sit on my hands. We have that one good IBIT trade. Now we're going to be a sniper the rest of the day.
I like it, man.
Why do you keep asking me how my app is working? I don't have an app.
Oh, I think he probably means your algo, right?
Okay, yeah.
You were talking a lot about your algo.
Yeah, okay.
I'm assuming. You're going to double check
so.
with them.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a...
There goes CRCD into the high side. We're taking some prints. 1R for me here is at 46. It's showing 42. I'm looking for a bigger move in around the $0.50. Stopped out of NVTS. NVTS could be a short below 1550. Neil, how much would NVTS shorts cost me on the NQ? Thank you, Neil. Appreciate that. So looking for the move here on CRCD. Definitely looking short on NVTS below the $0.50. That's VWAP, also the $0.50. So interested in that. But I'm looking for CRCD to move back into that around that $0.50. I'm looking at wetting the beak 1 penny before my 1R at 45. You know, we'll see how this cookie crumbles over here, but definitely continuing to watch. This one right away is on probation until otherwise stated, just by virtue of the exchange off which it trades. I've seen too much with the MX in terms of bamboozlement. There's 43. Now we're on the way to 44. CRCD could be on its horse here. Let's look for continuation to see if this one can print into 44. I'll wet the beak super quick, selling at 43 and more shares coming in there on the gateways. So no continuation quite yet. I'm also keeping a close eye on TDIC. This one plummeted. I don't know what this one's deal is and why it was moving so erratically, but the fact of the matter is it's recovering, and as such, it has my attention. In addition to that, the recovery that is, it's also approaching the dollar area from which it really, quite frankly, failed quite quickly. This is what we call a Christmas tree retracement, green on one side, red on the other, in the shape of a triangle, hence the Christmas tree reference. But in any event, an approach here of the volume weighted average price at 1120. And so what I'm looking for here is a break above prior bar high. Prior bar high is 104. So I'm looking for a 105 print. I think that probably maneuvers us into this trade. So into CRCD, but definitely looking at TDIC as well, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. Just get a nice little stretch in here. Netflix continuing to sell off, as a lot of people were mentioning that in the chat, 93.13s. You open up around 94.69s, and you have the SPY heading towards it. Say it ain't so. So yeah, I mean, SPY heading toward the low of the day.
What the helly?
Not the same narrative here for the Qs. So, I mean, if we do break a new low, I'm going to be looking for some forms of indecision on the lower time frame, like the 1 minute, to see if we're going to find a bounce. I was thinking for a potential long continuation here on IBIT, but this indecision print on this secondary, on this minor trend essentially is starting to hold up, but it looked like it was going to about to break there momentarily. All right, let's send things off to Adara, see what she has.
What I have is a crypto segment for you guys. So here is BTC right now. I mean, this daily chart, higher highs, higher lows, nice push to the upside. Right now, resistance that we're going to have will be that Friday high of 78,400, currently trading around 75.7, so we have some ways to go. I do want to talk about Kevin Warsh, though, because his confirmation hearing is going on right now, and he does have a little bit of a crypto connection. Apparently, his investment portfolio does include some crypto and AI projects. He also has been describing in the past Bitcoin as a potential policeman, quote unquote, for central bank policy. He also said that Bitcoin could be a new gold, and he's even said in the past that he thinks that the U.S. central bank should be able to be getting involved here, maybe issuing even its own cryptocurrency or stablecoin using the blockchain. So he's very much pro-crypto. We do have 2 pro-crypto senators very much active in the crypto space that are on the Senate Banking Committee that is taking part in his confirmation hearing. Those are Senator Loomis, who will be outgoing as of the end of this term, and then also Senator Moreno. Neither of them have talked yet, so we could suspect, or it's not suspect, expect some crypto-related questions from either or both of these senators later on in this hearing. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that,
thank you. I had to, okay, yeah. So let me touch on this before we send it back to you, Sharif. USO skyrocket. This thing's gone off, and the market's somewhat rebounding. So as long as we have this correlation between the two, USO is definitely the long. I mean, as long as this is in play, I'll tell you one thing for free, is that essentially that when we have USO doing these types of things, I don't like trading the NASDAQ or NASDAQ names, to be honest with you. So that's why I'm being extremely patient. We had that one attempt. Now we have USO climbing right back towards the high of $125. So yeah, I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Timothy, definitely looking at Velo. This is beautiful. If it holds up at the 10, that is. 1550, thereabouts, is the 10 moving average, exponential. And that's what I meant initially in my earlier analysis of VELO. I'm interested in this level. It's holding above prior bar low. That's good news, right? Especially because, well, prior bar low did breach the 1550 level momentarily, got bought up, closed at 1560 something. This one is showing mid 50s here, but VELO is definitely in my purview, and there goes Faraday frickin' futures into 40 pennies. 40 and a half pennies is the high of the day. This one is breaking out, and it really hasn't given me an opportunity in terms of a pullback off which to get in. But, you know, you don't need a pullback, and this is kind of where I struggle. I don't like getting in willy-nilly at these areas. There is a strategy you can employ. You can give it to prior bar low, and in this specific instance, no breach of prior bar low since the candle at 11 o'clock. It's now 11:32, so half an hour of good continuation here. Alas, this is an ugly topping till candle into 40 and a half pennies, and now it is showing 38. But as I really want to mention, and I'm going to keep mentioning it because I think it is an important feature of small caps that's not, you know, directly relatable to large cap or mid cap trades. When you see a candle like this on small caps, it is not the end of the matter. It's like Joey loves to get in off these bottoming tail, topping tail candles because he trades mostly these large caps, and more accurate he could not be. Typically, they are good reversal signals. In the small cap world, it's not exactly that simple, because the majority of the people that are participating in this name today are not holding it for a swing or an investment. Most of the people that are, most of the volume, I should say, forget about the people, most of the volume that's coming in on the day is intraday. They're taking profits into area highs, and when they take profits into these area highs, they manifest on the 5-minute chart as topping tail candles. And so there you can see this one's getting bought up, and in fact, it's not even breaching prior bar low, at least not yet. Volatility kicking in, though, on Faraday futures, something to be on the lookout there. So I definitely want to set up somewhere on Faraday. I wouldn't mind a bit of a better setup. I'm keeping a close eye here on CRCD to hold up above my entry. If it breaches my entry, I'm out. I'm keeping an eye here on NVTS for a possible short below the volume weighted average price at around 1550. And I'm certainly keeping an eye on VELO. What is happening, Sia? What am my line of sight? Get it, girl. I was wondering. I thought you were dancing or something. Her back is, yeah, okay.
Need to correct.
All right, I respect that. I've had back injury here and there. But in any event, VELO, definitely looking for this one to hold above 1550. I wouldn't necessarily insist on a breach of prior bar high on VELO, because you could just give it to prior bar low. Now that it's around the $0.50, and it's already shown its propensity to hold up above the 10 EMA. Specifically, I'm talking about the 1055 and 11 a.m. candles. So those are the ones that I'm looking at. Those are the ones that I'm interested in. It's really those 4, 3 longs and 1 short, Joey.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Controversial for sure. Is that the guy Clue who was just like losing his stuff? He's like day 5 of teaching myself how to day trade, and he's like,
who's that?
Some streamer kid, man. I told you. Anyways,
bro, man, I stumbled on these streamers from Kick that I didn't even know existed. I bet you don't even know who they are. No. Do you know this guy named Androgenic?
No.
Do you know this other guy named Clavicular?
Flav, yeah.
What is happening here, man? These guys, they live in a different world.
They live in a different world, yeah.
In a different world, these streamers, man. Like they get jumped by frat boys and frat leaders.
I don't really like
what's happening.
I just like Speed and Togi. Togi, I think, is one of the funnier guys because he's like. He knows, like, he's like, yeah, I'm not that smart, but, like, he just does hella funny stuff. And just the way he talks, yeah, he's sarcastic, and I like that form of
I'm about that life.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the best thing about Togi is, like, he's trying to, I told you guys the story, he's trying to turn, like, $50,000 into $300,000, and he has, like, this 3-step process, and then it ends up turning into, like, a 23-step process. Yeah. I just think it was absolutely hilarious. He's friends with Togi, did collaboration. Yeah, I wish. That'd be funny. Those guys just throw around, and I don't mind Steve, but aside from that, Steve will do it, that is.
Steve will do it is actually quite wealthy.
He's extremely.
Yeah, because he was talking about, he was on Bradley Martin's podcast, and he's like talking about the different
because he has like 5% in Happy Dad.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. And another investment too that he has big money in, but someone tried screwing him out of it. I think he was the Nelk boys.
Yeah, he was part of the Nelk.
Yeah, they were trying to screw him out of some money.
No, it wasn't really like that. They say that anyways.
I don't know what.
It was like brand deals and stuff. You don't know what goes behind the scenes. But I listened to Kyle Forgard's from Toronto.
Okay.
Did you know like the head of the Nelk guy, Kyle?
Yeah, I did know that.
Yeah. So they were together, but then he hopped out. He took his percentage because he had like 20% of Nelk, took it in cash or whatever, and then he also
got the hell out of there.
He got out of there and started doing his own thing. Steve, that is. But anyways, SPY. I don't know. Aside from that, let's get back into these markets, guys. As the SPY is putting in a new low of the day. And the Qs aren't just yet, so maybe it'll play catch up at some point and put in a new one. IBIT, nice indecision print on the 1-minute time frame. Not seeing what I necessarily like on the 5-minute, but maybe we find somewhat of a rebound because the selling wasn't as aggressive as I thought it was going to be. So as long as we hold up this level, there might be a good opportunity to get involved with Bitcoin one more time. So yeah, I like it. I'm not going to punch right away. I want to see some more strength and the market start to turn around as well too. So.
You know what mogging is?
Mogging? No, I don't understand that.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
Like, can someone explain this to me
and
in the chat?
Like looks maxing? I think it's just
okay. That's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, looks maxing.
I think it's just such a weird term.
I don't know what mogging is though. I what? Go ahead, Adara.
So it's part of their culture where it's just like, and if you, I'm not going to get into it here, but if you look up a Michael Knowles interview with Clavicular, you can get a really interesting take on politics with relation to mogging. But
can we just get an explanation?
I think, like, looking more attractive than someone else is kind of what they call it, and they view this like to such a degree that again, in my understanding, I went on a really deep dive of this community, specifically Clavicular, a couple months ago, and it seems to be like kind of their gauge of self-worth and how important you are, again, not just in terms of looks, but in terms of life, and which is why I think, again, if you look up the Michael Knowles conversation, how it even forms into their political decisions is really interesting, like who out-mogs whom in terms of
so it's race. You relative to somebody else.
Yes, or it's another person versus someone else.
Yeah.
Right? And that's how they settle beefs, that's how they settle, like, squabbles. It's really, really fascinating.
Squabble up.
This is quite fascinating,
Did you see Clav, like, OD'd?
Yeah, well, apparently he was using substances while he was streaming, and then he said he stopped using, and now he doesn't even want to stream anymore. I don't know what the hell's going on in this world. I just got into this world on the weekend. I didn't even know these guys existed. And then this androgenic guy, anyway.
You know he's only like 21?
Clavicular?
Yeah, he's
like
I didn't
20, know that.
21.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, he's like 21. Anyways, can you short car? Why? Sure, Susan, anything for you. I mean, you can physically, but am I going to? No, I think that's going to be a different story. We're not getting that breakdown. Adara shorted car, though. Congratulations on that trade, catching $26 a share. That's a big-time move. But what we're seeing is I don't love the price action, for me personally. If you like this choppy, illiquidity style of trading, trading, then by all means, be cautious. I just don't think that we're in that breakdown territory. Could this be the start of something? Absolutely. But what I want to see is that capitulatory price action where you're down 15% and then you have the continuation the following day. Where we're sitting right now, $645, I'm not getting involved with that whatsoever. Let's see what the chat is saying. Who's my, okay, yeah, exactly, Marcio. You see what Marcio said? Short 5 shares. Why do I got to do it? Steak dinners tonight. I just covered the puts up big, says Madam. Nice, man. We'll hit the stone cold for you on that one. So, I mean, at the end of the day, nice
How'd you like that lamb yesterday?
It was good.
It was okay.
Yeah.
Like, I felt it was a little...
I feel like it was like
processed.
Yeah,
no?
that's what I thought. That's what I was gonna get. I feel like it was a blend. Maybe
exactly.
what if we got fooled with the Beyond Lamb?
Yeah, Beyond Lamb, that would suck. No, I didn't really like it too much. I liked the taste. I didn't like it for the health value. But
yeah,
you know, I'm always grateful though for the food.
I'm always grateful. No one's mogging around here.
Mogging.
All right.
God, all right.
All right. Hold up.
Fluffsters.
It's Fluffsters. Are you ready for this one, Shree?
Ready? Go ahead, Joey.
All right. Hey guys, I've got a couple. Did you set goals every day? If so, I'd love to hear it. Please also do you journal daily, and how important do you think it is making journaling a regular habit? Do you want to start this one?
I have larger goals, just in life in general, and I just like to catch little wins every day towards those larger goals. So one that I've publicly stated, I'm looking at buying a house. Obviously, buying a house in Toronto is quite difficult. And that requires me to cut a lot of expenses elsewhere in my life. So when I don't spend on something that I want, I consider that a small dub because it's advancing my goal of purchasing a house. Also, fitness goals of mine, I definitely have, I want to say a moving needle in terms of fitness goals. Like in the winter, I'm looking at adding mass. In the summer, I'm looking at cutting. So if I'm able to achieve those goals on a micro basis, for example, by not eating something or by eating something specific, that's kind of what I look at with trading. Mm-hmm. I'm always looking at improving the style of trade, whether or not I'm just, employing a risk calculator, trying to be more disciplined, holding into positions like 1R, 2R, stuff like that. So small wins on a daily basis, I feel, end up having a good and a big cumulative effect.
Absolutely.
That's my thinking.
Yeah, I don't think every day you take these quantum leaps. And people say, oh yeah, he's an overnight success. I don't think that's necessarily the case. It's just these small wins built up to the point where it looks like that. As for goals, I don't know if you're referring to life or trading, to be honest with you. I'm going to say yes to both. But we'll keep this to a trading basis. Of course, I want to get a little bit better every day. Who said what? Who is that? Is that Adam James? Anyways, let me finish here, and then we'll get into what Adam James had to say. Yeah, I mean, as for trading, of course, like, why would I want to sit here and just remain the exact same? So I'm just trying to look. I do journal every single day. I record my trading. I keep my own equity curve in check. And essentially, it's like, hey, we want to get 0.5%, 0.25% better, whether it be taking less trades, taking more trades, putting on more shares, whatever it is. I'm not just going to sit here and try to remain stagnant. That's not the nature of myself. You want to try to get a little bit better, but you want to set realistic goals as well too. Like, I mean, you're like, hey, if you go from making essentially no money to the point where it's like, oh, I want to make $20,000 a day. No, you just start small, and then eventually you'll have the snowball effect. And sure enough, when a snowball is going downhill, it tends to get a little bit bigger. And you take it step by step. So yeah, yes to both. Do everything. Journal. How much of an effect does it have to add a little bit more? To be honest with you, I just document and I go over some of my trades. I know highly successful traders who don't even journal, right? Like, they just like, okay, yeah, whatever, the next day's new. And that's the thing about the market, is that every day is something new. So even though we go off of pattern recognition, no one day is the exact same.
Well said, Joe. Well said. Just setting up a couple of looks here. 577. Okay. I want to talk about my trade on CRCD because we got 1R on this one, but like fair day futures is just ripping up, and it's starting to annoy me that I'm not involved here. But anyway, CRCD, we do get 1R on this one, so I'm still holding a piece, but positive on this name. Very pleased. Disappointed that it didn't work up back in the $0.50. I had a bit of a bias. This one's putting in higher lows. We move into the $0.50. But anything below my entry ends the trade. It really is that simple. on Faraday futures. Sorry, on CRCD. Now, speaking of Faraday futures, another high day, 43 pennies on the dot. That is the high, dropping down now into 41 3/4. Looks like there is some support here at 40. Prior bar low is the following, 39.50. Current bar low, 40.13. You get in here, I give it to prior bar low right around 39. I would say 39 1/4. I'm talking pennies again, not dollars. That probably is how I would work into the trade. Let's, So let me adjust my my entry here to see if we can maneuver there on Faraday. 39.50, so 0.395. All right, so let's give this one the old college try over here. What are we gonna do here on Faraday? So we're in at 43, we're at the frickin' day high. Let's just go in this many shares. We're gonna give it to 39.50. As I mentioned, I have a bias that we probably work in to the $0.50. Let's go ahead and put the stop price right around where I said, 39 1/4, and then we'll stop out at 39 for this amount of shares. Good. All right, so now we're back in the game. Good, good, good. Where are we at here? There it goes. Oops, that's not where it wanted to go. Sorry, give me a second, guys. So 39.50, 43.60. That's a new high of day. We have, so what do I have here? I have 43.58. That's my price. It says 44 on the board, but 43.58 is my price. I get stopped out. Okay, so we opened up a new bar. So I have to move up my stop now, not to the 11.35 bar low. I have to give it to 11.40 bar low. The 11.40 bar low is 40.13. So Joey, I'll send it to you while I put in my stops.
Sounds good, man. Nice work there, put in those stops. Make sure you get out when you're supposed to. If we want to go over an example, I mean, I've just been having this TSLA chart up for us here at the end of the day. But Fluffy, I understand where you're getting at, and we can touch on that a little bit later. I mean, I'm in half a decade right now, so you've been trading a decade. So, I mean, combined, there's been a lot of experience here. But as for IBIT, this is when we get out, right? We catch the lower end of the range. We're like, okay, yeah, six stuff. We're not going to allow this to go on without us. So sure enough, the momentum and the volume really started to kick in, and then we were fortunate enough to take that move. But getting out when you're supposed to is important. Let's see what Adara has for us.
A couple more comments I just want to mention here, coming from this Warsh confirmation hearing. He did just speak a little bit more here about policy shifts at the Fed. This is a theme that's really existed throughout his testimony. He said, quote, if the Fed did a series of policy reforms, inflation could be lower and the economy could be stronger. He's also specifically said that inflation is directly tied to the Fed's actions. His take on inflation, where it comes from, has been an interesting one, and one that's come up a couple times and been questioned by certain senators. I also want to mention here, talked about digital assets as we suspected he might. We know he's been involved in crypto. He's advocated for crypto in the past. He said in response to pro-crypto Senator Cynthia Lummis that digital assets are already part of the fabric of the financial services industry within the U.S. So just some comments to be aware of here. Back to you.
Conversation going on in the chat about journals are a must. I mean, the devil's in the detail, right? Like, the more detailed you get, sure enough. And I'm going to be honest with you, like, creating an algorithm, something that's just essentially automated, it's so easy now. Make an algo that triggers like only a couple of times a month or once a week or something along those lines, and just see how the equity curve is formed, right? The more you're in the market, obviously, the more risk you're taking on, and the higher probability of things not working out for you is, right? So just try something along those lines. Trade less is important, sitting on your hands and getting in that right set of bigger shares. Yeah, I mean, like, specificity is key. Right, so if you build something where the criteria are so detailed, the chances of it triggering more often are lower. But with the detailed in, the probability is going to be significantly higher, okay? So try making something, like, you have so many AI tools in your favor right now, PDT out of the window. There's just so many things aligning for how you can set up some of these tools to work in your favor, and I think it's really important. That's where the next step is. I mean, we talked about it time and time again, just using these tools to your trading advantage because other individuals are doing it, so why not you? There's no point in falling behind just yet.
Agree completely. Yeah, I don't really journal. Never really have. What I did was just kind of write my entries and exits at times, but you know, I'm pretty aware of what my feelings are, what my weaknesses are, and kind of, I think you're alive to that. Most people are alive to that. And I think some people need to journal to kind of be able to get that out.
Want me to be honest with you?
Yeah.
I think for me personally, is I don't want to call it a coping mechanism, like just writing down. But at the end of the day, is we know that it gets frustrating. So I typically say when I put something that's frustrating me in my mind and I put pen to paper, I feel better about it and just write it down. Now I stand on the side where I don't think like, hey, I've had excessive journals. Has it changed my trading to a point where it's like, oh, you absolutely need to do this? No, I'm gonna say no, because you know where you go wrong. You know what you shouldn't have done.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
That's what I'm saying. Right? Most people are alive to the mistakes that they make, right?
Exactly.
But I think it is a good coping mechanism.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Just writing things down. I like keeping my equity curve just for a competitive standpoint, right? Like it's like, hey, I look at it as a game, kind of. It's like, hey, I want this thing to continue to climb as high as I possibly can without it going through any form of a drawdown. That's just a game that I made up in my head. So it's just so easy. I just have a spreadsheet. I type in a couple of numbers in the date, and then sure enough, you just try to establish something. It's nothing scientific or groundbreaking.
Yeah, it's good enough though.
Yeah,
clearly.
Exactly.
All right, guys. Faraday not really working out here. I didn't get stopped out because it didn't breach prior bar low, but we're at the money by 2 pennies here. So into 42 we go. I got 43.58 right now, so we're a penny and a half out of the money. I'm looking for a move into 50 pennies here. That's just my bias, okay? So we got a bigger red candle and the 11.45 candle, the 11.50 candle now. Barely green. I'm looking for a continuation. Here comes 43. We just got popped up a little bit. So I don't know if we're resuming trend, but I'm definitely looking for a move into that 48, 49 area. There's 43.5. Here comes the high of day. There goes the high of day. That's a new high of day on Faraday futures. Looking for a print into 44. There it is. There's the breach of 44. Good continuation here. I think some shorts may have been caught offside here because we did have a bit of a drop. But look, no continuation here above 44. We're looking for 45 now. Backed out into the mid 43s we go. So 44.75. High of day on Faraday futures. There it goes right back into 44. Looking for a 45-ish print. Into this move. Let's see what we can kind of get. 44.25, no continuation though. No buying, stepping in, pushing this into the high 44s, at least not yet. Continuing to watch the tape. The tape is showing a lot of yellow and red now, so that's not really good, especially when you see blue, especially on my tape. Blue means selling under the bid, and that usually is not good if you're in a long position. Other trade that I've got on right now, CRCD still hanging out at 5.45. It's putting in higher lows. Into 46 it goes. I'm looking for the $0.50, still holding shares on this one, and definitely interested in a $0.50 touch. But let me tell you something else, man. Open frickin' door. Where is it at? Show yourself, open door. Open door just got into a high of day. Again, 596 or thereabouts, showing 94s right now. The door could be open. Above $6? No, you think? I haven't heard too much from our friend Kaz Najatian lately. He was, I follow him on X. I haven't been seeing too many of his posts lately. He was posting up a storm when he took the helm and started, you know, and there was a lot of interest.
I always thought this
but I
was
haven't heard him. I
always thought this was somewhat of a meme stock, to be honest with you.
No question about it.
Right? Like, I just don't. I don't know. It's all online.
The question is, can you make any money off it? Right? Like,
yeah.
That's the
I mean, that's the man. Right? It's the number one question. For sure. I mean, like, look, it was on this big time run, all fun and games in the middle of the summer, $11, and then sure enough, you're down 50%. 24 seller, Shreve said over there, 44 seller, 1,500% right there, guys. Car is breaking down. Yeah, let's take a look. Adair, you still in this short, hopefully, because it's starting to move. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You will know. So this thing has dropped $150 off of that high, roughly. You will know when the breakdown is starting to happen. Is it halted to the downside? Yes. That inverted hammer candle, you have the largest candle on the daily in this whole run yesterday. Watch out for this to close as an inverted, and then you're going to get the continuation, $150 drop in CAR. It was only a matter of time until this thing broke down. So halt down in CAR. Let's actually pull this thing up. What are we trading at right now? It's 607. What are we halted at? We're going to figure that out momentarily. 630. Oh, okay, so it's popping up. Tap up there, Sharif. Damn. Yeah, that's not too good. Open is not a meme stock, says no respect. Respectfully, I think it is at the end of the day. But hey, man, there it is, CAR to the downside. But if it opens up above 630, whoever was short is going to be $23 out of the money, especially if they got in right before those halt parameters. Oh yeah, angry hype. I happen to think so. But it doesn't matter what I think at the end of the day, right? NVDA starting to head a little bit lower here, guys, and then also SPY. Nasdaq holding up pretty good, surprisingly so, that the SPY is at the low of the day almost.
There goes Faraday into another high of day. Let's wet the beak here. Looking for the bigger move into 48 though. Here's 45.5. Looking for 46 next. We'll wet the beak. Look, you move into the mid 40s. I don't know. I just have the bias that we always get to the whole dollar, half dollar. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it does. That's what we're going with this time. Seller at 45 now. But look, I mean, this still hasn't breached the prior bar low. And trend is intact. I almost got stopped out, but I didn't. So let's go ahead and post at 46. We're going to post a small one here at 46 just as a liquidity tester. And there goes CRCD into the half dollar, looking for the majority of the print here. It's a 2-penny spread. Why is it a 2-penny spread at these levels? That's so annoying. Okay, so we're going to have to wait now for the bigger move above the half dollar here on CRCD. Yeah, I didn't get the print that I wanted, quite frankly. And here comes Faraday again, very close to 46. There's 46, Joey. We're looking for 48s now on Faraday. It's on its horse here, man. We're holding shares. Let's go ahead and take some out here, because there we go. We're looking for a little bit more. Now we're going to let this one light up here at 1R, assuming, of course, we get into 48 pennies. That's where my 1R is. 46.5. We're looking for continuation here on Faraday. Let's go, Faraday. Shout out to my man Darwin, who always throws the 2 pumps thing in the chat. I absolutely love it. It shows that he is, in fact, I know I call a lot of people OGs in the chat. I get that, and a lot of them do deserve it. But Darwin.
Dancing Darwin.
Dancing Darwin. Well, quite frankly, he's the OG Darwin, because I remember him from when I first started on the show. I know for a fact he was there. The fact that he knows that reference goes back to Pratt and I know when that actually happened. Pratt and I, it was like the fall of 2022. So he's been around since then. He's been on. Shout out to the OG. All right, we're going to Adara.
Breaking news, guys, in the crypto space, COIN and GEMI both dropping here. Seeing reports that New York State is suing both Coinbase and Gemini for allegedly violating the state's executive law, according to some court records, specifically suing Gemini Titan. So again, COIN, GEMI, both reportedly looks like they're facing some lawsuits from New York State, again, accused of violating executive law. This is according to court records. Back to you.
Pepper saves lives. Okay. I mean, we see what you got. We're talking about it, right? We got a tap of 603 right now on CAR. 607.43 is that halt parameter. Clue, nice work. Yeah, I know you've been here for quite some time. There goes Bitcoin starting to find somewhat of a rebound. I don't know if it has anything to do with the news that we were just talking about with Adara, but we can pull up Coin and we can pull up Gemini. Coin, let's see what you're up to. Did you start to tank? I mean, so Neil and I, we've been looking at like, okay, you have a catalyst step in, the stock pumps, sure enough, we look for the fade. So maybe if we get a dump, it sells off, you can see essentially that you're going to start buying up. And there goes Coin, GE, what is it, what is
Gemini? Space Station, GEMI, GEMI.
GEMI, yeah, there we go. There's Space Station. No, I think, okay, yeah, anyways, that didn't really do anything right there. So no reaction on those two names. But Coinbase started to sell a little bit there. Sure.
All right, there's a move back into 46, Joey, on Faraday Futures. Here comes the high of the day. It's 46.42 high.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, let me
Go ahead.
569. This thing just sold almost $30, just like that. 599.
It's over.
I told you, Neil. At some point, this was going to step in. This is absolutely insane. You're going to see the implied volatility start to kick in. You go up 18%, or you're up around 10% plus. Now you drop. Now it's starting to find a rebound. The average true range on this is absolutely insane, and the spread is definitely in somewhere of Adara's neck of the woods. Just be cautious on trading this one.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Ha 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 ha.
I like how he's just taunting him, eh? He's like, because you know what they were doing there, right?
They're playing ball, no?
They were having a free throw competition. So the first to get 5 wins.
Yeah.
And so Wesley Snipes in the movie. What's his name? His name's Sidney Dean. Thank you, Neil. Sidney Dean. He's like the court badass, right? And he runs, whatever. And let's just cut the crap. This white guy comes up, and all of a sudden, this white guy's challenging him. He's like, let this white boy, blah, 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 right? And anyway, but okay, I gotta pause. There goes Faraday again into the high of the day. We're taking it out there at 47 and change, 47.66, baby. Faraday is on the way to the $0.50. How it gets there and whether we get bamboozlement along the way, your guess is as good as mine, but it's a great move up on Faraday. I'm looking for a little bit more here into the high 48s, low 49s. There's 47.5 again. Can we breach prior bar high? So I'm going to put some orders out, but I just want to finish the story. Anyway, so he's shooting free throws, right? They play a game, and then he kind of, what's his name? Billy Hoyle, which is Woody Harrelson in this case. He pulls a couple of good passes, and he shows that he can play. So Sidney Dean, Wesley Snipes, you're not going to have that. You don't come on my court and pull a couple of passes out your rear end and think that you're whatever.
You're that guy.
So then he's like, yo, put your money where your mouth is, right? So then they start shooting free throws. So Sidney's scoring him. He's showing off, right? Yeah. But Billy's scoring him as well. So then it comes to that last shot. So he scores his fourth shot, and this guy's like, we're going because you're going to miss, right? We're going to eat. So he's like basically taunting him, and then they both go home broke. Because that guy that was dancing loaned Wesley Snipes some money because he didn't have any money to bet on the game, or he didn't have enough money. Okay. So he ended up losing, and Wesley Snipes ended up losing as well. So Dean. All right. You got to watch that movie, bro.
We can take
great. It's a classic, man.
I'm a classic. I got to watch Warriors. That's one of the movies that I want to watch. Warriors. You ever seen that movie? No. Like Warriors come out to play. Oh, really? Like the old gang movie?
No, man. I have no idea.
You have no idea?
No, what year is that from?
It's like I'm pretty sure it's like a 70s, like late 70s, 80s
Oh, wow.
movie. Okay. All right, let's send things off to Adair happening now with Adair and the Neil's Lesson of the Day. Okay.
Yeah, we pass things off to Neil after this segment here for his lesson of the day. So we're going to start here with happening now. And what's happening here with the SPY is trying to form a little bit of a base at the 706 level. Seeing a couple of individual stocks doing this as well, including off the top of my head, SanDisk, getting to yesterday's low from around that early morning time of day, and then just bouncing off that level. So S&P 500 trying to find a little bit of stabilization here at these levels as we digest a whole bunch of headlines. We did have that drop around 11 a.m. on the SPY. Still never found any news for that. But one name that is popping and dropping and does not need any news to do so, mark my words, is Avis. That is, of course, Avis Budget Group, CAR, rental car company that made an intraday high here of 745, an intraday low of 570. So all over the place as the squeeze action on this stock continues without a doubt. COIN pushed lower, but right now trying to bounce back a little bit here. COIN and GEMI, Coinbase and Gemini, both reportedly facing a lawsuit from the state of New York. Get more details, I'll keep you posted. Further, last but not least, keep an eye on this man here, J.D. Vance, and whether or not he's going to Pakistan, because we know he was supposed to go there, leaving today, getting there by tomorrow for talks with Iran. Now, apparently, he's still hanging out at the White House, according to New York Times, and his trip has been postponed. So negotiations with Iran continue to be on watch. I do bring this up, of course, because it relates to USO and, tangentially the overall market. And, of course, Kevin Warsh, that confirmation hearing, still happening. He is still answering senators' questions, and so until he stops doing that, I'll still be up here listening and keeping you guys posted as to what's happening next, so don't go anywhere. Hit the like. Hit the subscribe. Join us on anywhere we stream, and you can also check us out on X at TTV Research for some of these social media posts and live updates. And right now, we're going to send you over to Neil, who I know has a lesson. But, Neil, what is today's lesson?
Can you count, suckers? The world is yours if you can count. And if you know, you know. How about this? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? You know, Joe should know that. Well, you better know that. If anybody has not seen The Warriors, straight up, legendary film. It's not even like the craziest budget. I'm not going to tell you that it's like some kind of profound nonsense, but you watch it, it is so legit, and that's one of my favorite scenes. I mean, of all time, that I could watch that speech over and over again. I'm not going to tell you how it works out for the brother, but anyways, let's get to the lesson of the day. I'm a huge fan of that movie. I can't believe, I'm so surprised that Sharif hasn't seen. I really, for sure, because we're about the same, we have a lot of the same taste. But anyways, back to the lesson of the day. All right, first, this one's going to be a big fail on my part, because there was a point today, I mean, in real time, in front of you guys, I didn't just talk myself out of the trade. I actually let myself get talked out of a trade in some ways. Like, I was in my head just going over all the reasons why I shouldn't take like a standard textbook trade. Even after I outlined pretty much exactly kind of what it was doing. I'm like, oh, well, you know, like all this time, Avis hasn't actually given me a short setup, so I'll just sit there and I'll watch it all day and I'm not going to take any trades, and I don't take any trades. And then it did flash one, right? Like, there's the open, there was the higher low, there was the halt down. This is the confirmation of it. It halts down for the third point on the trend line. Fails to make a new high. Breaks the trend when it breaks VWAP. Confirms underneath VWAP. Okay, fine. I can make the argument that these are a couple of green candles re-challenging the trend. Confirms here. This is the candle right there, confirmation underneath the volume weighted average price. And on top of it, if I had entered here, I'm probably giving it to 93. This entry could have legitimately been through 660 and then risking to about 82. So that was that. Remember I said $25 worth of risk, and then to first support, you were looking, and that's a 60 entry, and that's like a 30 something. So you're looking at 30, and that's a 1-to-1, and then into the lows, and it halts into the lows, so you could still be holding, and then maybe getting it out down there. It's a standard. I know it's being applied to something different, but it's just a standard trade. And I was even like, to Randy showed up, who's not even a trader. I was just like, ah, man, you see this? And I'm like, it's setting up a short. Now he's like, no, because I showed him the daily chart. But it really just comes down to the reason usually, and I say usually because whatever, like I said, I'll stop to fail on myself for this. Usually the reason why you have that kind of a structure to your setup, where I can throw it up and it's easy, like this is where I would enter and this is where I would get out, and if I get in here, I might have to give it more room, but once it confirms under the trend line, I can then tighten up the stop and risk about $5 less, and then I know where my take profits are, so I know the risk to reward is good, because there's a structure of a trade execution-wise that I like. And when you have that kind of a structure or a trade plan, you just kind of do it. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And I already know what the parameters were. So you know what you're going to lose relative to what you stand to make, right? So you're not supposed to have emotion about it. The point of that structure is so that you don't talk yourself out of it. Now, if my argument had been in that moment, the market was ripping its faces off to the upside, and there's no way in that moment I wanted to go short. Well, if I thought that that was something that could have gotten me away from it, well, there's no excuses. The market was heading down in that moment. There was no strength overall. So I can't even, there's nothing much that I can lean on. There's no direct ETF or anything that I'm going to care about that was making some kind of a counter move because the only one that it's in, this is the thing that's moving it the most. So it really just came down to some weird, I don't want to stand in front of it kind of deal. Or maybe this, I don't want to be guessing that this is that high. It does. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter the why, because I'll search for it, and I still can't really come up with it. I had resigned myself to I'm going to take a shot at this at some point. It had to set up, and no other day did it remotely look this good for a short term. Like I couldn't find any other day, and whoops, I can go. Let me just go to a 15-minute instead of dealing with that. Like in no other day did it really, truly, and honestly present this type of a setup. Like if you look at the types of, look at the extension and chop on this. Like there is ridiculously linear uptrend, right? On the 15-minute, you could make an argument that you got something there, but give me a break. It's not nearly as parabolic in terms of range. And even if you want to call it, it doesn't confirm breaking down. You have I don't like the flushes, I want clean trend breaks. I would make it, you could say here was pretty good, but then if you take that, you probably win a little bit, so I can't even say that was bad. But it's how this day was so absurdly, chop's not the right word. Like it is washing out in both directions. It's clearly doing something very different and gives you a much wider range of rejection so that when it condenses here for that trend break, your R&R is fantastic because it's showing you that it's got a huge way to run, unlike some of the other days where it tried to turn around. So sometimes you have to remember the reason why you have a strategy that isn't just, I think X stock is a long, or I'm going long on this today. I am bullish on the market. If you have a strategy that's an actual execution plan based on if this is what I see, this is what I do, you have that in place so that you can just take the trade and leave the emotions out of it, right? And it gets a crazy one because I bet you, and the truth, this is the most true thing you'll ever hear me say. I'm more irritated and will get more like passionate and emotional about the reasons why not being in a trade that wasn't set up are important than if I actually had this trade and won like $100 on it per share. That would just be like, no, it's just another trend break. Do it all the time. That's not even that exciting. Like the exciting part is that you have a strategy that works and you just execute it. The thing that actually will get me worked up is when I don't take one of those. Like you see me do, again, you'll see that kind of a thing all the time, deploy it everywhere. And so that's why you have it. You have those types of strategies that you lean on because you know they're the ones for you. And you just gotta, suck it up, buttercup, and take it, for lack of a better word. Which I didn't do on Avis today. I'll be frustrated about it. I can tell you the lunch was actually quite good. That Thai, what did I call it? It was like Thai something chicken. Thai basil red curry chicken was absolutely delicious. I mean, apparently not delicious enough for me to remember the name of it, but don't have it every single day. It was tasty, little bit of spice, probably could have a little bit more kick. To me, if you're gonna call it like red, I don't know, I'm thinking like red curry is gonna have a little bit more of the flavor. It was good, but I don't know. That you could have added more, but I get it. It's the caterers. They gotta make sure it's okay for everybody. So quick, obvious lesson of the day, I think, and anyone that watched the show, you saw me not take that trade live. And the second it worked out or would have worked out, you can hide from it. And I don't have to journal about it. Like to me, this is already journaling. I don't have to write it down. I know what I didn't do. It was an A setup. Maybe not an A+, but it was an A setup for sure underneath that volume weighted average price. And you just have to take the setups. It's like being a poker player. Sometimes you're gonna sit down at the table or you're gonna get a hand and the pot odds say, hey, look, I'm just in a situation where I've got to make the call based on the situation, and you gotta pull the trigger. Like you might have like a weird gut feeling that it's like, yeah, I might just be paying this one off, but you know that if you don't pay that one off, then in the future you're gonna make a bad decision and not make a call where you should. You know what the range is in that spot, and you know what you then have to do sometimes. You just suck it up and you make the play, understanding that it's about it working 70% of the time or 65% of the time or 83% of the time. It's not about whether this one hits. And so just always do the right thing. If it's a positive expectancy, take the trade. And as Sharif just said, and you probably didn't hear, be a man. There's your lesson of the day.
That was so good. Thank you for that, Neil. All right. Yeah, and look, man, if you remember Mad TV, if you were around, you know exactly what I'm talking about. He looking like a man, right? So shout out. What was her name, Neil? She was an old Chinese lady on Mad TV. Miss... There goes TDIC above the dollar. It breaches the high, the 1120 high. That was 104. Current bar high, 107. This could be a double top, though. Keep your eye out on this one, especially if it loses the dollar. Current bar low is right around 93.5 pennies, and that's where I would put my stop if I'm to get in here because, well, it's holding trend. So if it loses trend, do you really want to be long on this one? Joe, you're kidding. Sub $1 to start the day. Look, it has a higher high at around 9.55. That's $1.20. So we're still a bit south of that, obviously. So if your bias is that we reject at that $1.20, even if that's not your bias, if you think we even trend a little bit more, likely we have some local resistance at that $1.20 if it is to make it up there. So that's a good amount of distance between where we're trading right now at $1.01, $1.02 on the ask, and that $1.20. Again, that has to be if your bias is we retest those highs. We did breach, as I mentioned, this prior high right there. That was at around 1130. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. TDIC looks very strong at the moment, but I don't want to jump right back into it. So let's see what we're getting here. Open door also, guys, possible entry again. Look, I think, most of the support levels on open door have been around the 10 EMA, the majority of them, but there have been these outlying areas here, and the money fills have been kind of at the 20. So open door, a great looking upward channel, if I can say so myself here. I haven't executed anything on it. Let's throw that parallel bar to make that upward channel. There we go. So yeah, open door $6 high. So that could be a bit of a tough resistance level from which to get through. The whole dollar level sometimes is a little bit tough. But my focus is going to be, well, obviously I'm still holding CRCD. My focus is going to be TDIC and open door. And then if Faraday wants to regain trend and get back into that 48 penny high, possibly even 50, I'd like that a lot more. Look who's on the ones and twos now.
Who's that?
Oh, boy.
I know. Hold on, Shreve, let me...
yeah, go ahead, Joey.
Let's talk about Apple here, guys. We're down 2.5% on the day, and it's really starting to bleed. So this is what I'm thinking about Los Polios and Gorev. So what we have on yesterday's session, I think it was a couple of days ago. I thought it was on Apple. What was it? Anyways... takes a little bit to turn around. As long as we hold up, that's a nice indecision print. The only thing not going for this specific signal is volume. We don't have that outlying volume print that I would typically like to see, even though it is a little bit higher than what we've been seeing for the past hour or so. I would like to see a little bit more. With that being said, slower turnaround now. We're going to breach the lower end of it, but I think if we continue to breach some of these levels, I'm trying to think of the name at some point. I got to go back into my... oh no, it wasn't Apple yesterday. It was a couple of days ago. Okay, so let's head that back. Let's head back a little bit here and see if we can find that specific session. Here it is. Yes, perfect. On the 16th of April. So we have our indecision prints, but it continuously prints new lows to the point where, okay, at some point it does turn around, aggressive selling, and then off to the races. A nice strong rebound. I think that's going to be the same case right now. It's not going to turn around on a dime, even though I'm liking it at 25. All right, let's get involved. I like that. If we hold up here, maybe we can get a pump up into 266.75, breaches the low of the day. We're at a dodge on that one.
I hate you. Yeah. I really hate you, Ramin. Why, Ram? Why? That's why you're a liability, Ram.
Car halted up.
Car halt, yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
I was about to speak. Thank you. Ram. There goes Faraday again into another area high. Your boy's back in. We're looking for the breach of 48 on Faraday. No continuation north of 48, but that is the day high now. 48 pennies on the dot. I've actually got better than 45. I have 46. I have 45.89. Let's wet the beak here. We're probably going to get a few rejections, I'm assuming, at 48 until we got continuation. Anything below my entry ends the trade. If we lose 46, I'm out. Okay, even though that's not a good technical trade, I'm looking for momentum here. And I'm looking for a breach of 48. We're not getting it quite yet. So lots going on here, man. Faraday frickin' futures, almost into that $0.50. Let's go ahead and put that out here, 45, or let's say 75, and then we'll give it to 45.5 for yes. Okay, so there we go. How's my other trade doing? CRCD. Into the $0.50 we go on CRCD. Still south, though, of that 553 high. That's the high of the day on CRCD. By the way, FCEL has now recovered to around VWAP. And now FCEL could be the short. So I didn't see the short coming. I wouldn't have taken that short. I would have likely taken the bounce off VWAP. That's not what it did. It lost VWAP. It lost it in a hurry. But here it is. Into 9.5, 960 area, and that's where VWAP is. FCEL could be a short off these levels, especially if the market really starts to dump, we'll see. But that is my thinking right now on the sell. I don't mind getting into that. Yes, I see that. Oh, I'm so happy Luis is in the chat, man.
Yeah.
Luis frickin' Barbado, guys. I don't really want to point out, this is Luis right here because you can't really tell from his picture, but it's A-Day trading. That is Luis Barbado right there. Small cap gapper trader extraordinaire, much better than I. Look out for his levels. He's quite technical with how, you know, he gets in and out of trades. So shout out to my man, Luis Barbado, and tag him there, guys, because he's got a whole lot of information that he can share. They obviously have the trading floor in Barcelona, so if you're there and you're interested, give him a shout. But he's also got an X account, so make sure you're reaching out to Luis Barbado if you are interested in trading some of these small cap gappers. Definitely has a lot to offer. And that's exactly what I'm thinking, Luis. To build on your point, VWAP rejection on FCell. It's time for me to load this up on a trading screen. I'm going to keep TDIC on there. Who am I going to take off? Who am I going to take off? I can't take off any of these. So we're going to take off Open Door just for now. Let's put in FCEL on the NQ, Joey. So going to continue to watch here. We're moving into VWAP, showing 58, 59, thereabouts. So that's what I want to continue to watch here to see what kind of rejections we get. Now, current bar low on the sell is 945. Prior bar low, 945. Just saying. Just saying. A loss of 945 could be the entry, right? You have two support levels at that level, 945 on FCEL. If it loses 945 and just happens to be at VWAP and just happens to reject, well, you may want to think about that. Let's test it here, Joey, to see what kind of shorts. Are these free? No, they're not free. So if you're on real day trading, you're going to have to pay for locates on FCEL. In any event, though, it's setting up quite well. Let's move back to see what this one is doing. FFAI closing in. I don't know, man. I don't want to say closing in because it's got a lot of resistance here at around 48 pennies. We'll keep a close eye on that. And then last but not least, TDIC, south of the dollar still. So this trade, not yet for me. I'm going to keep a close eye on TDIC if it can decidedly get above the dollar and even more importantly, get above that 1210 bar high at 107. Joe, I'm a buyer.
All right, good stuff. There's Apple. I mean, we took 20% off. I'm still willing. I'm happy that I took some off. I don't typically do this, but I'm going to hold it. Obviously, we'd like to get a little bit better of a price, but we're not going to complain. We caught 20 cents just like that, take 20% off. But I want to see if we can continue to climb. What we don't have going for us is that the SPY looks like it wants to break down. All right, so you have this consolidation. You can't climb, you can't breach back in towards the volume-weighted average price, and then now you're starting to form a base, and that's going to correlate with yesterday's low. All right, some pre-market levels as well. So if we can get that rebound in Apple 60s, would be more or less the ideal profit target, but that doesn't mean we're necessarily going to get that. Let's go over to Adara.
Be aware here, guys. Keep an eye on the USO and oil and the market in general as we get comments now from Iran as to whether or not these U.S. talks are happening. We know we've heard reports that not only Vice President Vance, but the envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, all of whom were supposed to be at these negotiations in Pakistan, they haven't left America yet. Well, now we actually get news from Iran again, being reported by Iranian state media, that Iran has not decided if it's going to be participating in these U.S. talks. They're either not participating or they're just unsure. So we're going to have to wait and find out what happens here. I will let you know. Furthermore, Iran saying that the ceasefire talks can only get started after the U.S. lifts its blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. That's being reported by the Wall Street Journal. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, a nice strong pop. Let's keep our eye on the tape, guys. We had a clean flush up into 50s right there, 47, 266 50s right there. Can we continue to lift that ask? I don't know. Let's see. We're starting to print a little bit lower, 8 cents. It's pretty volatile if you ask me. Okay, we're cleaning 50s now. That's a positive sign. Let's see if the bid can start to pick up a little bit as well, too. So a nice little look as the market is finding somewhat of a base. I mean, this is what we want to see. Break of that 266.60 level, and then I think we can take that next step higher into 266.80s. A nice bottoming signal here on Apple. Be cautious with this one, guys. Get out when you're supposed to.
You like DX?
Like the exhibition?
No. Ram answered. I'm like, no, DX. Remember from wrestling? Shawn Michaels, Triple H, China, the Road Warrior, Billy Gunn.
I don't remember these individuals.
DX, the guys that would go like this all the time.
Is that what they did? Yeah, is that group? Okay, yeah, I like those guys. I'm pretty sure Ernie Clement does that all the time on the Blue Jays.
Does he actually?
Yeah,
that's probably paying homage to DX. Case, Case is looking at TDIC, and so am I. I have a trade to update you guys on. I'm obviously long right now on the door, open door. I took a couple of beak wetters, but it's coming back down. Look, to me, the money fills have been the breaches of the 20. We'll see if this one holds up or not. It's breaking down into 84. My stop is 77 below this bar low. Now, oh, wow, this is coming down pretty aggressively. So if this loses the volume weighted average price, I'm out. It's really that simple. Let's see what Open Door has to offer. But Case was talking about TDIC. She's like, where are you in TDIC? Well, I'm not in, right? And the reason I'm not in is because this has a lot of resistance at the dollar. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles in a row with higher topping tails can't breach the dollar on a closing basis. So what I said to Case was this 1210 bar high, the high of which is $1.07. I get long above that $1.07 if we can take out that level. But we'll have to wait to see if that's even possible. So yeah, that's the issue there. Let's take a quick look here. Open door, we're about 2 pennies out of the money. Not a good look. And FCell is working its way above the volume weighted average price. So I'm not short, but I'm definitely looking. If it fails at this level and breaches, as I mentioned, 945, the price level, I'm going to get long I'm going to get short, excuse me. CRCD, nothing much doing at that level. And then Faraday frickin' futures. Are we done our trade? Oh, we did. We took it out at 48, Joey, so we did get the fill there. I didn't even realize I was out of the trade on Faraday, but that's the way it is. So we're done our trade on Faraday. I didn't even realize. But yeah, that's it. So now really looking at CRCD and Open, and definitely interested in working my way into TDIC. And here it is above $1 again. And quite frankly, Casey, like I get that it's having trouble with the dollar, but take a look at the 5-minute chart. Look at from 1205, not even 1205. Let's take from the 1155 bar onwards. Let's do this. So this bar low right there, the 1155 bar, higher low, higher low, higher low, holds. So that low there is 94.23. This low is 94.27. So technically holds. Another higher low, another higher low. So TDIC, albeit tough to clear that $1 area, but the higher lows are operative here in my opinion. So you could get in and just give it to prior bar low, right? That's another possible move. So that's what I'm thinking about. Now, I'm continuing to watch Open Door because I'm out of the money on this one. I'm displeased. But the issue is we're still above VWAP. So if we hold up here, I'm going to add on Open Door, assuming it holds above the volume weighted average price and gives me a subsequent candle that's green. And then I will get in with the same out, 577. I should take advantage. If I'm going to stay in the trade, I should take advantage of having these prices here. If I'm not going to get stopped out again, that's kind of the big caveat. I get stopped out below 577. We're at 79.80, so we're 4 pennies out of the money here, Joey.
All right.
Not a good look.
That's all right, man. It's only a couple of pennies. All right, let's see. There's a seller that continuously steps in at 55 here. Let's see if we can break this level. I talked about 266.60 being that massive that key focal point, essentially. We'll take some off into that supply zone until we breach it. Maybe we can provide a little liquidity in order for us to break that level. Now I'm sitting on approximately half of my position, which I'm okay with because I'm getting the feels that we just can't breach this level, or it might be a little bit longer of a grind. I have no issues getting stopped out eventually on this one. I'm not gonna I'm gonna hold it past break even because I just believe that we can continue to climb on this one. But if it doesn't, we're just gonna hold. There it goes. We're breaching that level now. This is what we want to see. How much higher can we climb? We're down 2.5% in AAPL. Keep your eyes on the tape. Every time that we ran into 266.50, you've seen that seller step in, and then you're stepping in at 55s as well. So we want to see a couple more clean flushes at and above the ask. Let's put on our filter here. We're gonna have to weave out a little bit more. Let's see what Adara's got first.
Yeah, I'm just continuing to hear that Iran hasn't made a decision yet with regards to attending these negotiations with the U.S., but I'm also hearing an interesting story from Meta. Now, this is just a report, but pretty fascinating here. Apparently, an internal memo showed that Meta is going to be installing tracking software on U.S. employee computers to capture workflow data in order to be training AI. This tool is going to be capturing things like mouse movements, keystrokes, and snapshot of what government employees see on their screens. I mean, again, if I get more info, I'll let you know, but U.S. employee computer tracking software apparently going to be installed by META, according to an internal memo that is being reported upon. Back to you.
Show this quickly. Just show this quickly so we don't get dinged. These are Indian factory workers wearing cameras on their heads so that the AI robotics can get trained on this. Can you it's almost like they're forced to participate in their own demise, right? We know the robot's likely going to take their job, right? Especially for tedious work like that.
Yeah.
But now they have to contribute to the development of the entity that will take its job. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's what they're doing. That's cold, Neil. It's just the way it is, man. But that's what they're doing right now. They in order to train these robots, they got to have thousands and thousands of hours off which the AI on the robotics obviously has to train, and that's what they're doing, man. And that's what it is. Yeah. That's what it is. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that kind of thing, but that is the truth. So when that Meta thing came out, it just reminded me of that. I only saw that video like a couple of days ago, too, by the way. I don't actually. Yeah. Oh, Sia's going to out them. I like that, Sia.
Oh, okay.
Get it.
Hold on. Let's get involved here with some Apple guys. We're talking a little bit about this. We're breaking down. I talked about that seller continuously stepping in. So I want to get out of this position because this indecision print off of those lows is going to be invalid here momentarily. All right. So get out of that. There it goes. As it breaks down, the market breaking lower. Apple not helping this rebound whatsoever. So we're going to be patient, keep our eye on it because I think at some point it will rebound, just not right this second. All right, let's get out. Yeah, I got to get out of this trade here now.
Take over?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
There goes CRCD into 554. That ends the trade for me here on CRCD. It's not a big, it's 12.2%, but I did like this structure, even though I was talking crap about it because it's on the Amex. That's just the way it is, right? I've seen too much. CRCD, good structure, continuation, but I do want to point out yesterday's highs. And this is what we were talking about earlier, that 2/3 of a dollar, right around 563, so a little bit less than 2/3. Watch out for that resistance level. That is assuming, of course, it continues on its current trajectory into area highs. But I want to bring your attention to 555. That was the implied balance high from the morning yesterday. And then the afternoon high, 11:05 on the 5-minute candle, takes us into 563. So dropping down now from 554 high into 49, but still holding trend above the 10 EMA. And quite pleased I am of not getting into the short on FCell. What is this hot garbage? What kind of trend is this? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Right? Like, this is not tradable here. In what universe would someone have picked this up at 885? Like, where is the support level here at 885? Someone show that to me. I mean, anyway, 885. Now you're $1 in the money. You're at 983. So FCell, all gas, no brakes, didn't get short. It's a pay for shorts type situation here on real trading for FCell. So I didn't get involved in that one, but definitely looks like it's going back to 10. Now, I did get stopped at an open door. I'm going to take another opportunity here to get back in. This is a VWAP bounce. I'm going to give it to prior bar low, Joey.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, Apple is just absolutely going tank city right now. I don't know if there's any form of news. Oh my God, it's just absorbing so much liquidity. I mean, we'll see if we can get a snapback at some point. The market's not even selling, and this thing's just going completely on its own. Now down almost 3% on the intraday session, so they're not liking what's going on with Apple currently. I think it's just more or less a liquidity grab, to be honest with you. Even though trend line has been broken, this is waterfall type PA in AAPL as it's continuing to bleed, so not too good of a look whatsoever, down to 66s. I think it'll find a rebound, but you just have to be patient with that one. Otherwise, yeah, it can really start to chop you out. We got to get out of this one relatively soon. AIXI, thoughts on the patent lawsuit against Apple for the Siri copyright infringement case towards AIXI. AIXI asking for a settlement of $1.4 billion and continued compensation. I thought they were already granted that, to be honest with you, $1 billion. Yeah, we can take a look at AIXI and see what we got going on with that one. AIXI. Has it been performing? I mean, it was in play for a couple of days, and then sure enough, it just thought it wasn't in play anymore, right? And I think you have to identify that. Let's go over to the daily and see what we had. So those couple of days, and it hasn't done anything since. So keep an eye on AIXI there, brother.
AIXI. All right. In open door, a penny out of the money, 2 pennies out of the money, pardon me. Look, this is going to be a VWAP hold or I'm out. Now, we're in at 82. My out's at 77s. The reason I say 77 is that's prior bar low. Sorry, 76, excuse me. That's prior bar low. So that's what I'm looking at. Oh, no, Faraday futures, you didn't. There goes Faraday into another high of day. It's up 75%. The tape is picking up now into 51. Possibly 52. I think some shorts are caught offside above the $0.50 here on Faraday because the tape really, we call this tape teleportation. Have you heard that before? I think Obi uses that term a lot. This is an aggressive move here on Faraday futures, 51.66 high. Here comes 51.50 again, but no continuation. I just had a bias there that we price spiked up by getting a lot of shorts offside just based on the candle size. I mean, it rocketed up. It's one of the biggest candles on the day. Right there from the low. The low of this current candle on the 5 is 46. The high is 51.60. Most of the candles didn't have that kind of range. And anyway, Faraday looking real good here. Trade this one carefully though, and use some stops, especially below the 10 EMA. I gotta say the 10 EMA really hasn't given up at all today on Faraday. This is the look. I mean, wow, dude, this is ripping. The shorts are caught offside. 52.45, it just ripped up again, 82% now. And what I was trying to say before this thing distracted me is, look at that green line. No breaches, none whatsoever. In fact, the low of this candle is right off the 10 EMA, and there it goes into 52.50 again. Faraday futures, you know what I'm gonna say, it's on its horse. Where it goes, I don't know, man. I mean, usually when you're around that $0.50, 40 something, I'd say we're going to the $0.50, but I think a little ambitious right now at 52 pennies, 53 pennies to say we're going to 75, right? But we're going to continue to watch. And if it gives me that 47.5, 48 penny area, which I perceive to be the flat top break, let me just make my case, and we're going to go to Adara. This is what I'm looking at. Look how many rejections right around 48 pennies. And so if it comes back and tests that level, that could be a great buy area. We'll keep an eye out on this one. We'll keep an eye on Open Door, and we're going to send you to Adara with news.
It's over, guys. After 2.5 hours, we have concluded the FOMC chair nominee Kevin Warsh confirmation hearing with the Senate Banking Committee. It is now done. I just wanted to keep you guys posted on this. In terms of highlights, I think it was mostly pretty much as expected. There were some concerns about Fed independence, specifically with regards to the investigations into Fed Chair Powell and Fed Governor Lisa Cook that were initiated last year. Those are, of course, or sorry, I guess with Powell, that investigation was initiated at the start of this year. But regardless, those were addressed at this hearing. Kevin Warsh answering again, mostly, I think, as we expected. He said that he would be making independent decisions. And he also contradicted comments from President Trump, who we know had said that he actually talked to Warsh, or at least there were reports that he talked to Warsh about lowering interest rates. Warsh denied that these talks had happened. He said that he doesn't know why he was chosen by President Trump, but he is excited to hopefully fulfill that role. We're going to have to wait and find out what happens here in terms of the vote for this confirmation to come to pass. But there were some discussions and questions here from the senators about whether or not we'll even get this vote and this confirmation by May 15th, which is when the Powell term is set to expire. Back to you.
Yeah, thank
Joey,
you.
let me ask you something.
Yeah.
You think Papa Powell goes out willingly, or, you know, he kicks and screams on the way out?
No, I don't think it's in his nature. He's going to go out willingly. Like, he's not going to make much of a fuss.
No,
He's probably had enough. He's be like, all right, yeah.
That man has been consistently, you know, dignified, calm. Like, he'll get a little sassy, but he'll keep a calm, straight face with you. Honestly, I think it would be entirely, incredibly out of character, as Joe said, for him to be upset at all. And here's the thing, like, he can stay on the government or governor's board or not. I don't really think that matters to him at this point. He is, you know, stayed calm. He stayed measured. I see no reason for him to do that, either like in terms of what he would stand to gain from it, which would be nothing, or from anything we've seen of his character as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, maybe he might throw a subtle jab or something like that, but I don't think he's going to make much of a fuss.
You think he stays on the FOMC? Which would be unprecedented for an outgoing Fed chair?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. Maybe if he wants to, but I don't know. He might be tired of Trump. Maybe what if he doesn't? What if he's just sick of...
Imagine he still gets heat, even though he's not the chair.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean,
like he's on there, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
he still gets the heat.
That's the big question. Is he just sick of what Donald Trump's saying, calling him too late Powell, or is he just paying no mind to that, just brushing it off his shoulder? I think a lot of it has to do with the... Yeah, exactly. Don't be rude with the administration, so... Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. He's not going to make a fuss, though.
He's not going to make a fuss.
No.
All right.
No.
That's I think that's a fair take.
Do you think I don't think he's going to. Do you?
I don't think he makes a fuss in the sense like where he refuses to leave, but I think that he probably discloses a thing or two on the way out.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
I just never seen him as that type of individual. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's fair. We'll have to wait and see. I think
do you think
he discloses a couple of secrets.
Would like you think that he'll be disclosed that he was pressured by
something
by
to that effect, something that we didn't know. Yeah. A piece of information that may be material or useful on the way out. I think we'll have to wait and see. But it should be definitely an interesting spring, man.
Apple is waterfalling, dude.
Waterfalling.
Yeah. So look at this, man.
Don't go chase.
Yeah, don't chase this one like we did.
Yeah, that definite sell program.
Who sings that again?
Huh?
Who sings that?
TLC.
TLC. So yeah, you got to listen to TLC on this one, and not chase this waterfall. 265.47. Let's see if this is going to continue to bleed, man. We're really breaking down, and it's helping drag the market with it, even though it's not doing anything substantial. I would think that we'd be a little bit lower on the Nasdaq, but that's not necessarily the case because look at this price act. It's just straight to the downside. Support levels break, and then off to the races it goes. So maybe this is what we have to do, Loss, is just wait for a candle to open up, excuse me, on the backside of this trend here, and then maybe you can find somewhat of a rebound. But PA, extremely.
I'm going to ask you another question.
Okay.
Assuming Kevin Warsh gets confirmed, he weasels in to the Fed, he's the Fed chair.
Yeah.
Over, under, by the end of the year.
Yeah.
End of the calendar year, not 1 year since taking position. So calendar year 26 ends. Do President Trump and incoming Fed Chair Warsh?
Yeah, if he doesn't cut rates instantly, the minute if a couple meetings go by and there's no rate cut, instantly,
straight to jail
right away, brother. What else do you expect from Donald Trump?
But you caveated that. You said if no rate cuts. I'm throwing that out in general. Rate cuts, no rate cuts. Is there beef between the two men by the end of the calendar year?
No, if we get multiple rate cuts, then yeah.
They're going to be best friends.
It's good. Yeah, he's like, oh, Warsh, he's the best, rate cut, all that stuff, right? You know what I mean? At his first meeting. But if he doesn't get it, then sure enough, after a couple, what did we say?
Neil Scrub is a guy who gets long open at 582 instead of 581. Real lyric. You're killing me, bro. He's long. Neil's long, open door at 81s. He has a better price than me. I suck. No, I'm kidding, man. Hopefully this holds, Neil. I mean, it's VWAP. It's putting in some higher lows. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. We're talking about open door, guys. Neil and I, where the hell is it? Neil and I both in. He's got a better price. I got 82s. We'll see how this cookie crumbles, man.
Okay.
I'm looking for a move. Hey, look, you can get ambitious and say back to high a day at 6, or you can say something a little bit more reasonable like the 90s. So we'll wait and see. Shout out to M. Kelsey. Sharif's likes jazzing up the chat with TD taco ideas. Hey, man, I'm just asking questions. Eddie, Eduardo, you're back. Anytime I talk about Trump, Eduardo is right in the chat with a comment. I love that. He will have beef with him, as with 90% of his staff, says Eddie. Eddie 6907. All right, thank you. Eddie Cool Brio saying LOCL. I think I took that one off the side chart, local. We're going to call this one low. Yeah, we can call it local. That's fine. I was going to call it local. LOCL. Let's take a quick look at this one. See what this one's up to. What do we got here? Yeah, back to the volume weighted average price. I don't know, Cool Brioche. This one, it's just, I think there's better trades out there than this one here. It's very consolidative unless you really want to, buckle down and insist on getting your levels. And in my submission here, the buy area is 260 to 265, and the sell area is around 3 to 310. Unless you're going to play the range on this, it's not for me. Moreover, the range is really tightened up as the volumes dropped off. As you can see, we're putting lower highs on the volume bars. That's pretty apparent. And then coinciding with that is a tighter range. We're not quite making it down into 60 anymore. Looks like 65 is resistance, and we're not quite making it up to 3. We're getting into the mid-90s, mid to low 90s, in fact. So I see your point, Cool Brioche. It's not my favorite setup. So I'm going to go ahead and say no. Now, what I want to say is F-Cell got a bunch of topping tail candles here in a 10. So why this is important is this could be a lower high, right? That's an area high, 10 and a third, and then you mosey on back after losing 9, you get to about 880 and change, and now you're putting in 2 topping tail candles at the whole dollar level. doing two things here. One, you're putting in a lower high than that 1034. Number two, you're rejecting the $10 whole dollar level. And then number three, you're kind of putting in that failed attempt to reach prior area high. Now, what I want to see is, does it lose VWAP, which is around 960? So FCEL, bunch of topping tail candles into 10. This could be trouble here for some of the longs, in the same way, or the exact opposite way, that the longs are not in trouble on Faraday. There goes Faraday again. It didn't give you 48. If you were looking for 48, I was looking for 48, because that's the breakout, the flat top break. It gave you barely 50. Prior candle lows 50.28, current candle lows 50.55. So you're having to buy this off the $0.50 as opposed to 48. And here we are again, another attempt at 54. It's 54.60 high a day on Faraday. Let's continue to watch that and see what comes of it. I personally don't have a trade here. NVTS, Neil was nice enough to tell me that this one is free for shorts. It's losing VWAP here. It's got a ton of lower highs. It just lost VWAP if it closes this way for the first time on the day on a closing basis. So the short could be here. It could be in on NVTS as it moseys on down to that 15 3/4 there. So that's what I'm looking at, man. I could be short here, NVTS. Let's take a quick look. CRCD, we're done our trade. So we can just put on NVTS, which is not on the Amex. Sharif, calm down. On the NQ, update, there we go. Now, what's my move here? Am I going to punch willy-nilly, or am I going to wait for a move back up into the 30s, high 30s, low 40s? That's the decision I have to make here, but NVTS is bleeding. It's on the way down. It could be a great short. You're going to have to trade this carefully, though, in the same way that FCEL now is also on the way down to VWAP, Joey. So a couple of possible shorts here, FCEL and NVTS midday.
There goes, USO, new high of the day up to 126.18.
Oh, there's Trump news here. Trump's, that's earlier today, said, ceasefire expires Wednesday evening. U.S. time. White House didn't respond to requests for comments, says the New York Post. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. I mean, we can take one more attempt here on Apple, but it's just absolutely getting destroyed. So, I mean, really, really waterfall-esque stuff. If it breaks the low of the day, we're in right around that neck of the woods. So a rebound here. It's just that the tape is just telling us that, hey, we're not ready to find some form of a rebound. So we are kind of front-running this and looking for a little bit. We're starting to anticipate, not necessarily participate. With the USO continuing to climb, it's not the best potential trade. And I mean, this is really weak. I haven't seen Apple do this in quite some time. Like, look at this price action, man. Just boom.
I've seen that.
Like a whole day of just essentially selling, 1 hour time frame, 3 hours of just consecutive selling. So let's see if we can get a nice little bounce. We're in at a good position. 67s. We're now printing 76s. So yeah, patience is key. Fine for that rebound. If that trend line snaps, then off to the races we go for a nice rebound here in AAPL. Nice, a nice little pop there. That's what we're talking about, Sharif. Let's see if we can continue on this. It's really, really fluctuating though. Volume is put in a lot here today, 21,650 shares. Joseph AMD Jones. Yeah, let's take a look at AMD and run through a couple of our names here as we allow this Apple trade to work. Maybe we can get that slingshot effect. If not, then it's just weak and we put that off to the side. Let's get off this hour time frame and move over to something with a little bit more detail. We have AAPL up there. We've been talking about that. And VDA, what have you been up to? Starting to find somewhat of a bottom here, this base $200 mark. What do we have on the 1 minute time frame? I know Gore was looking at the 2 and the 3. Not too bad on the 2 minute, right? So a nice little bounce. If you're going to find one in any name, I would probably start right here. Now, as for Google, same thing, guys. These tech names continuing to be weak, and I think that's going to be led by USO continuing to put in new highs of the day every 5 minutes or so. So yeah, I mean, there it is. Market back in play. Not good for the tech names. Amazon, we thought was going to hit an all-time high actually here today. Not necessarily the case, but what is strong and what hasn't been strong is Microsoft. Microsoft still hovering around that 425 level. And a nice rebound off of the lows. I mean, it's still down about 25+%, but 20% off of that bottom. Hey, typically in a bull market, we like that. Aside from, is it at a discount? Maybe, possibly. But Apple, man, Apple can't find any.
I like that.
Where the money at?
Yeah, Joey.
That song.
Yes, my guy.
Chingy also saying Holiday Inn.
At the Holiday Inn.
Yeah, man.
A lot of words you can't say in that song.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, but that's all right, man. That was a good era of music. Moving forward, Meta.
Did you ever go to the nightclub called Money?
No.
You never went to Money?
Where was it?
Neil, did you ever go to Money? A nightclub called Money? You know it? All right. Just making sure.
Where was Money?
Adelaide.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
So hold on. No, Richmond. The one that goes east to west is Richmond, right? West to east is Adelaide. Yeah. No, so Richmond. Yeah. It was condos now, but anybody in the chat from Toronto know Money? Am I just the only old geezer who remembers that? But why are you laughing, Sia? There goes Faraday. We're back in this, Joey. Into 52, several beak wetters. Seller at 55. There's a big seller at 55 here. That is the high of the day. I'm posting up at 56. Anything below my entry at 52, we get stopped out. Looking for the continuation above 55. Let's see where this one goes, man. We had a bias that this one would get to the $0.50. It breached it and then some. If it loses the current trend, I'm out. It's really as simple as that. But 3 beak wetters on this. I got a couple more smaller position, full disclosure, on FFAI. We're going to let this run. Keeping an eye here on open door. What's the door up to? Well, the door is right back into our entry at 82. So nothing bad to say, but nothing good to say either. I'm looking for continuation, ideally into 90s and even $6. So, yeah, Joe, okay. Shout out to my guy. What is this? Vinny Vici, Sharif, which club did you go to when you were younger, brother? Well, Money, man. I used to go to Money all the time, especially Sundays at Money. Man, you could get $3 Red Bull vodkas, which I liked at the time.
Those
those were great.
Those are like college prices, man.
Yeah, man. No, but go ahead, Sia. Yeah, go. No, it's a rum and coke, and that's all I drank in Punta Cana, and that's why I never woke up. You're muted, Sia. So say it again. Say it again. Yeah. So Sia was asking me what my favorite drink is, whether it was vodka Red Bull. Yeah. I'm like, no, it's rum and coke, and that's the only thing I drank in Punta Cana, and I never woke up with a headache, not once. Now, I didn't wake up feeling good.
Okay.
But I didn't wake up with a headache either.
The question depends on how many of those rum and cokes you had, you know?
That will remain undisclosed.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm playing. All right. We're having a good time, man.
Remember This Is London, TIL?
Of course. Right beside District. Do you remember District?
Of course.
Yeah, man. District, This Is London. We're right beside one another, man. Those are good times. Those were good clubbing days. Now, I understand, like, Toronto is not as fun to club in anymore, but Sia saying, well, yeah, she's part of the scene, so I'll have to take her word for it. And it doesn't seem like it's as good anymore, but maybe that's just the old head talking, but we've got a young head back there who says that she's echoing my sentiment. All right, guys, at a fair day, that was probably too tight of a stop. I should have given it the prior bar low. That was probably a mistake there because this one is still holding trend. But watch out for some resistance here at 55. There's 4 candles in a row on fair day with topping tail looks. Let me just show you kind of what I mean by that. Now, I'm not saying 55 is an area that I earmarked for resistance, but something to keep in mind out. This current chart pattern right now on fair day could spell trouble, but I also see the other side of the coin where it's holding higher lows. So that's my look there. What else? Oh, man. BlackBerry. People are saying BlackBerry is creeping up. Shout out to my man TT Mass, BB. Let's take a quick gander here at BlackBerry. What are we going to take off, Joey? We're going to take off NVTS. Yeah, let's show them BlackBerry there, Assassino. On the NQ, incorrect. It's on the NY. Let's load this up. Let's go, computer. Assassino, you're killing me, bro. He's always quick with the keys, too, eh?
Quick on him now.
Yeah, this is not bad, guys. A bit of a rounded bottom. Looks like it held 5 1/3. Now it's on the way to 5 2/3. I think you're going to get a lot of resistance at 575. Those were the pre-market highs. But, yeah, BlackBerry up 2.5%. Reported earnings yesterday. Not bad report. Well received by the market. Ran up pretty aggressively. All you got to say is NVIDIA, right? And then everybody loves you after that.
There we go.
What's your look, Joey? Oh my days. A lot.
It was a lot, man, but I mean, that's all right because we got a lot on here on Apple. Let's take a little bit more off here, guys. I'll sit with 20% remaining on the position. Off of that low, give that one more attempt. Trend line officially broke. Of course, like the one that it works, I take off half right here, so now we're sitting on 20%. Yeah, let's go Apple. I mean, we got at it the first time, and then we just got right back in. So not too bad of a look there on AAPL as it found somewhat of a bottom. Hey, man, let's try to hold this for a little bit longer. 67 would be be the more ideal. We had to give this another opportunity. At some point, I didn't think we were going to continue on that path of just complete selling. So Apple treating us really well here today. 66.30, 66.67 would be more ideal because we're at 255.67. So we'll hold the remaining bit for $1 if we're fortunate enough to get that. So somewhat of a rebound. I think we can get there, right? 267 seems totally reasonable here in AAPL. Let's go Apple says, yes, Mike Peter Ryder. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. It's 12:53 already. We've had a couple of, I think this is all I've taken throughout the midday, to be honest with you. So around that 115. So being patient is extremely key, and then waiting for those high quality opportunities to fall in your lap. Would we have liked to hold the full position? Absolutely. But sometimes you just got to take profit as it comes, extract it from the market, regardless of what happens. Hindsight 2020. Someone mentioned yesterday, the market is the best what if college of all time or something along like that. And I said, yeah, the class of hindsight 2020, because that's essentially what it is. If only the woodpecker cried shriek, but unfortunately that is not the case. If you knew where that was from, then I would give you credit, but I highly doubt that was it.
Woodpecker, is it from Woody Woodpecker?
No, it's from a movie called Holes, but the book Holes is a good one. Aside from that, guys, nonetheless, yeah, Shia LaBeouf, have you ever? Of
course, yeah, from Transformers.
Yeah. So
it's some problems, but good guy.
He's going through some stuff right now. He's going through
that.
Yeah, he's a child star though.
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So,
we know how the Macaulay Culkin shut out.
Yeah, he turned things around.
Wait, you've seen Honey Boy, right, Joe? About his youth?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh my God, it's so good. I saw the world premiere. Shia was there. If you're into Shia, if you find his whole thing interesting, I highly recommend seeing it.
I love Shia. I love everything that Disturbia was one of my favorite movies back in the day. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Shia fan. I think it's like Peanut Butter something. He's in another movie. So anyways, yeah, 2.5% to the downside. A nice pop up through the supply zone of 266.22. We're going to hold on to the remaining. If we get to 67s, we're all out of dodge, and we'll accept that for what it is. A nice little trade on AAPL. Trend line broken. Let's pull up on the 5-minute time frame and see what we have. Boom, this is the stars were aligning on that one. It took a couple attempts. I went over the example. I knew this was going to happen. I should have got out a little bit quicker on that other opportunity, but that's it, right? That shoulda, coulda, woulda. We're not talking about that. Moving forward, we have to remain forward looking. Where did we see this? It was the other day. So you have multiple prints being displayed, but then they fake you out on literally 3 occasions. And then eventually it starts to turn around, and that's kind of the nature of what happened here now. So you had to give yourself those multiple tries. Once it stopped you out, be patient, get involved once again, trend line break, indecision print off the lows, whatever it may be, that's going to be your green light to go for a nice little rebound here in Apple.
All right, lots of different names being called out now. Let's get right down to them. Bovin and the crew and Grunfeld and Racer X9. Yeah, I see FCell, it's losing. It's a short here, it looks like. Let's look at TPET. This is breaking out. Light on volume, relatively speaking. It's done 5 2/3 million, but it's a 54 penny name, 53-ish penny name. It's up 10 1/3%. This one trades on the Amex. TPET is the ticker. As you can see, the chart a little sparsely traded. So kind of feels like maybe the volume is a little sporadic on this one. Comes in at random times, but nonetheless breaking out, something to consider. AIFF, shout out to Firefly Neurosciences, a sponsor of ours. This is a good look here. Shout out to Bovin, Bull Flag, continuation. There's the move up, the hold. Yeah, sure, you got lower highs, but you had volume weighted average price holding up. It could have been a flat bottom break, but it wasn't. It was a continuation. So we're forming right now bull flag number 2. Let's see where the range ends up being for the second flag. We had an initial range of 7 to 19, so about 12 pennies at the utmost worth of range. It obviously tightened up a little bit. Something to look out there. I almost got stopped out of open door, but I'm still holding actually because it didn't really breach my level at below 575. But open door may be losing VWAP here, so I'm gonna have to look at that. Also, Buru, B-U-R-U, moving up. Oh, Bovin, this is a good one. Into 26 pennies. This is on its horse. It's breaking it out. And the Buru, doesn't Buru mean like donkey in Spanish?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
Oh, doesn't it burro or something like a burro, whatever, burro. Say that again, Assassino? Donkey.
Donkey.
Buru, okay. How do you say it, Assassino? Boo-hoo. Oh, okay.
Like boo-hoo.
This one's really good, though. Look at the move up on this one. BURU up 30.33%. Let's put in the ticker. Everybody can follow along. Very good strength here. Looks like there could be some support at 25 pennies, but I don't think we've cleared it by enough to really say, okay, we're going to use that topping tail candle as support. But that's a great rounded bottom and a great breakout. Keep your eye out on this one. Obviously, penny stock south of that $0.50, obviously it's south of the dollar. But Buru in focus here. NVTS continues to bleed. So I need to make a decision whether or not I'm going to get into NVTS as the short here. Because this one is just, it looks like it's on the way down, uninterrupted. Is it breaking trend? Is it a bamboozler? Not really. So prior bar high to 1536. See, this one is free for short. So I'm going to have to put in NVTS here. And we're going to risk that much. And then my stop loss, oh, it's bleeding, dude. 536. So that prints, okay. So that would be a good amount of shares there. We go live. And then, what the hell? 536, how come it's not flipping short? 1536, oh, my mistake. 1536. There we go. Okay, so this one, yeah, okay. So I'd give it to 1536 because that's prior bar high. Or, yeah, prior bar high. So I would have to give it to prior bar high. Current bar high is 1528. You could give it to that if you're more inclined. Sorry, it didn't load up the chart. That's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. Definitely interested in getting into this one. Definitely resistance at 40. So if you're looking, you're gonna may have to give this 20 pennies if you're really looking at the resistance level. Look at all those topping tails into 20. So that's another thing to look at there. NVTS short, possibly into, I want to say 1475, 14 2/3. There's a big area of resistance there in the pre-market. It could make its way all the way down there. Obviously, you're going to have to breach 15, which is a whole dollar level. That's all another issue there. So one to look at. And TPET is breaking out into 55 pennies. So TPET breaking out. There's a lot of names moving right now, both up and down. Take your pick.
Oh.
I'm getting distracted here by so many of them. What's up, Joey?
Apple, big time move there on that one.
Long, eh? You flipped long?
Well, no, I was always long.
You were long.
Yeah,
okay,
I was always long, but it took me, it took me a couple attempts to go here. But yeah, grab that bottom on that one. Now off to the races we go. We were talking about 266, 67 being our primary. There we go. Now we're printing 70s. This is what I'm talking about essentially. So let's take a little bit more off here, off those highs of the primary target. Now sitting on less on 10% of our position remaining. Now, would I like to hold the whole thing? Absolutely, but that's not necessarily the case. We'll leave a little bit as a runner, but AAPL continuing to climb for us. Oh my days. Yeah, my Atlanta. This would have been an absolute monster if we had more of the position. I don't know why I took half off right there. Just had some more conviction within the trade, but then the reason why I guess, so anyways, I'm not trying to be the justifier or anything along those lines. Oh yeah, I called you the justifier the other day, didn't I?
I think it was last week, but yeah.
Anyway, so what it is, I took 20% off right here, an additional 20% off, and then eventually we got stopped out a little bit more break even. But then I took 20% off, 50% off right there, which I shouldn't have done. A little bit of a mistake, especially with some more conviction behind it. Nonetheless, we continue to hold on some. We'd be thankful for what we got and see if we can continue to move forward. Now, these are the only two names that I've traded on the intraday. Or actually, no, I've traded Webull. We took some losses on Webull this morning, but IBIT worked out really well for us. Let's talk about this one a little bit. We never reloaded all the way up here, but that's okay. Let's zoom in here a little bit and see if we can get into a little bit more detail. No volume here on this breakout. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Apple definitely being our better trader, and that's okay. So we'll be patient. I don't know if there's going to be an ad opportunity or not. I don't think there's necessarily going to be, considering the market has no idea what it's doing. So USO to the top side, putting in a new high of the day. I'd said every 5 minutes or so, you're going to see a new high of the day on USO as it's continuing to climb. Now you're only a couple percentage points, 143 to 126, 12% off of its previous all-time high. Okay, so keep an eye out on that nice rebound print, and then consecutive green days, 3 in a row here on USO. Aside from this gap down, we're not going to count that, but it rebounds nicely, and then sure enough, you're climbing right back up to 126. And again, I don't love the NASDAQ when USO is continuing to climb. It's more or less the inverse correlated trade, and I think that's been the narrative. These pullbacks are just breaths, in my opinion. Channel to fully to the downside if you can fade the pop, and that's what you're looking to do. I think that's going to be the narrative on today's session, is especially with USO continuing to climb. SPY is the exact same thing. Silver, I haven't even looked at. The VIX is up though here today, up to 1998, so almost $20 a touch, a little bit higher than that 2010 on that chart. So silver, nice bounce off of the low. Okay, Gorev, maybe we find some of a rebound here in SLV. Same thing with gold, not too much going on. The whole market, especially tech, relatively weak here on today. USO, extremely strong. I'm not a fan of this inverse correlation trade.
Okay. Okay, I got a bunch of different ones to cover. We'll cover them when we get back from Madeira.
Keep an eye here on some of these psychedelic names. Here's DFTX, formerly known as MindMed. We also have ATAI on watch. These companies pushing higher after the Health and Human Services Department, or HHS, announced there's going to be introductory research teams here for a $139 million initiative to transform behavioral health and bring precise, effective treatments to Americans. Now, we know we had this executive order signing for psychedelic treatments. Looks like the U.S. government trying to further push for psychedelic treatments. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just typing in the chat. All right, a bunch of new ones that I want to cover before we start the news. Sia's ready to go, but I want to point out, a couple of former convicts over here. BATL breaking out. A good look right now for BATL. Let's see what this one is up. We're up 21 1/3%, 415 high, holding above that 4, and the volume just came in. So you can see the volume bar is really picking up at around 1/4 to 1, 12:45-ish. So that's one to focus on. Buru, as we were talking about, also same thing, really picking up the volume midday. This is up 38 2/3. Looks like it has some support at 25, 25.5. It's 27 and change right now, getting extended. And look at these volume bars. These volume bars are really coming in now. So something to look out for there. What happened here on open door? All right, so I got stopped out of open door, so we'll take a bit of an L there. But I was okay with that because we're a small position. But in any event, looking for a possible move back into Buru and then TPET. We talked about this one.
Hold on,
52
sorry
and
to
3/4
interrupt
pennies.
you, Sharif. There might be something going on in the overall market right now. Volatility spike. There's probably some headlines stepping in. Aggressive move, but things started to fluctuate quite a bit there.
Yeah, we've got Adara. As soon as she sees anything, she'll bring it to us. So good call out there, Joey. VELO also coming back into VWAP, something to look out for there. And I was talking to Darth Trader in the chat. He's like, look, man, there's a lot of people buying, stepping in from it accelerating down. I couldn't agree more. Darth Trader on that one. It seems like, they're going to have to really pack your patience in with this one. It's not going to give you one of those big volume bar drops. It looks like it's going to be a stair step down. If anything, I'm talking about the short on NVTS. We'll have to see if that manifests or what. We're going to keep a close eye on all these names while we're doing the news. Sia, what are we starting with?
We're starting off with Apple. So Apple CEO Tim Cook will be stepping down and passing the reins to the 25-year Apple veteran, not the 25-year-old, but he's been a veteran in Apple for 25 years, John Turner. So he is the Apple Senior VP of Hardware Engineering. Starting 1st of September this year, he'll be taking over. Now, Tim Cook has led the company for over 15 years and overseen Apple's path to a $3 trillion valuation, but it will now be transitioning into an advisory role. So who is John Turnus? John Turnus is Apple's, as I said, Senior Vice President of Hardware Engineering, but he's been with the company for over 25 years. He began his journey as a product design team in Apple after just graduating from University of Pennsylvania. Now, one of the main challenges that Apple is facing is being in competition with its AI, with its competitors. So in the AI world right now, John Turnus would be a big addition and a big positive change in the company. Why? Because he's a big believer in AI. And he has repeatedly said that AI should serve as an enabler for making amazing products. This is as per reports from Reuters. And Turnus has probably Tarnas has probably widely been credited with the successful transition to Apple's M series chips and also the recent overhaul of the iPad and the Mac. And another leadership change in the company will be taking place soon. Arthur Levinson, who has been Apple's non-executive chairman for the past 15 years, will be becoming its lead independent director on the 1st of September. And currently, Apple is trading in the red, down 2.5%.
So we've got USO pushing higher here, market pushing lower. No obvious headline. There is one headline, though, that actually came out, like, I think a couple minutes before the drop, but I think maybe worth mentioning, just suggesting that we're continuing to get this uncertainty as to how negotiations are going to go in the Middle East. Qatari foreign minister reportedly saying that it's, quote, premature to discuss the failure of current negotiations. I mentioned we had this headline before that drop in the market or the spike in oil, so if there is anything else, I'll let you know, but I'm really not seeing anything. This is the only thing I'm seeing that I think might be worth bringing up here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Look, a couple of thoughts here. You never really know how a CEO transition is going to go, but he's a company insider. He's been there for basically half his life, since 2001, so right at the turn of the century, essentially. He's also very much a products guy. He's an engineer by profession. He's had his hand in almost every Apple cookie jar there is in terms of products. My understanding is he doesn't have really much to do with services, but when it actually comes to physical products, he was involved in AirPods, the iPhone, the iMac, the MacBook, the Apple Watch, all of those, not his babies, but he's certainly involved in all of them. Now, the issue is, to me, and I think maybe this is why we're selling off quite aggressively, is I think Apple is navigating a very interesting time in its future at the moment, or in its current state at the moment. And by that I mean, we're basically shifting from relying almost entirely on production being in Asia and coming to North America. And I think even if the government changes in the United States and say like the Democrats take whatever, the legislative bodies or take the executive, I don't think there's gonna be a push away from nearshoring, onshoring, and friendshoring and all the different shorings you wanna talk about. I think that policy generally is here to stay, maybe a bit more nuanced with the other side, but it's here to stay. If that's my bias and if that's my thesis going forward, then Apple has some huge technical challenges in terms of sourcing and logistics. And I think that's where Tim Cook shined. He was really, Warren Buffett credited the products to Steve Jobs, but said nobody could grow and operate Apple in the way that Tim Cook did. So I think we lose something a little bit in terms of operational know-how and operational skills when John comes in. Now, to be fair, we haven't really seen him at the helm to see exactly what he's capable of doing. So I'm willing to give him a little bit of time to be able to find that out. Now, what I do like as well is this Johnny Suji guy. This Johnny Suji guy, he's taking Turnus' spot as the lead hardware, the lead products guy. So this Suji guy, this is the dude who was basically behind the M series chips and the A series chips. So the A series chips are the ones we use on the mobile. Okay. The M's are on basically
on the laptop.
On the laptops, exactly, and some of the MacBooks now. And I think a lot of the success that Apple's had in terms of device usability and how good the devices are is their push into custom silicon, right? So I do like the fact that this Suji guy is coming in with know-how. And on top of that, like I was saying to Brendo this morning, Apple's bet on AI has focused a lot less on cloud than some of their competitors, and at least their original bet, maybe it changes under Turnus, but their bet was on device inference. So, again, you and I were talking about inference yesterday. I got more to say on that, by the way. Okay. If you actually believe that they continue with that, then I think that these are the guys that you want at the helm, because on-device inference has everything to do with the processor that you're using on device. And so that's kind of where I'm caught a little bit between two minds. Okay. Right? You see what I'm saying with this?
Yeah, absolutely.
So some good and some bad.
Yeah. I like the political aspect there with in regards to Cook. Now, my question to you is, do you think that this kind of regime change is essentially coming at the front of maybe a lack of CapEx spend, the ball drop in Apple Intelligence?
Definitely.
Right?
Definitely.
Okay, so, and that's essentially what I'm getting at. And then also having to essentially bring in Google to really be integrated into Siri.
It's an embarrassment.
Right? But that's what I was saying to you before. So I think like, hey, the issue of doing things in-house, I think was at the helm of why they're starting to see this change. And I talked about Cook being a peacetime CEO compared to a wartime CEO. And essentially I think that's the narrative of why they're getting this switch is because we talked about NVDA being at the front, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, everyone above and below from a market cap standpoint, NVDA being the only one above, but we didn't see that capital expenditure coming from Apple and that real heavy push, and when they did, they dropped the ball on the release of Apple Intelligence, so I'm curious if that has anything to do with it.
Let's comment on that because there is breaking news right now.
Okay.
So an official response here, it looks like, or at least being reported by the New York Times when it comes to whether or not we're going to get this Iran-U.S. meeting. New York Times reporting that the U.S.-Iran diplomatic process has been paused because Iran has yet to respond. So J.D. Vance's trip to Pakistan, which again the vice president was going to be serving as part of the negotiation team for the U.S., it's not been canceled, but it's just been on hold. So again, we're not going to get negotiations right now. Iran apparently just never responded to the U.S.'s comments here. They were supposed to take place, again, these comments on Wednesday, but that has yet to happen as of right now, currently postponed, even as the U.S.-Iran ceasefire apparently is going to be expiring 4:50 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, according to the New York Post. We know it was going to expire on Wednesday. I don't believe we had an exact date. So time. So as I get more details, I'll let you know. But either way, it looks like ceasefire talks very much up in air.
Yes, thank you very much. Repeat your question again.
I don't know. It was just more or less
about the AI.
Okay, yeah.
Aspect.
So the fact that they weren't able to do this in-house, and then they have to pay Google a bunch of money to implement into Siri.
Yeah, I do think it has something to do with it. I think perhaps as well it has something to do with the timing. Because as I mentioned, a lot of analysts were coming out, Danny Ives included, saying, yeah, we knew Turnus was coming. He was the guy that we all earmarked.
But not this quick.
Not this quick.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people were thinking that Cook was going to stay on for another year and change, whatever it was going to be. We'll have to wait. We're all speculating.
And I mean, not to discredit Cook at all. Like, this guy did a fantastic job. I just think the industry has changed, right?
Exactly,
it's changed, right?
Yeah.
So,
and as I said this morning on the morning rundown, I think every company goes through different phases.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
And this phase now, you need a products guy because the iPhone is turning 20 next year, man.
Yeah.
I can't believe that it's been 20 years since iPhone originally came out. And so I'm not saying that there has to be that next form factor, but who better to have than a products guy to be able to develop that next form factor?
To take that next step in hardware, because hey man, we get it, the chip gets a little bit better, they design it here and there, but in the grand scheme of things, we're still holding the exact same handheld device essentially at the end of the day. Oh, this guy just keeps... I want to see the
dunking on me.
Yeah, I want to see the next hardware change. Like, I want to see a big-time hardware
But do you think it will be that big-time hardware change, or it'll be like that incremental move? So, for example, we've talking about possible Apple glasses coming up by the end of the year or next year. Do you think that maybe it homogenizes with the iPhone? Whereas, the cameras and maybe some of the batteries are on the glasses, but then it does a lot of the inferencing on the iPhone vis-a-vis Bluetooth 3.0, whatever the hell it is, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, does it have to be that fundamental leap, or can it be an incremental leap?
It can. Yeah. But don't forget, like, when the iPhone was released, that was
fundamental.
That was a quantum leap.
Yes.
So to Demon Haunted House, what that next product could be is it going to be specs? I don't know. Is it going to be something that you wear on your wrist? But something to take Apple to that next level. I think if anybody's going to do it, it's them. And I want to see it from a hardware standpoint to the point where it's like, this is the most popular device on the planet, essentially, from a phone standpoint. Can you take it to that next level? Because I wouldn't be surprised. There will be a party. We have Johnny Ives, who's teaming up with OpenAI. What if they literally stated the fact that they want to come out with that next hardware device?
Yeah.
Is it going to happen? Is a different story.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions about Altman.
Of course. But but it doesn't defeat the fact that they said, hey, we have a game plan where we're going to bring out that next hardware device that is going to turn everyone's head. And I think that's what Apple needs to do.
You're not wrong. All right. What are we talking about next, Sia?
Talking about Amazon, so AMZN has significantly raised its AI-armed race and has agreed to invest another $25 billion into Anthropic. So Anthropic has committed to spending $100 billion over the next decade on AWS infrastructure. Anthropic will be using Amazon's custom-designed AI chips, Trainium and Inferentia, to build its future models. Now, by locking Anthropic into a $100 billion AWS spend, Amazon is securing its cloud dominance and proving that the company can compete with industry leaders at a massive scale. Amazon has reportedly also struggled to generate a buzz for its own AI model, Nova, and this move can definitely help the company get that race going on as well. Currently, Amazon in the green, up by a little over 1%.
There's no circularity at all in this deal. I don't want you to get that wrong idea, Joey, but here's $25 billion. I know that's not how they're doing it. It's going to be $5 billion first, and then the rest of the 20 is going to be milestone-based. But here's $25 billion.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on to those.
Yeah.
Now, are you going to buy $100 billion of compute off me?
Here you go, Brad.
Thank you, Joey. All right, I got my money back. No, but seriously, though.
That's what's going on.
This is Anthropic's problem, is that they only have the compute that the hyperscalers can give them. They don't have their own data centers. That's unlike OpenAI, that's unlike Gemini. I don't know who Perplexity borrows off. I don't think that they have their own data centers, but Perplexity is not that big anyway. And so this is the concern, right? Is that you are subject to the whim of the hyperscalers that can give you that compute. Now, we did a little bit of research. About 55 to 60% of the compute used by Anthropic, you guessed it, goes to AWS. About 30%, 25 to 30, goes to Google Cloud, and about 5 to 10 goes to Azure. So obviously, they're doing business with their biggest supplier vis-a-vis AWS. It makes sense that they're going to invest in them. The question for me, though, is AWS going to be able to scale fast enough and aggressively enough to meet the demands of Anthropic's needs? You know what I mean?
I think so.
You think AWS
but obviously
can get?
They're going to have to go into the, they have the cash, but the CapEx spend, you'll probably see a little bit of an increase, right, regarding the deal and everything along those lines. We've seen the same narrative between NVDA and CoreWeave as well.
Exactly.
Too. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think they're not Oracle they're having a certain amount, 90% of their performance obligations to OpenAI. Right? So,
yes.
I mean, but AWS, I think, is a little bit more of a powerhouse than what we're seeing.
Well, they are, man. I'm not disrespecting AWS. That's not what I'm trying to do. Guys, battle is going. We're in battle here at 18. It's just got to 30. There goes BATL. It's obviously moving with USO. I'm so sorry, what's his name? Adam James abroad. I have to read this, even though I know you're dunking on me. That's fine. USO even slicker than Nico O'Reilly. Of course, great right back for Man City. Look, Nico O'Reilly, you guys are lucky you had him. Wasn't he injured before that? But in any event, guys, there goes BATL. BATL is breaking out here, guys. This is a big move on battle. 18's on. We just took out 39. Big move up here, up 30%, obviously moving with USO. There's more breaking news coming out, Saudi cabinet, this and that. So there's a lot of oil stuff happening in the market right now. It probably behooves you to keep your eye. There it goes again, Joey, into another high day, 444. This one's on its horse, and it's on the way to the $50. We're timing out. We're going to Adara.
There was a comment from Saudi cabinet, it was pretty minor, just about alternative export routes, which have given them stronger abilities to supply global energy. So yeah, just big upping themselves, nothing massive. Again, though, the headline that really started this push up in oil and the move down in the market is the New York Times reporting that it really does seem like here, these talks have stalled for the time being. J.D. Vance not headed to Pakistan for these talks with the U.S. and Iran, though he could there at some point. They haven't canceled his trip. He's just been placed on hold. If we get more details, I'll let you know, but that is still the same headline as far as I can tell that is moving this market. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, Sia, I think we've beat this topic to death. What are we talking about next?
We're talking about UNH, United Health Group's record revenue and the guidance raise. So UNH has reported a dominant start to 2026 by posting the Q1 revenue of 111, great number, 0.7 billion. This is an earnings beat of more than $2 billion over analyst estimates. Adjusted EPS has come in at $7.23, which is shoot past its forecasted rate of $6.60. Now, the company appears to have moved past the operational drawbacks setbacks that it had in the previous years, including the Change Healthcare cyber attack recovery back in the year 2024. United Health also has said recently that there are challenges, however, around the Medicare pilot program to cover obesity drugs, which are adding uncertainty over approval or insurers signing up for it. Now, the growth is driven by a double-digit expansion in its Optum Health and Optum Insight segments, which continue to integrate AI-driven patient management tools to lower the costs. You guessed it right. Now, UNH has also raised its full-year guidance 2026 adjusted EPS to a range between $18.25 to $18.50. The company's management has also cited a stable medical cost environment and strong enrollment growth in its commercial and Medicare Advantage programs. But when it comes to AI and Medicare, we have previously talked about how it is shaping and changing the Medicare space, and we will continue to see if that remains consistent now. But UNH climbing in the green, up by 8%.
Yeah, it's a great report, and good for them, obviously getting off some area lows. What I like here is a couple of things. One, their medical benefit ratio came in below expectations, and sequentially, year over year on the quarter, it's down. The lower that Medicare benefit ratio comes in, the better for them. It's basically a gauge of cost control, which leads me to my next point. Cost control seems to be the running theme here for UNH, especially when you look at EPS, really shoring up EPS, 723 versus the 657 expected, and then raising the guide to 825 EPS. That's from 1775. So that's a measure of costs. And apparently, they're starting to employ AI to really help shore up those costs. Now, I didn't hear too much in the way of layoffs from UNH.
Yeah.
So I don't think anybody lost their job, or as much as we've seen with some other companies, in terms of AI being employed. But you can definitely have AI increasing human efficiency. I'm just speaking for myself here. I mean, all my different morning routine and the workflow that I do is really dependent now on AI to be able to get it done,
and
right?
especially from an insurance policy, right? Like it's like you submit your claim, you have the feature, have Claude do whatever. Was it UNH or a different company who's like, okay, we have the insurance, then we send you to the doctor, and then we have the doctor that sends you to the pharmacy? Kind of just like that perfect. Perfect client, right? The perfect client is essentially what they were calling it. No, but 2% year-over-year revenue growth, up to $111.7 billion, operating earnings at $9 billion, free cash flow operations to $8.9 billion. I mean, this thing was just getting destroyed for so long, where it's down. It was down substantially off of its highs. Here it is. We'll take a look at some of the metrics. It was like gap down, a couple weeks of trading lower, another gap down, and just absolutely just getting pummeled, down still 44%. But technically in a bull market there, Shruv, we were talking about this one here this morning, up 41% off of the lows. UNH, I think, at some point would recover, but it was just in one of the stock market's bad books, right? People weren't a fan of the health insurance. You had that issue with the CEO, and people are like down with the insurance companies essentially, and UNH was at the forefront of that.
And then they were, they took the brunt of that, but yeah, you didn't feel like it was going to be down for too long. I mean, at the end of the day, people do need healthcare, but macro tail. Go ahead.
But remember that spiel that they were going on? What was it that they were saying? They're like, hey, yeah, we're just going to be essentially giving less benefits. We're going to be more straightforward and reduce.
Oh yeah, I remember that. They were just as blatant as they could.
Like, remember that. We're not going to be covering as many things or something along those lines. I forget exactly what it was, but they just came out and say like, we don't really care, essentially.
Yeah, no, you're right. Here, guys, BATL on the way to the $0.50 here. This is an aggressive move here for BATL. Let's keep an eye on USO. Obviously, a bit of a pullback now off that 127.77 on USO into 126.90. You could see a corresponding pullback on BATL. They're not exactly in sync. It's not like one is a leveraged product of the other, but usually they do march to the beat of the same drum. So keep your eye out on USO before you jump into BATL. Pakistan is in continuous contact with Iran on confirming the delegation. We'll keep you updated with that as soon as we have more information. But I think you're done, UNH, right?
Yeah.
All right, see ya.
Let's talk about GE Aerospace's earnings beat in its first major report of the year 2026. GE has delivered a massive top and bottom line beat with a revenue of 25% year-over-year growth to $12.4 billion. The company has generated $1.66 billion in free cash flow during the quarter. And the most striking feature of this report, screamed to me, was that the company's remaining performance obligation, the RPO, which reached $211.3 billion. That's a big number. Commercial engines and services revenue has also grown by 20% after airlines are continuing to fly older fleets while also waiting for new deliveries. GE currently in the red, down by 6%.
It's more from the defense perspective. I know that obviously they have a huge commercial business, but the defense sector for them particularly strong, especially when you look at that growth year over year, 67% year over year growth in their defense sector, and they've confirmed a multi-year backlog, as Sia was saying, with RPOs. Same thing, remaining performance obligations. They're also guiding towards the higher end of the range of their EPS. Commercial revenue, still the main driver, still bringing in that big top line number, but it's bringing in about 28% of revenue, obviously supported by that Boeing Airbus, as well as the aftermarket deal that they have for services. Margins were slightly pressured due to a mix shift towards new engines. That's lower margins versus services. You make way more on servicing than you actually sell, than you make on selling new engines. Muted despite the beat, reflects elevated expectations. My takeaway here is the fundamentals remain strong, but the narrative is kind of like shifting from like a growth surprise into more like, can they execute, as well as the macro uncertainty. But let me ask you something before you comment on this, man. You know, say the belligerencies in the Middle East wind down. Let's just say in the next week, two. Let's even go farther. Let's say the Ukraine war ends by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Okay. So then there's no major conflict anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Do you think the tailwind that we have for defense names cools down?
Yeah, I would say it would.
You would, eh?
Yeah, I would say it cools down. But then you also have the other flip side. You have the flip side of the coin. Is like, now, okay, all of these things are over and someone's just ready to go. Do countries start spending more on defense, considering what we've seen from Ukraine and what's going on in the Middle East? So I think there's two sides of things. Out of the gate, yes, but then tensions will start to rise, because they will. It's just the nature of the human beast, unfortunately. Then people start to rearm themselves, and I think that's when you kind of get that cyclical effect of some of these defense names.
So to kind of just so that make sure I understood you correctly, you're saying short-term weakness because of the end of the war, but longer-term tailwind.
Absolutely.
We have an unresolved issue, clearly, with Taiwan. We know what 2027 means to President Xi Jinping and his aspirations to reunite the country.
And think about,
so that's still there.
Exactly.
Right?
Carney increasing military spend
NATO
as well,
in
too.
general,
so
yes.
So if you have countries increasing military spend, then for sure, I think that's somewhat of a. But short term, no. Like, I mean, we price things in forward looking. It's priced out, sure enough. But then you have Carney and other countries, sovereign nations, all the NATO countries looking to spend more in militaries within the military. So yeah. I think in the long term, unfortunately, that's the case of what it is right there.
All right, guys, continue to watch BATL here. Looking for the $0.5 breach. We're up 30%, give or take. We're a little bit off that high of the day on USO. It's 127.77. We're showing 127.37. So a little bit off. Let's see if BATL can take out that $0.5. It looks like USO is still holding trend, though, Sia.
Let's talk about Raytheon's growth. RTX has reported a Q1 sales of $22.1 billion, which is up 10%. The company's adjusted EPS of $1.78 has grown 21% year over year. This is driven by a massive surge in the defense orders, which are tying to replenishment cycles for the global conflicts. The company has also ended the quarter with a $271 billion backlog, specifically $109 billion in defense orders. Now, RTX has also raised its 2026 sales outlook somewhere between $92.5 billion to $93.5 billion and boosted its EPS guidance. Full year adjusted EPS guidance has also been increased by 10 cents to a range between $6.70 to $6.90. And the Collins Aerospace and Raytheon segments both have seen a double-digit growth, especially as the company is ramping up the production of its air defense systems and next-generation munitions. RTX is read down by almost 3.5%.
Yeah, I mean, look, market selling the news here. I didn't see a whole lot wrong with this, and I like the tailwind, to be quite honest with you, just because, well, for the reasons that we just spoke about when we were talking about GE. Specifically, though, I do like the fact that they have accelerating demand for their products, as well as accelerating demand not just for new products, but for replenishment of weapons. So systems obviously have been used in the Middle East, both in the Middle East and Europe. Those are going to have to be replenished. We did see an EO from President Trump to kind of put pressure on these defense companies to stop with the share buybacks, to stop with other forms of spending, and to take that capital, that excess capital, or in profit in this case, and reinvest it into what they're saying is capacity expansion, as well as faster turnaround times. And that's what they're saying. Management highlighting capacity expansion and investments are scaling to meet the sustained defense demand. And that's kind of what I wanted to see. You know, look, you and I don't control whether the world's fighting or not, whether there are wars, but we can control what names we get into and what themes we choose to participate in. Never a good feeling to, you know, kind of be in a company that, you know, blows people up. But at the same time, let's just be pragmatic about it, right?
We talk about Palantir every day.
Yeah, exactly. Right? And they do other things, to be fair to them. But yeah.
But they also, they partake in
targeting, automatic targeting, obviously with AI and all that stuff. But the fact of the matter is, Joey, this is going to be a multi-year tailwind, I think. I think the world's turning into more of a multipolar world. Everyone's going to have their own bigger defense spending.
Yeah, and I think that's where it starts off, right? Like we talk about the increase in military spend, and it's going to start off with government contracts, and that's what RTX has, is the ongoing and the continuous contracts to just essentially rearm the United States. So that's where this one stands. And it's going to continue that way, right? Like as long as they continue to send missiles and all of their military personnel and vehicles across the seas or wherever it may be or wherever they feel necessary to do, some of these companies like Raytheon are going to be at the forefront of it and continuously gain these contracts. You're down 12.4% on this name, but I think this is just a temporary pullback, to be honest with you.
And to be honest with you, like you and I were just saying, like the NATO countries in general.
Yeah, exactly.
And they don't all have to buy from the United States, but you have to assume, you know, they probably get some defense spend or defense purchases from the U.S. Raytheon, obviously, American. And the thing that I was going to say is, so Prime Minister Carney, I think he raised defense spending to either 2 or 2.5% of GDP. Fact check me, chat. But point is that 2.5%, I think it's going to move up to 4 or 5.
Yeah.
By 2030 or 2035, something like that. The point meaning that the Western democracies are going to allocate more money to defense spending. If they're going to do that, they got to buy from somewhere. Yeah, right?
Exactly.
And these companies,
and you want to grab some of the best. You want to grab some of the best technology as well, too, right? Like, I mean, what does the U.S. spend on defense every year from a GDP standpoint?
You can find out. I think the Pentagon is like $800 billion to close to $1 trillion, something like that.
But what is that?
Keep going.
GDP?
I'll find out.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So I mean, that's going to grow. It's going to continue to grow, and especially when you see these conflicts around the world. The Ukraine war has been going on for over 4 years now, right? It's been a long conflict. Are these guys going to be exhausted at the end of it? Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I watch a lot of stuff on this Ukraine war and what's going on in the Middle East. It's not going to be the end of it. It's in the human nature, unfortunately, to just continuously battle and fight these wars. So,
Luis saying Spain denied that deal. Only country. Yes, I think Spain is the only NATO country that says, no, we're not going to spend that, whatever, I think 2.5%. I keep forgetting, guys. We can find out. Yeah, they've made the decision not to do that. I do remember Prime Minister Harper, before Prime Minister Trudeau, basically saying the same thing at the time. He's like, I'm not going to spend that. You know, like, it really wasn't required when he was outgoing. This was like the mid 2010s. There wasn't as much tension as there is now. So I think we probably see that kind of increase in spending. But here's what Gemini said about U.S. defense spending per year. 2024, it was $886 billion. 2025, $919 billion. And I'm assuming 2026 is a projection, $1.011 trillion.
Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah, $1 trillion.
A trillion. So there you go.
And would you say from a percentage, do we know what the percentage is? No.
So what I think their GDP is like 33 billion, something like that. What
trillion
percentage? Trillion is that of GDP of 2026? Let's find out what percentage that is. But
we got
it's about 3.3%. So yeah, they're definitely above the 3% cap there.
Okay.
All right. Eddie, Spain said no to a 5% GDP spending. It will do 2.5. Thank you, Eddie. I remember they did say no to something specific. Thank you for ironing that out.
And you said we're going up to 4.5 by.
It looks like it's 5. Sorry, Joey, because people. I think we're moving up to from
5% by 2030. That's a lot.
I don't know if it's 2030, if it's 2035. When do NATO countries have to reach their 5% of GDP spending on defense by? Let's find out. See if it understands what I mean here. 5% 2035.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
I still think that's quite a bit, to be honest. 5%, but I mean, hey, it needs an update. Have you seen some of our naval bases in there?
Okay, so we're laughing. We're laughing a little bit. But did you see the recruiting in 2025 and 2026 record numbers?
Is it?
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, a lot of.
They increased the pay. I think they bumped up pay by 20%.
That's good.
The other thing is they're building new housing for soldiers. I mean, like if you're gonna have a tough life, you're gonna be less inclined to want to join the military. I think we beat this one to death. See ya. What do we got next?
Talking about U.S.-Iran, earlier this morning, if you did ask me, Sia, is this an optimism headline? I would have probably said yes. But markets have been experiencing a relief rally as the Indian and Asian indices are surging on hopes of a near-term de-escalation between U.S. and Iran. But I do not think this would be possible in the short term. But talking about earlier this morning, I was getting ready for work. Bloomberg in the background that they were talking about U.S. President Donald Trump that he will be threatening further strikes after the ceasefire is set to expire tomorrow. But Pakistani Information Minister Atullah Tarar also some time ago stated via X that Pakistan has made sincere efforts to convince Iran after the country has abstained from confirming its presence for further peace talks. But as we know it, J.D. Vance himself is still in Washington and his visit has been delayed until further notice. It's also a reason because a White House official came in and said that additional policy meetings are taking place at the White House today where the VP will be attending. This is as per a report from a reporter in Axios. But let's just take a look at oil. Taking a look at it, USO currently trading around the 125 region. It's positive by 4%.
USO just dropped aggressively, guys. Big price spike down here on USO. It could just be regular price action, but that is a bit of a drop there in about 125.60. It's a 127.77 high, so about a $2 drop. That flattens me out of my BATL trade, so we'll take the remaining amount there. Watch out for 420 loss, though, on BATL. That's an obvious area of resistance that we couldn't clear. If it loses that level in conjunction with how USO is trading, we could be headed south, but we'll have to wait and see. We're going to Adair.
Just an update here on the situation in the Middle East. We're getting comments from Salam of Lebanon. So Prime Minister Nawaf Salam of Lebanon saying that heading to Washington with a clear goal, which is a full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Lebanon. So again, looks like there's going to be some Lebanese interest here coming into the U.S. to talk with Israel to try to get this withdrawal of forces from Lebanon. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Yeah, so look, as Sia was mentioning, if the ceasefire doesn't hold, President Trump has made it quite clear he's going after their bridges, he's going after their power plants. That obviously, escalates the situation much worse, escalates it a lot more aggressively, and also makes rebuilding the country after this belligerency kind of a lot harder, as they'll have to rebuild that whole thing. This is kind of the concern that I have, man, and I'm going to keep saying the same thing. I don't know who they're negotiating with over there, and I don't even know if the negotiating parties are in agreement, because we keep hearing about military hardliners being the reason or being the source of the attacks. It's not the technocrats, it's not the outgoing politicians, it's the military leaders acting sort of on their own. Yeah. And so, I mean, whether you believe it or not, I think reasonable people can disagree. But this was always my concern, that the negotiations would not be with a party who was unified, who was in agreement, and then there would be kind of a multipolar negotiations. All right, Adara, what's up?
Looks like we actually have the reason now, the headline for this drop in USO and this pop in the market. I'm now seeing reports from CNN saying that Vice President J.D. Vance of the United States will be departing for Islamabad on Wednesday morning. Now, we know that this delay here in terms of when he was going to go to Pakistan caused a lot of furor and confusion. We had reports like half an hour ago saying that talks with the U.S. and Iran were paused. Now, it looks like they could potentially be back on as J.D. Vance prepares to leave for Pakistan tomorrow morning. Back to you.
Well, hopefully something positive can get achieved with that. Joey, what's your take here, brother?
On this whole situation?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's changing by the minute.
And that's the thing. That's the thing that's slightly frustrating, right? It's just a ping pong match, a tennis match, essentially back and forth. Until something is done, a hard paper deal is written out and it's signed by both parties, I'm going to expect the exact same thing. Iran said this. No, the U.S. said that. No, we're saying this. No, they said that. It's going to go back and forth until something is finalized, and that's what I'm being patient and waiting for. It's a headline-sensitive market, so whatever steps in, it's just like, all right, yeah, we'll go with that for now. Oh, okay, no, we're going to reverse back on that. No, they didn't do that, or they didn't say that. Oh, no, this didn't happen. This bomb wasn't dropped, so on and so on. Once that deal is finalized, then that's when I'm going to take it different now.
I agree.
I think it's the same thing. It's like, even though it's not at the extreme, it's like NVDA with the H20 chips. Oh, China, they're receiving. Oh, no, we're not receiving.
Yeah, you remember that?
We're not sending it. Okay, we're getting it. They've applied for the permits.
Then they end up in a data center in Mongolia, Joey.
Exactly. So now they're over in SMCI sending them to other people. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like this ongoing back and forth.
Feel that.
And I think that's essentially what it's going to be. It can get boring for
guys. BATL is bleeding its own blood here. It's about to lose $4 as USO is dropping here, about to lose $125. Keep your eye on oil. Some positive, let's just be honest about that, like the fact that he's heading over there. J.D. Vance, that is positive, being interpreted positively by the market here, which means downtrend for oil. Watch out for that. See ya.
Has posted a Q1 revenue of $9.88 billion. That is a 4.4% growth year over year. This beat is largely attributed to the consistent ramp up of the B-21 radar program and the Sentinel ICBM modernization project. The company has also reaffirmed its full year revenue target of $43.75 billion. So sorry, $43.75 billion, but the company is facing high R&D costs for its space and aeronautics segments. But NOC, as I'm seeing right now on my screen, is bleeding in the negative by a little over 6%.
Yes, and I'm very happy to have chosen this one as my, what do we call it? Are you calling them Jimmy Carter picks this year? No, we're calling them yearly picks, right?
Well, I mean, we can call them Jimmy Carter picks.
Well, yeah, that was last year, though. This is the B-21 Raider. See ya? You were just talking about it right there. That is the stealth. That's supposed to replace the B-2 bomber. Kind of the same look.
It doesn't look scary at all.
Well, wait till they paint it black. Then you'll be much more scared of it.
It looks like something out of Star Wars.
But it's real.
It's not pointy enough.
That is the B-21, guys, Raider program, and the Sentinel ICBM intercontinental ballistic missile, obviously looking at upgrading those. The operational focus for the company, though, they did reaffirm their full-year guide. They want to bring in about $43.75 billion. But they are facing high R&D costs, and that's what President Trump has pressured them to look at now. So no longer can you, do these share buybacks, et cetera, and, pay out dividends. You're going to have to take that surplus profit, that is, and then reinvest it into these kind of things. Maybe I can find a more dangerous looking one. Let's find out here, Joey. Maybe we can see a black one. Oh, they're all gray, bro.
That is pretty scary, man.
No, hold on. This compares the B2 to the B1. So you can kind of see the B2's a little bit bigger. But same kind of shape, though, eh? Like they're going with that flying wing.
The additional V at the back end.
Yeah, there's two exhausts. Yeah, exactly. But now there's two engines on this. Yeah. You can see exhaust here, exhaust there, whereas there's two exhausts kind of. This is a 1980s design, though, bro. This thing was designed in the 80s.
I like that.
This one?
Front windshield more. Like, look at it, it's just one piece.
Yeah, it looks more menacing.
It looks harder, right?
There you go. Okay. So that's what it is, guys. That's what we're talking about there. Let's go on to you have any comments on Northrop? Sorry.
Listen, I'm just going over the report. Net earnings are $875 million, up 82% year over year. What else do we got? We have Northrop generated $42 billion in sales, 2% year over year. 29 full year EPS was around 29.08, so the uptick in guidance, it's pretty strong here. I mean, at the end of the day, it's obviously in regards to the conflict, probably most likely that we're experiencing.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at 3M's earnings. 3M, MMM has delivered a mixed Q1 2026 performance. Now the company has reported an adjusted EPS of $2.14 over the $2 estimate, which has been beat. However, the revenue has come in at $6 billion, missing the forecast of $6.07 billion. Management has reaffirmed its full year 2026 guidance, targeting adjusted EPS of $8.50, between $8.50 to $8.70. MMM sinking in the negatives almost by 2%.
Growth is being blamed here by analysts as some of the reason that we're selling off. Soft sales, 1.3% year-over-year increase on the organic part. And the reason I use organic is the company can grow multiple ways. Acquisition, obviously, being the other one, which is inorganic. Stock reaction obviously dropping here, reflecting concerns about the sustainability of growth. The key overhang from my understanding of the report is oil-linked input costs. So many different plastics, obviously, so many different products are linked to oil, as well as Middle Eastern tensions, which even, kind of exacerbate the situation because you can't even get your hand on the product. Margin pressure, risk for industrial inputs, that's kind of my understanding here. But look, they're trading the valuation for the category, trading at 18 times forward. So it's not even cheap at these levels. So that's kind of how I feel about it. Not a company I follow too closely. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I was just looking at some of the numbers. You're talking about organic sales and organic growth. Shreve, we have Q1 at $6 billion, 1.2%, sales up 1.3%. I think what really stood out to me is GAAP operating margins up 2.3%, so 230 basis points, and adjusted operating margins up 30 basis points, so 1/3% there in 3M.
Right, see ya.
We're talking about our final story. KO, Coca-Cola, and Walmart, the dividend king rotation. So now investors are rotating into dividend kings like Coca-Cola and Walmart. In the midst of this market, KO is offering a 2.7% yield, while WMT benefiting from resilient groceries and pharmacy sectors in its growing Walmart Connect advertising platform. Whilst on the other hand, MACD is also offering a 2.42% yield, and ADP, automatic data processing, also offering a 3.36% yield.
KO or WMT? I know for a fact what you're going to say.
Bro, what kind of question is that?
Just go answer it, man. But I know
from a dividend standpoint, or
just from everything, umbrella and everything.
From owning the stock, brother.
Not even close.
Not even close. Of course,
man. It's WMT.
Yeah, all day.
You're liking obviously the retail side of it. It's a monster, right? And now they're
Walmart,
doing
absolutely.
Now they're doing third-party retailers. So you know how like most of the sellers on Amazon are actually not Amazon, they're third-party.
Yeah. The
Walmart's opened that up, so that's gonna boom for them. That's a huge margin expander. Number two, they've got like the same-day delivery now.
Yep.
So it's like you have to pay per month. So you pay like Amazon Prime,
and then you get
fee. Exactly.
Yep.
So that's a very, very good kind of sticky income.
Sam's Club.
Go on. Yeah, and then what else, man? They've got an advertising game now.
Big
they're
time.
Advertising big on their Walmart, whatever, marketplace or whatever the hell they're calling it. So now all of a sudden they're a big player in the ad game. And can I say something else? Right. If they're going to follow Amazon's stencil when it comes to ads, Amazon's now number 3, bro, behind Meta and Google in ad sales. Who knew?
Will Walmart have that power though? I don't know.
They got money, man.
They have the cash, right? They've been there for quite some time, but I just don't think that their presence from an e-commerce standpoint and from a digital standpoint is as to what the other three are.
Well, yeah.
Can they get there? I don't know. Maybe, possibly. Think about it. They have the brick and mortar. They have everything, and you also have Uber Eats being implemented in that too. So you're getting the delivery aspect of groceries.
Excellent point.
Of groceries to individuals with.
I walk in here in the morning, and you know how many bikes, like those little electric mopeds, I see parked outside the Raba? And you know what they're doing? They're picking up orders for people at 6:30 in the morning. That's the kind of delivery system we have here. I'm just venting to Randy, obviously.
Yeah.
But the point is, if Walmart, doesn't even expand their delivery in this country, their delivery services are more than willing to fill that void. Like I just was mentioning there, I keep See them every morning.
Walmart should buy Snap. Jay Dizzle made me laugh. No, dude, listen, I love that I love the workers on the mopeds.
I like that one. Walmart should buy Snap.
I love it.
They're everywhere.
How do you like it or no?
Swarm delivery system.
I love it. Right? Like I personally love it. I think it adds flavor to the city. Yeah.
What?
Like, yeah, I
to buy anything anytime.
I love it, dude.
Yes,
I love it, man.
It's such a convenience factor, especially on days where you don't want to leave your place, right? Whether the weather is crap or you're having a bad day, you don't want to see anybody, so you don't kill them. You know what I mean? Like, Randy's just like,
I don't know if Randy's ever had those days, but no,
it's coming in hot.
I love it. I love the culture. I love it. It just adds flavor. And then in the summertime, it's even more boom, man. It's like one of those hectic cities, and these guys are just ripping.
This guy
everywhere.
loves the sidewalk, people.
I was thinking about getting one just so I could ride around with them. You know what I mean?
That, well, actually, my daughter works for Walmart, and we get our groceries delivered from Walmart. And the service is usually same day, any hour of the day or night. Yes, they need to improve their e-commerce.
Yeah.
A lot.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
That's the observation.
I mean, we're here in Canada. The Canucks site is not quite the same as the U.S. site, but is there room for improvement? Yes.
Yeah.
Their service is excellent. I live in the sticks. We don't have all the e-scooters and delivery services they do down here, but it's growing.
Yeah.
As I said,
I like their product lineup too.
Yes.
They have everything under the sun.
Everything.
Everything, man.
And moreover, do you know how many more people making over $100,000 are shopping at Walmart than ever before?
Because they're smart.
It's like taking up a great deal.
Hey, when you're expendable.
Wow, that's
Hi, Ram.
Yeah, that's insane.
He just comes in and dunks on everybody, then leaves, bro. I love it.
And let me add to Sharif's point there is that Walmart has everything under the sun, and it's significantly cheaper than shopping at that BS of a store, Loblaws. Am I not right? Like, you have Joe Fresh.
Came in hard there, huh?
No, but it's too expensive.
Well, Loblaws is expensive. That's a fact.
Expensive.
Sucks, I agree.
Yeah.
See, I get it.
You know, it's
No, I'm just
sucks,
saying,
dude.
like, as someone who has just graduated from university, I need to save my finances for the right places.
Respectable.
Buying $300 worth of groceries for a month is not worth it.
One
It's
bag.
crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
one bag,
I watch
depending on the
people
meat.
with a full cart, like at Loblaws, like you go there to grab the odd thing, right? Like if you need to run into a store, you go there. But you look at people with this full cart of things at Loblaws.
That's a few $100s.
It's
It's a mortgage
$300 to
payment.
$400
Easily.
and
So when
half
all-
of it's garbage.
When a lot of our disposable income has disappeared in fuel costs lately, if you're not driving an EV, and groceries, you need to have them, and housing. Yeah, I mean, Walmart's the way to go, honestly. And it's still nothing like strolling through a Walmart on a Sunday morning.
No, that's nice. I do like that.
Wandering,
Yeah.
you know,
Take my old
aimlessly
man
wandering.
a lot,
Yeah,
yeah.
and just
Yeah.
so the brick and mortar part of it is still acceptable, enjoyable.
Yeah,
you know?
you get
and they
people
have
out
that
of the
presence
house.
that Amazon does not. So it's nice to just wander. You know?
Absolutely. You never know what you're going to buy,
Oh,
especially
that's like-
if
it's
you
like going to Costco,
walk the
same
aisles.
thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're probably not going to do that kind of buying online.
No, you can
Where
order a
it's
whole
like-
lot more stuff than you expected to.
I totally agree.
And
with
that works in
I
their
totally
favor.
agree with that.
Why Ramin write 5-finger discount?
All right, calm down, Ram. You can't be implicating yourself like that. We know that's how you roll, Ram.
This person's insane.
Discount. All right, guys, that concludes the news segment. Thank you, Sia. All right, let's do a little bit of a trade review here. Let's see what we're up to. Look, BATL bouncing right off the volume weighted average price. It's like this thing almost was destined to go back to that 4. It holds up 4, puts in a couple of candles, put higher lows and higher highs, and here is this candle up into 417, but very much this one is dependent on the price of oil, so you're gonna have to keep one eye on BATL and then the other one on USO, and don't become I'm just gonna shut up. BURU came back down into that 25 penny area, holding that general 25 penny area with really nothing to show for it for the past, I want to say, almost hour now since that 105 5-minute candle ended up losing trend. FFAI also holding up at around the volume weighted average price. This one I earmarked for support at 48 pennies. It didn't quite end up working that way. It looked like VWAP featured a lot more here at around 45.5 pennies. And then there are a bunch of topping tail candles into 49, all of which failed to breach. TPET, another one that I had my eye on. I didn't execute on TPET today, but not a good move nonetheless. I was looking for around 53 to 52 and a half pennies. Those are the levels where that I was looking at. VWAP being 53 and 52 and a half pennies being that 1130 breakout. Hasn't quite made its way down there. It looks like it's finding some support at around 54 to 55 pennies. Those are the trades that I want to mention. VELO as well, right into VWAP, but this one has basically done nothing. I was looking at this as a short, and it didn't really set up for the short. So holding at around 14 2/3, 14 3/4. Let's see how Velo ends up closing the day before we send it back to Joe. Adair has news at the big desk.
Just be aware here, guys. I'm seeing a little bit of a pullback once again in the market. Oil kind of chopping around here. A couple different headlines coming out of the Middle East. Financial Times reporting that Iranian tankers continue to evade the U.S. blockade. And we've got a comment coming from Iran's Deputy Interior Minister saying that, quote, we are prepared for various scenarios. Last but not least, we have, I guess, OFAC data showing that the U.S. is imposing new Iran-related sanctions. So more tensions here with the U.S. and Iran. Unfortunately, we're very used to this headline at this point, but either way here, market chopping around a little bit as we head into the end of the midday session.
Yeah, I mean, back and forth continues essentially. So, yeah, I mean, there goes USO, right? Like you just tank off of that top, you sell off approximately $3, and then now you're starting to find somewhat of a rebound. Look at the volume really step in here. So if we're going to go with the flow, I think the volume is to the downside, so maybe wait for a curl over. Maybe you see somewhat of a stronger recovery in the market. I'm just looking for that next opportunity. I mean, we only have a couple minutes left here. Neil's stretching, getting ready for game time. That's what we want to see. We talk about this Apple trade, essentially off of the lows. Had to be patient for this recovery, and we got in around the right time. Would I have liked it to make it a little bit bigger? Absolutely. Should we have got out break even? I think the narrative would have been a little bit different. But nonetheless, Apple definitely being our better performer here on the session. And I think it's going to remain that way. So I shouldn't say it's going to remain that way. We're one trade away from just turning things around big. IBIT was a good one here. We did get stopped out over 20%. So it is what it is. Leaving some of that runner, maybe we get out a little bit quicker just in case. So boom, 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 off to the races to go and then to the downside. But where we really lost is that initial trade here on IBIT, a couple hundred shares there, stopped out. And then what else was it? Webull. I didn't even want to get into SMR and it just punched me. But anyways, Webull, definitely our two mistakes here. I mean, there it is, a break-even trade on Webull, but it was more or less this one here, SMR. To the downside. Whoa, watch out, Neil. Anyways, was he stretching and almost got you there?
And he lowered the shoulder, too, like he had the entire move.
Neil, don't forget, brother. You're
people
injured.
don't forget.
Yeah, you're still injured.
These guys are killing me.
Why Ja Rule's voice? Anyways, aside from that, guys, let's see if we can find somewhat a rebound and sustained move. USO is going to be the teller of where some of these tech names go. Okay, so USO. I don't know, Neil.
What happened?
Yeah, I don't know, man. He's just pacing around here, making me nervous.
Neil?
Yeah, he's making me nervous, man.
Careful, man.
Yeah. All right. There we go. USO rebound. Maybe you get that curl over. It's going to take about 15 minutes or so, and then you head back towards the volume-weighted average price. NVDA could be a potential good long opportunity right here. I'm liking the way we look. NVDL might be our vehicle, Shree. All right.
Yeah, take off, Joey.
I'm going to go over there. You guys will see me momentarily. I hope everyone's had a fantastic midday, enjoyed your lunch, and put on some good trades.
Hey, you saw it. All right. Thank you, Joey, for coming on. All right. Here we go. Let's look at the market. Let's just do a quick market review here, see what's strong, see what's weak in the market. As I saw some people in the chat mentioning right now, the metals are super weak. Gold is down 2 1/5. Silver down 3 1/4, losing 3 3/4, losing $70. Pardon me. USO still holding up above that 125 mark and still up 3% on the day. When we move down to the Mag 7 here, Uber is literally flat on the day. Netflix, another bad day for them, 1 4/5. In fact, a little bit more, down almost 2%. Meta up about 1/3 to 1/4%, but it's Microsoft's day today, man. Completely bucking the trend when it comes to the Mag 7, up about 2%, 1.97. Apple absolutely getting clipped. It was basically a sell all day until it found some support at 265.40, down 2.4% on the back of the essentially the CEO switch there. Google also down 1 1/4%. Both Google and Google, Amazon really fading the entire move. I mean, this is when Joey messaged me yesterday that Amazon and Anthropic had that tie-up right around 430. And quite frankly, since that area high, we've given up about 1.5%. given that aftermarket move. So Amazon still positive on the day. Tesla, we get Tesla tomorrow. Tesla's tomorrow. Tesla is tomorrow down 1% today and also below 4%. NVIDIA, much the same fate, down 1.15. You wouldn't know that NVIDIA was red on the day if you take a look at AMD, which is barely off the highs. Is this another all-time high for AMD, man? Well, I think we got into a little bit higher yesterday, Neil, just at around 420. We got to 287.61. We're 284.28 is the high today, but another higher low. You feel like AMD is just setting up for more highs. And then one name that I'm involved in, LITE, getting clipped today to the tune of 5%. We'll have to find out what's going on with that one. Let's move down here, see what else is moving. FCell, we mentioned this one. Big day today for FCell, but fading off the highs. Bloom Energy, yet another all-time highs on that. Chinese ADRs, all, without exception, on my watch list, decidedly red. 3 3/4 for Baba, 3% for Baidu, 4 2/3 for PDD, and the list goes on. All the EVs names as well. NIO, XPeng, Li, they're all negative on the day. Crypto as well, just turned negative, but barely. Bitcoin still holding $75,000, right around 75.6 for the coin. Military and defense names, you thought maybe possibly these ones would catch a bit of a bid. Not so. NOC is absolutely breaking down. This could be a buy here, though, on NOC, man. This is the 200 moving average. I'll have to take a look at that one later, but that is one to look out there. Are we ready to go? Ready to go? All right. So Neil's at the big board. Joey's locked in. We're ready to send you to the afternoon show. It's been great, guys. Hope you guys had a lot of fun with Joseph and I trading small caps, and Joey was all over Apple. Long.
Yes, exactly, guys. Welcome back to the ending segment, I guess, of the show. A lot going on here today, guys. There's a couple opportunities throughout the intraday session, and what we can really tell if something is going to be genuine or not, or it could be a potential false movement. Now, we had a trade here on IBIT, and there was two distinct differences in essentially why one trade worked and why the other one didn't. So essentially what you want to look for, there's a key metric, and we call it volume. Volume is the teller of worlds of when you might potentially fall into a false breakout or something may be an actual breakout.
You see the volume coming in, you see it going to that big key level, the green candles pile up, you get that FOMO, you layer in at the top, and then you get the rug pull. There's three big things that you gotta look for the reasons why a breakout turns into a false break and can end up in disaster. The first thing is, okay, well, identify, are you breaking out into overhead resistance? That completely changes the nature of the trade. In this particular case, when you look at that top here that's trying to break this top, it already failed once. When it goes a second time, it's got overhead resistance. Now you'll note, I kind of didn't want to fall for that trap, so I'm covering going into it. The second thing that you've got to pay attention to, which is very, very important, is going to be, what's the volume looking like? Right? Now you can see volume at the bottom, always good volume at the open, but if you line up the breakout, it's not extraordinary volume. A lot of times if you have a late day breakout trade, if it's not happening at 9:30 in the morning right at the open, you want it to be the biggest volume spike of the day, even considering the open, or at least adjacent to that. So that's strike number 2. And again, more reason why you're looking to pile out. The third one's important. When you have a key price level where you're trying to find buyers above, it can be the opening range in correspondence with a prior day high or a prior day close, something along those lines, it gives you an area to look for the break. When it pulls back into that area, you want there to be buyers. If you don't see them, you gotta get the you-know-what dodge. The faster, the better. If you've taken nothing out, you probably want to get out faster because you have no profits to work with. If you have taken some out, you can give it a little bit more room because you've taken profit and you can have a break even or slightly positive trade if you give it more room. But the idea that you want people in that breakout range to have buys is important. Because if it's such a key price level that it's busting through, you don't just want buyers on the way up. When it comes back into that price, you want the sell to be gone and the buyers to have control. If there's none of that, you're not trying to reload. You're thinking about where to get out, and you know how nasty it can be. Because what happens in a situation and why it can be so nasty, the failed breakout, is you don't just have the longs that are in it here. You have to deal with people that have been long from before and are looking for continuation today with that now double top. When they don't get it, they're like, I guess my trade's done. I'm not going to get the continuation on day two. Yet another reason why you get so many false breaks.
Absolutely. Looking for the continuation, and that false break happens, you have to get out of Dodge, as Neil just mentioned. But one thing that you can also do is, once you've broken down, you can look for those buyers to step in on a potential false break. More liquidity needs to be absorbed in order for those assets to either recover or continue to climb higher. If you have the inability to punch through key resistance zones, volume going to be a massive teller, and how we can translate that to real time is also by the time of sales.
Absolutely. You want to be looking at that tape. And you know what's interesting? Another place you look for that in that tape, and I'm giving you a bit of a bonus here. If you have a false breakout, like was in the case here in that BMNR trade, whatever the support was, sometimes it can be a line of support that the stock was going into for the break, or in this case, it can be a trend line that ended up breaking. Leave it in there. Still look at it on the way back. Why? Because that theoretical bid support leading into the break, when you come back to it, you might have an opportunity where the sellers are now in control and you can look for that reversal. The thing about a false break is it can give you some interesting price action if it retraces back to those prices and does so too rapidly. So you got to be paying attention. Well, first of all, you can't worry about paying attention for shorting the pop back up if you're still bag holding the long after you get rinsed. But if you get out, you can then look at that support and find it as a way to look for the other direction in the trade. It's at least useful price information where maybe you can get some back if you took a small hit. Hopefully you can make a good winning trade in there, but you don't want to get trapped with that FOMO. If you see those signs, you have to somewhat turn it into maybe a scalp trade or a smaller trade, or at bare minimum, get the you-know-what out of Dodge before it gets ugly.
Absolutely. And how many times have traders been trapped in potential trades, not gotten out, because they weren't looking at some key features, right? Your volume and your tape can be tellers of worlds on when you may be getting caught in a false breakout. And we're going to go over an example here momentarily right after we get back from Sia.
Yeah, just a little news here. Iran just saying on X that Iran has not notified Pakistan whether it will be attending the talks tomorrow. According to the New York Post, citing certain sources, there's also another one saying Ukraine is ready to deploy ships from the UK to assist in reopening off the Strait of Hormuz, according to the Times. Sending it right back to you.
Good one. Thank you very much, Sia. I just had both chats open. I'm like, which one's the right chat?
Yeah, I'm going through that issue right now, too.
So I just closed them both. I'm just going to reopen the one that I think is correct. And look, I wish we could tell you, I would love to tell you we're going to be cruising back into the highs. But that doesn't seem, I don't know. It doesn't necessarily seem like it. Like even with this pullback in USO, I'm in battle, by the way. Well, I should explain it. So USO trended up and pulled into VWAP. So I don't know, something along these lines. Draw a line of best fit. Doesn't really make a difference. I didn't think it was a very clean trend break. Maybe I would have traded this instead. Either way, it takes a top, and then there was the headline that, hey, these meetings might be back on. We're on a plane. We're going over there. And then you get this heavy move down. In that same moment, this candle is 136 on a 3-minute. This is battle at 136. I was already in the trend break in battle, and then it was trying to break this prior high. So within, I'd say there's maybe like a 15 to 20 second moment where USO was already failing that level, and I could just get back into battle, like buy back or sell into the same shares at 32. So it gave me that little like few seconds to look at the leading indicator falling and then jump into it, shorted it to view up. I'm kind of looking for the whole, to retrace the whole thing. Like I want to give it to around the 420 to 25 area and get the last of it breaking VWAP and falling apart. But that's going to be reliant on USO, which is bouncing off VWAP itself. So, when I said this in the afternoon yesterday, like it's, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Like I like the mean reversion trade, so these are the ones I'm going to try to take, and we'll see what we'll see where it goes. But this market this afternoon might just have to hinge, Joe, on again paying attention to whatever random headline we might see, the behavior of oil futures, which will be closed in about 20 minutes, and we'll watch some USO bouncing off VWAP. That kind of strength is going to maybe make the markets weaker. I'm looking in the other direction for SMCI. This wasn't a trend. This was a pure flat bottom break on SMCI, which I trailed out of. I guess I left that trail in there. Should have put it at break even. But this is the one I'm looking for the short on, because SMCI tagged 30 bucks, so filled in almost all of this gap, like this gap here on the March the 19th. So filled in the gap from March the 19th, wicked the top, turned around. I didn't see it. Was well past VWAP. When everything started falling, I'm like, okay, what's like a VWAP or breakdown trade that's still available? Went through a bunch of stocks. Nothing was sitting right where I liked it. This one was like a flat bottom break. I'm like, okay, well, I'll take that because it's a flat bottom break.
Nice.
No way, AMD.
With AMD continuing to climb. Yeah, I'm looking for...
Stock is insane.
It is insane right now. I mean, Sean's on the position board saying we don't have any position. That's not the case. We're long some NVDL right here, guys. You can see that there's a little bit of an indecision print off of that. So 39s we'll call flat. We'll take a little bit of a pop there. Bang, 62s is what we're looking for. We'll take a little bit more off on here. We'll do a transaction just so you guys can see essentially where I'm in at. I'm not going to take anything off, just something substantial, a little bit there so you can see the average price as we continue to climb. So a nice little pop in NVDL. Watch out, we don't want to hit out. I went to school with his cousin.
Seriously? Oh,
yeah. She was in the same. She was the same age as me. Yeah, I'm not going to name drop.
No one's going to know. Connor Brown used to play for the league.
I'm not going to say her name, essentially, right? I mean, no, I'm not going to do it, man. We can't do that stuff. What is that term that Pratt always used?
Drop your doxing somebody.
Doxing, yeah. I've never even heard of that before.
Like I don't know. Like it's so okay. So you're just basically now the position board. Like I lost my position.
Yeah, that's it, man. You're out of there.
Oh, so like knocks one in and knocks one. I don't know. No, but you're not really doxing a person. Like they exist.
Yeah.
They have a famous they have an athlete cousin.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't see how that's. Is that
it's
really?
Too late now. I'm already too deep in the fact that I'm saying that I'm not going to do it. But anyways, a nice little move up there on NVDL. We're still sitting in that Apple trade as well, too, Neil. So something that I've been working on for us. Yeah, I'm still sitting in that. I don't have much left, only about 5% of the remaining position. Looking for a little bit more here in the NVDL. This key pivot around 94.80 is going to be more or less the ideal where I hold the bulk of it if I'm fortunate enough to get there.
Yeah, like after all, I guess they did really not like the whole CEO change thing. Like my whole attitude towards it was, it was nothing remotely exciting about it, and it was like the safe, blandish, maybe like expected, go with the hardware guy because that's the direction we're going. And I was sort of like, well, I don't think it's a long, but I certainly didn't think it was going to drop as much as it did.
That much.
Yeah, I didn't really see that one coming at all. But is what it is. USO is still going to be heading higher, at least for now. If we do get to, so I'm looking at about 125.50 on USO. Show it here in the 3. I think it's right in this range. So we bounced once off VWAP and kind of pulled back here. If it pulls back and it looks like we're getting the same kind of resistance, topping tail underneath VWAP, then I'm looking at two things. One, I probably wouldn't short SMCI if that looks like it's weak, but I might look for the reload in front of 220 on Battle. That's one place that I'm going to look. Also, someone's saying TMUS merger news. Whoops. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I'm doing that. I lose my train of thought. Like someone literally was like, I looked over and said TMUS in the chat, and then just immediately start typing it instead of going to the name that I wanted to go to, which was Open Door. I was in the same trade somewhat of the same trade as Sharif was. My average price was like 81, I believe. And then we lost VWAP and Open Door. Well, the good thing about the volume weighted average price is you can trade it either way. And I'm thinking, anytime there's a small capper that loses VWAP, I tend to think in the other direction. I didn't reverse on that because I was paying attention to oil and all that stuff, but I'm looking at that as well in the afternoon. Like once under VWAP in the afternoon on a small capper, stay there. There's also the bit of a rejection of the 200 period moving average in the daily. This also happens to coincide with. So I'm gonna look for that. Like that's where my eyes are. SMCI, which is looking a little bit more suspect. Oil futures pull down, then that's probably going to head higher, and then open door at the volume weighted average price. And at some point, trying to figure out where you can get into the AMD freight train without having to buy the high of the day. That's another important question. The stock is absurd. What's our all-time high? It's yesterday at, oh, that's a stupid high. Like it's a crazy wick, 87.70. That kind of a high almost doesn't matter. Like when it's such an insane single wick on every time frame, it's not even like, to me, it's not even a resistance at that point. Yeah. Like the resistance is usually, when you do a wick like that, the resistance is lower. Like it's here where the resistance, you're breaking it right now, in my opinion.
Here it is. The headline sensitivity right back into the market.
What did we get now?
Like exactly. Like it's like, okay, we sit in this trade, we grind up to our target, and then it's just instant boom flush. Like I don't know how people, like at the end of the day, all that unrealized, I only take a little bit out, and then it's just gone in the matter of a flash, right?
So that's right back up though.
It is. But Neil, it's like the whole point of sitting through that. Imagine it didn't come right back up and just continue to move to the downside, right? So like now I'm left with this choice. It's like, okay, do I continue to hold on to the bulk of my position, or is this thing going to continue to move around? So I mean, like there's zero chance if you're, regardless of the vehicle that you're trading, is that if you're in the favor of it, but how often is that necessarily the case?
You know, that have me on Intel today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like it's like, dude, it's like what fun? It's ridiculous. It's not fun in my opinion.
No, it's like when you're a structure trader, and I consider myself somewhat that, it's so annoying.
It's so annoying.
Like, because there's nothing you can do about it, and like a lot of the times, the answer to that scenario is like suck it up and get back in. So it's like, okay, well, you might have to find yourself like getting wicked out and then 2 minutes later jumping back into the same trade.
Yeah, I agree.
Which doesn't look exactly the same, but it's
it's like two massive volume spikes. So like so what I had unrealized was my red to green and then some trade, and then now with that spike, it's all gone, right? So it's just like, all right, well, what do you do? Yeah, I mean, because it's a point to just wick right back again. Yeah, Joseph Tall. Yeah, I mean, that's how it is, man. Headline trading it's extremely, like, when there's sensitivity. That's why I like the first couple of weeks of it. The first couple of weeks are fun, but when it's been going on for over a month, it's just like, I don't know, from an intraday standpoint, it's not saying that it's not fun, because sometimes it can be, but it can get a little bit under your skin on the fact that it's just like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, we're nicely green here on the day. Oh, no,
that's why you take profit on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you could have been more, right? Like, obviously, there's always that scenario that there's more. But that's just the narrative in which we sat in here on NVDL.
Maybe I should be short on Intel. That literally happened to me too.
No,
I was in a flush trade. I was trying to long too aggressively on Intel this morning. I'm like, okay, under VWAP, lower high. The second it did this, like lower high, like right to the same wick, I'm like, I'm just getting short under VWAP. And then I just added to it, and then it hit the bid. And this was like it hit the bid, and then the next candle shoots up, and I was in the process, I had moved to stop into here just as I was getting that bid, and I still had an order here. So like, you have to understand the scenario. Like, I'm just getting some out, right? And I still have an order to reload, because I know I already got one fill, I got a second one. I'm like, okay, I had the order to reload. I just moved my stop down. And like a second later, like it happened real quick, like maybe not a second, but right after that, it runs the stop. And I'm like, what the heck just happened? I'm looking around, like, why did we just spike? And I make the decision not to get back into the trade like a chump. Actually, I shouldn't say like a chump, because I think it ultimately led me to a cleaner trade maybe later in SMCI, but I'll say like a chump either way. But ultimately, it can be frustrating. And I think sometimes when that happens to you, your initial reaction is to, like, sometimes your initial reaction is to FOMO back into it, and we say don't FOMO trade. The way you've got to consider it is, if that crazy wick price action didn't actually change anything for your trade, and you're honestly true about that, then you kind of should jump back in. right? And in that particular case, like I don't think, like it shouldn't have got me out. So the answer is, if I can present him with the opportunity, just get back in the trade, like right here on this wick. If I can be quick about it in the next minutes, just get right back in. Like it's silly, it's annoying, but you just got to do what you got to do. And what just happened on USO? We're going to see it. I don't want to ramble too much. I'll finish the thought. We're going to go to C at the desk, and I'll finish the thought with USO.
Sorry, no, I just have a really quick update about the USO. So we do have comments coming in from Iran's foreign minister, Arakchi, saying that blockading the Iranian ports is an act of war and thus a violation of the ceasefire. Also saying that striking a commercial vessel and taking its crew hostage is an even greater violation. Iran knows how to neutralize restrictions, how to defend its interests, and how to resist bullying. These are reports coming from the foreign minister's posts on X.
An act of war, well, you're at war. Although I guess, there is a ceasefire. And so just to quickly finish the thought, like, there's going to be these wicks. One of the biggest tells, at least right now, is the reaction of what is kind of the leading indicator for the news, and it's going to be USO. So if I look over and I get wicked out of something, let's say it's USO pops up, and the first thing I see is like a topping tail, and then it comes right back down, then it's like, okay, well, maybe you can disregard that, right? If there's a bunch of continuation and it's not some glaring topping tail candle or bottoming tail candle, then that's going to be a different story. So at least I don't really have much of a reason to change on battle here. Thinking about the reload, I might reload this in front of the 420, like I said. USO is looking at least a little bit more calm. Although it's building back into that 125.5. That's the only reason I haven't pulled the trigger, because it's building back into this level here, and I haven't seen it rejected. There was that one topping tail candle we just talked about, but it's still building back into that level. If I feel the weakness, like hold under 125.50, which it hasn't really proven yet, then I will like that battle reload and engage back in the short, for sure. And yeah, again, I can't promise we're not going to get another headline, and then maybe I get wicked out, and then we have to go back into square one. Taylor Batty, thoughts on Carr? I don't have I already slapped the fail on myself for not just taking I thought there was one relatively clean trade on Carr if you're looking for the short, which I was today, admittedly. There was just this, like it was under VWAP, it was a trend break. Whether you're in here in the 665 range or in over here at 660 range. Either way, like it gave you the look to first level, second level, and even gave you a halt so that maybe you're not out there and you can get out like somewhere into here. At least that's how I roll. Like I probably would have trailed out somewhere in here, and that worked, right? So I wasn't in that one. It basically shrugged that off after making the fresh lows and looking like it was going to die to be back above VWAP and churning. So suffice to say, I'm not even remotely interested in the short on this again. I didn't pull the trigger. If I wouldn't pull the trigger here, I don't want any part of this in the afternoon. I agree. Like it looked like that was when I missed that trade, I fully thought, okay, I just missed shorting adjacent to the top on Carr, and now it's looking for that area as support.
Did you see it on the daily though?
Oh, but the daily chart. Every time you eat your lunch in the afternoon, it's killing.
But brother, you get the exact same thing as
I know, but it's like it smells so good because you heat it back up.
All right.
Yeah, the daily chart. But the daily chart was ridiculous anyways. That's like it's ridiculous.
No, but look what. Oh, okay. So it's not what it was at the lows. So
yeah, like it was looking like a nasty.
Yeah.
It was.
Exactly.
I thought that was going to be the top, and I'm like, I can't believe I could have shorted this.
Exactly. You thought that was going to close as a nasty inverted hammer, right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking exactly on this thing, and I'm like, that's what I was talking about this morning. This thing will display itself when it's ready to turn around, but clearly it's not yet. So yeah, crazy stuff on Carr here.
It's trapped more people.
Yeah, exactly.
I promise you, there are shorts somewhere in the 650 to 7, maybe not, like let's call it like 7 to 710 range, right? That put that on today and added here. So let's just say they, at shorts that were in 710-ish, and then shorts that got in 650-ish. So like there's somebody or some traders that are short heavy 680. And that's a new short position. And some potentially that would have added down here, so the price could be even worse. Like, it's how they roll. They're looking to hold it. They're not out. Like, that's not, like, like those that short on that level, where they wouldn't just have, like me, like the prior bar out, like that kind of nonsense, where I'll have an actual out on that day, where they're just holding it for a longer period of time, they're probably not considering it unless it breaks $750. And they can just hold on to it. Like, I'm guessing, even, and some would probably be more than that, just given how much downside potential there is. Like, some might be giving it to like 800 or some other nonsense. Like, just how they roll. So they're not even this scared. Like, if it takes out the high again, they'd be screwed. Right, so that's enough of CAR. We'll probably at some point talk about it again, because I think it's a little bit inevitable. I'm gonna try and look at where the entry for, like I said, AMD might be into the long, but that's only gonna happen if USO takes out VWAP downside. I feel like AMD is the long that I want. But as long as it holds the bid, I don't trust the long. If USO is holding the bid.
So delayed there. Yeah, we're printing 46s, 47s on the tape, but then it just wasn't being reflected on that. So. Yeah, I mean, this is what Neil was talking about, just essentially re-engaging. It stops us out. We have that nice move up into 70s. We add a little bit more here, 20% to this position to see if we're going to get a rebound. But what we do need, as Neil just mentioned, is we need USO. We got 2 pennies worse than our previous position. That's fine. I mean, when you're working with cents, 2 cents can be like when you're using 10 cents worth of stop, that's 20% essentially, right? So precision is extremely key, but if USO does break the volume weighted average price, I like the potential play here in the equity space, especially in some of these tech names. We're printing 46s and 47s respectively on the bid and the ask. So let's continue to climb. For 94.80s, I'm going to be extremely optimistic, and we're going to manifest that target come to fruition here for us. But I mean, it's not looking too good in the SPY, and we do need that breakdown in USO. Let's see if we can get a headline in our favor here, guys. This is a big one for us. I don't have the bang or anything along those lines, but a nice move in NVDL so far. I like it when we're instantly in the money, but we want the market to start to participate. Okay, so here it is. Like, this is absolutely disastrous of a day, if you ask me. Like, this is just so ugly, PA. Oh, okay, yeah, cool, boom, yeah, all right, that was all fun. Let's go long here. Okay, yeah, boom, short, and everything along those lines. So the volatility, yeah, exactly. The volatility has most definitely stepped in. You had a spike here, multiple spikes in the past hour or so. So we have to be cautious of what's going on. V-shaped reversal potential. This is going to be a key level, 644.89. If that breaches, that's not going to be good for our trade, and we have to be prepared to get out. Yeah, there goes USO to the top side, and that's going to bring the NASDAQ down. So looking for longs right now is a little bit more difficult. Thanks, headline sensitivity. All right, let's send things off to Sia here, guys.
Yeah, just again, reports coming here from the New York Times saying that the U.S. has suspended funding for Iraq security services. Just repeating that the U.S. has suspended funding for Iraq security services. That's all. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much there, Sia. It's like, I'll look over and I'll see like a 30, 40, 50 cent spike on USO, and then it'll be right back down. So I just want to try to find something remotely clear, which means if it's a level that I already liked, and it's a trade that already made sense to me, as long as we hold, again, as long as USO holds VWAP, I'm favoring short in anything that's tech related, and I want something that's weak. So a couple of things there, like I want to, instead of yesterday, because I know yesterday I was trying to short SMCI. The difference is today SMCI is under the volume weighted average price, is doing what the market's doing. You know, I've got a level like off the lows, which I can play to. So I know if it breaks above the quarters, just realize I don't have a stop. I like to, sometimes I'll throw the stop in before I get into position, which is nice. That way, if it breaks a trend, all I have to do is get into position, my stop's already in place, because I know I'm getting out up here. So once that happens, I can get into it. And if I can cancel that trade if I see USO doing something that I don't like. But really, let us know what other names you're trading at this point, because we don't want to overtrade the afternoon. I want to be nimble enough to be able to react to news or see like an A+ setup. And, oh, there was one more thing I saw in the chat, and this was not to single out, but there was someone asking about CAR, or that's made a comment about CAR, which like professionals don't trade CAR. A lot of day traders wouldn't trade. Like, you haven't seen me in it. Today was the first time that I was looking to actually make a trade in CAR. I mean, the second time I was looking, and the first time I actually almost pulled the trigger. But believe me when I tell you, and I can't say exactly, like I've heard stories that, let's just say from large traders that I can't divulge because I'm not supposed to, like, I don't want to say anything, it's not my place. But I can tell you for a fact that there are very large traders who do trade those types of things.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And I'm talking like down in New York, and you don't think, trust me, it's true. There are hedge funds that is what they do, and it seems like that's only a meme-ish kind of deal. But believe me, there are whale traders that also. It's just opportunity is opportunity, and believe me, if there's an opportunity, then there's big traders that are on it, and it might not be something that everybody does, but. Like what I was describing, I've seen those types of squeezes, and I've heard literally from traders who put millions on that type of a thing, and that's how they roll. Because if you really think about it, you get this once. You get one of these right. That's somebody's year.
Yeah, man.
If you know what I'm saying? Like if they're at that level, that's right. Like, all they need is one. If they catch that top and it goes back to $400, that's their year. And you're good to go. Done.
Yeah.
Done deal.
Yeah, let's go in. We're going to head things over to Sia. NVDA working. Neil, thanks for telling us and giving us the confidence to get right back into those trades after that dump. Volatility wick out. Now we're at the highest point of the day. Sia, talk to us.
Yeah, Amazon has launched the GLP-1 weight loss program. So Amazon One Medical has launched its GLP-1 program integrating obesity care with Amazon Pharmacy. The company has promised a fast and convenient access to the same. In short, pricing will start as low as $25 per month as per Amazon. And for cash-paying clients, oral drugs will be starting at $149 per month. The company has also said that it will be offering an on-demand prescription renewal starting at $29 for message consultation and $49 for video care. AMZN currently up by 1%, a little more. Also want to take a look at MSFT. Microsoft has cut Game Pass subscriptions after Xbox CEO, new appointed Asha Sharma, has made a promise to recommit to gamers this afternoon. So Microsoft is reducing the price of the top-tier Game Pass Ultimate service by 23%, falling back to $22.99 this month. The more limited PC Game Pass subscription will now go for $13.99, which is down by 15%. But the subscription will not have the new Call of Duty games at the launch time. So she also told employees in a memo that Game Pass has become too expensive, which is the reason for this action. Now, MSFT in the green almost by 2%.
Because someone's like, about the volume on car. I'm talking about notional dollar value of trades. Until someone putting millions of dollars notionally into a single trading car. Not that they're taking 2, 3, 4, 5 million shares, that they're taking 2, 3, 4, 5 million dollars worth of shares. That's a very big difference.
But I think,
Very big difference.
Yeah, I think it's a little, I mean, it's one thing to say like, hey, I don't trade that, but to say a whole group of individuals don't trade that is the wrong thing. Like,
They do.
mean,
Well, yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, you can't categorize like professionals aren't trading. Well, you think this is just retail moving the price?
It's not.
Exactly.
It almost,
So,
in a lot of cases, it almost never is. And not a move like this.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, listen, I understand. Like, I hear where you're getting. To say I don't trade that is one thing compared to saying like, oh, this whole group of people are whatever. Anyways, aside from that, neither here nor there. Let's go NVDL. Neil, thanks for telling us to get involved in that one more time. That must have been the liquidity as USO is
Next time I'll tell myself to get into it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, dude, I'm like, you're like, so AMD is continuing to climb, and I'm like, all right, NVDA looks like it wants to recover. That's when we had that initial move, and then sure enough, now I'm not going through that again. I'm leaving 10% as a runner. We took the majority off. Can we get the screen, please? Thank you, my boy. Yeah, so there it is. A nice re-engagement right there. As the Sean Katima would say, I'm reloaded on that one, and we get to take a nice move, 30 cents higher, and with 20% more. So I'm happy with that one there, New.
There you go. And sometimes if you like it better. The other thing, too, is if it wicks people out, sometimes that makes it better because other people out. So if you get back in, there's less resistance.
Exactly.
Less people on the offer. Right, like if more people are long, the more people are scalping on the offer, which kind of drags the stock. So if it wicks a bunch of people out, it can be a heck of a lot better on the rebound. So I'm going to go with AMD is trending higher. So if I'm looking for long, it better be this. The same way I'm waiting for potential SMCI reload and battle reload, which is not coming in. But I like the candle emerging here on USO. USO looks like it wants to challenge the volume weighted average price. So jump in on trend and AMD, and I'm going to try and reload the battle short, which to me, it's like that makes sense. Energy down, and then we go, market stuff long is that's the only way I have to think about it. Market things to the long side. And what else we got going on here? What's so interesting is like it seems like we have a ton of volatility, but my hot list or my trade rate list, it's not really popping off, going crazy. Like there's no booking, kind of a weird stock to be up there. Netflix, I'll probably have to take a look at Netflix. I don't know why it's leading, but like Tesla, FFAI, I know was something Sharif was looking at, Nvidia, but none of these numbers in terms of relative vol are crazy in terms of the trade rate. So it's very quiet considering some of the volatility that we've had this afternoon. I don't know what that FFAI would be, but we'll have a look at it if it looks remotely interesting. So I still haven't reloaded on battle, but I'm going to take every single chance for this to hold. Come on, hold the trend. Wait till I buy the dip, and then this is when you want to lose the trend line. Right after I finally get in. I like some of these joiners. Well, one of the reasons why I had this conversation, I don't remember with who, but I would almost always rather go long here and then give it to under the trend line than take the breakout trade. Because I find that if it breaks out, then I have a better price. So like it's 50 cents or 60 cents to the breakout. So it gives me a better price, and it gives me a tighter stop as well. So if I take this breakout, I'm giving it to the trend line anyways. So it gives me a little bit better of a price and a tighter stop. And it hasn't closed under the trend line yet anyway. So let's go to Adara at the desk. We'll come right back and see if we get another push.
Just be aware, Fed's Waller is talking. He's not really saying anything of note, but I think it's worth noting and reminding you guys that he is currently speaking, talking about, I guess, modernizing the Fed and talking about functions like HR, payroll, finance, et cetera. Nothing, again, like I said, super big here. One thing I do want to mention though as well, while I have you guys, that is interesting, that is not directly stock related, you've got Polymarket apparently announcing they're going to be adding perpetual futures contracts pretty soon. So perps contracts coming to Polymarket apparently at a time yet to be announced and determined. So beware here. Here's the market. If I get more details on this, I'll let you know. And again, this is not something that's necessarily going to be moving a stock, but I think worth noting, I'm also seeing some comments from AAPL new CEO John Turnus. Apple popping a little bit here, guys. John Turnus, incoming CEO of Apple, effective September 1st, 2026, saying that AI will create almost unlimited potential and that, quote, we are about to change the world once again, that the mission of Apple will not change under his tenure. So John Turnus saying some very lofty remarks here and sending AAPL higher months before he begins his role as CEO.
Valid point. But
Apple just benefits from the world changing because they're able to sort of provide the right tool at the right time, but they don't actually change the world with their products. I know, the product ends up being a game changer, but not because they invented the thing.
You don't think that they've reshaped it, or you don't think they're going to reshape it or anything like that? It just participates in more or less.
Yeah,
we're not going to say that the iPhone
they're a participator.
Was a pivotal moment in mankind.
They're a participator.
Wow.
Well, they took something that already existed and made it infinitely better. That's what they do. But they're not. And there was one moment they had where you could really say that, but you haven't been able to say that for a very long time.
What moment?
When
the first iPhone came out?
You watched BlackBerry, the very first time it was touched, that moment. Outside of that, what other moment has actually been game changing? Every single time that you're this is the groundbreaking thing they've done. It's okay, well that's been. Everyone else has had that for a while.
What is that thing called again?
Yeah,
the Vision Pro.
Vision Pro,
Is that what it is?
That's been a bust.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That was the next thing that we thought could.
Maybe it still ends up being a big deal.
Okay.
I don't know. It could still end up being a big deal. It's not over yet.
What'd you think about the Fruit Loop flavored chicken, Fabian?
Fruit Loop flavored.
Very much tasted like Fruit Loops.
I didn't hear you on that one, brother.
Not Fruit Loop.
Yeah, that's what Fabian. Exactly. He picked out the flavor. That's what it is.
It doesn't taste like Fruit Loops.
Yeah, a couple months ago he picked that one, and that's why we called it Apple 2Gs in 1982. Let's go. I don't have my.
It doesn't taste. I actually thought the chicken tasted.
It is.
I thought it tasted solid.
I promise it tastes like that. Yeah. It has. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, let's play devil's advocate.
Okay.
Who doesn't like Fruit Loops?
Ooh. No,
I'm just saying. Haters over here. I thought the lunch was very good. So how about that? What's up now?
yeah, I mean,
I enjoyed the lunch.
I like the broccoli on it.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. There was a lot of broccoli.
Yeah, I like broccoli.
It's ever since I said all this about broccoli and cauliflower, like every single day we get broccoli and cauliflower now, which sucks because the vegetables are really, really good. I did have some of the broccoli. It was unavoidable. Like there was a lot of it, so whatever.
Yeah,
I ate broccoli today.
That's good.
It looks like I've reloaded in battle, so I said if it failed 420, then I would reload it. That's where the trail is anyway. So I didn't do it this time, I guess because of all the wicks we were getting, but I just reloaded in here. We'll play it back into VWAP if that's what it wants to do, and let's go back up to Adara.
Yeah, I should tell you guys I'm seeing more comments here from the U.S. about the state of talks with Iran. Associated Press reporting that a U.S. official said the outcome of the conflict, or I guess just going forward here, is, quote, unpredictable if the ceasefire ends without a meeting in Islamabad, Pakistan. Furthermore, same U.S. official reportedly saying that President Trump has the alternative options short of resuming airstrikes in Iran. So apparently he wants to explore other options beyond resuming these strikes should these talks fall through. Also, because we've been talking about John Turnus. Who is John Turnus, you may ask? Here's a photo of him. This is Apple CEO John Turnus. Well, not CEO yet. He will become CEO on September 1st, 2026. As mentioned a couple times now, he's been with the company for 25 years, joined in 2001. I made a post about him when we were first hearing talks that he could replace Tim Cook back in January of 2026. Here's the updated version now that he is, in fact, going to be the new CEO. You guys already know where you can find that on X at TTV Research.
Goes right, like we get a volatility spike. Donald Trump talking about alternatives, tired of releasing the bombs. He has people probably in the back of his or in his ear saying, you know what, maybe this isn't the best route. Let's try to avoid this at all costs. And then sure enough, we get a nice spike up here. The SPOI wasn't reactive, but some of the tech names were. I don't know if this is being driven by Apple, but Apple continuing to climb up to 267.31, and then NVDA getting a nice strong spike. So this NVDL trade has turned out to be really nice and has turned things around for us here today. So it's good. Looking for alternatives, this is what we want to see. I mean, Trump always creates opportunity. That comes into play, but Trump always can drive you crazy at sometimes as well too with some of these spikes coming in. So yeah, it works in both ways, works in both favors. We like the way it's working right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like it works in both ways. Volatility is going to create opportunities. Sometimes you're going to get wicked out. Someone said the yen is moving. USD is going to fly around with oil prices, and certainly that's going to be a big deal. Watch out for what that means for SLV. Because, and yeah, don't at me. Yeah, I got out way too early on SLV. And I do think, I said previously, like last week, that I felt like the breakout was still on. At this point now in SLV, here's what I'm sort of looking at. A, you're losing the 50 period. Today's close looks like a very solid and distinct turn on SLV. So I feel like it might have given you what it's going to. It sucks because this was like the gap fill. Like I had the in-range trade. I didn't have the breakdown trade because it just slammed the bid and I was already sitting there and just sort of ran through. And then there was continuation we didn't get involved in. But I still think this one's going to be good. That sort of is what it is. And I said this in the morning. If you have something, like it's one thing to take like one shot, like there on AMD on the trend break. I hate when I lose the trend line when I change. I always want to put this back up. And it's not that it matters, but I always redraw it just to make it plainly obvious where I was buying in front of and why, and where I was trying to give it to. So like, see how this candle attacks but does not break the trend line? This one does not break down the trend line, but this one can't get back above and then breaks that prior low, which confirms that the trend break is gone. So that shows like the why I'm in, the where I'm out, playing it into the breakout, that kind of a deal. No, I just think on silver, if this USD strength continues, it might look pretty nasty. It could get pretty nasty on SLV.
What's USO doing?
What was that?
I was going to say, what is USO doing? It's not doing anything.
No, USO's not doing anything.
Yeah, same
but
with
like,
the overall.
silver's down 4% today. Mm-hmm. Like gold, well, just SLV is down 4%. GLD is down 2 1/3. And distinctly different from most of the other things that you're looking at in the market. And there's a lot at play in this. And they both went right into obvious resistance moving averages and are now getting the dip and are showing a lot of relative weakness. Now, I tend to think there's going to be a dip buy opportunity. I think it was a good run to get this I don't know where that's going to be. Maybe in GLD, I guess you wait for the 200-period moving average till proven otherwise. With SLV, the support's been in and around 60, but the 200 period's at 55, so maybe that. It's going to have to do some falling before I like this to the long side again. That's the only thing. I just can't really see a reason to be on that bid. Now the problem with the battle now is that USO is kind of going sideways. So it's holding. Why am I not bidding VWAP? Got to put bids to get out, so I'm just going to bid down into the volume weighted average price. This is very similar in terms of it's putting in lower highs, play into the volume weighted average price, add to it because I was going to trail here anyway, so might as well add to it if we still like the direction. And if it breaks the low, I'm thinking 85 or 75. I have a 75 stink bid just in case any, like when this hammer candle was happening, I just threw a bid down here on the off chance that it completely capitulated, and I would just be sitting there if there was a capitulation. So I still left that in. Because if it happens again, through VWAP, I want to take that shot. Like I just want to get that fill because it could snap right back up. And if you're not sitting there, you don't get the fill. Let's go back to Sia.
Thank you, Neil. So let's take a look at the board. IWM currently trading flat, but in the red almost by 1%. Let's take a look at a couple individual tickers for today. I love talking about this stock, as you all know it by now. BE earnings are expected and coming in on the 28th of April, but it's in the green, up by almost 2.5 to almost 3% right now. SATS, SATS EcoStar Corporation is bleeding in the negatives currently by around 7.2%. One stock I do want to mention is Vicker, VICR. Vicker Corporation is up almost 10% after the company has reported its earnings. I'm just going to pull up the stock here right now. Vicker earnings. So the Q1 revenue has gone up by 20% year over year, up to $113 million. You can see the candle right there. It's a 70% sequential increase in backlog as well. The 2026 revenue guidance is now also set at $570 million, and this is driven by the demand for AI, industrial, and defense sectors. Moving on to our final ticker for the small cap, CMPS. Compass, I was talking about this on the show yesterday. There was an insane spike in the stock, almost up 25% after the CEO of the company was being interviewed by Bloomberg. I was talking about this with Joe yesterday. Currently is bleeding down in the red by almost 2.5%.
A Tuesday, which means some people call it Taco Tuesday. What we call it around here is we call it like Education Tuesday.
Yeah.
Where we get the opportunity with one of our favorite guests and a great member of the Trade TV Live family, Mr. Brian Shan is going to be in the house. So we're locked and loaded on a crazy, crazy day because it always seems to be crazy. And so first off, Brian, I've dubbed something because Joe shaved his head, and so I did it in solidarity. And I've called this the Bald Brotherhood. So my first question to you is, would you like to be a member of the Bald Brotherhood?
I think I'm a founding member.
Yeah, yes, you are.
You started it, really.
Absolutely are. So
started it.
And making it look...
You know what the crazy thing that people don't realize is how much maintenance it is. What qualifies for long hair when you look like this? I'm always lamenting to my wife. I'm like, it's that long, we got to shave it again.
Yeah.
That's 100% true. Although my daughter has mixed opinions about the bald head. It's like, yeah, she likes it, she doesn't like it. I got to ask you something, Brian. And we'll talk about some technicals and
sure.
some individual names, and I'd love to get your thoughts on a few individual names. But just specifically in this headline-driven market, we were just talking with Joe where you can be sitting in the money in something, and then a random headline comes, causes a volume spike one direction or the other, maybe wicks you out of a trail, and then 30 seconds, so a few minutes later, and this can happen on higher time frames. It could be like an hour-long move that it gets negated because that headline was fugazi. And then the trade looks just as good as it was before, but you got triggered on an out. Has that happened to you as more of a swing trader? It happens to day traders a lot. And if it has happened to you, what's your approach?
I look at it sometimes as, am I being persistent or am I being stubborn? So if I get stopped out of a stock and I go back to it, that's generally not a problem. But if I get stopped out twice and then I go back to that stock again, now I'm wondering, am I trying to, prove a vendetta here against this stock, or is this just something I should completely avoid? And in fact, Caesar's Palace is one that just happened with. I purchased the stock over here on this break and then got shaken. I took a third off on some strength, got shaken out here, and then I bought it the other day over here, took a third off and got, yesterday I thought I was going to get shaken out, but fortunately what I do is I use a 5-minute exit, meaning on the open it gapped lower yesterday. So my stop was to be under here. It was opening below that. I hated it. But I have a rule that says if it doesn't violate the low of the first 5-minute bar, which was right here, then I lower my stop to that point. Then I raise my stop up under here once it started getting this buyout rumor news, and then today I got shooken out of it. So basically, in the last 3 weeks, I've attempted a swing trade in Caesars twice, and basically broke even between the two of them. I think it's just the stock doesn't suit me, so I'm not going to go back to it again, but it certainly can be frustrating to see that happen. And who knows, maybe Caesars looks great again in a week and I will probably pass. And that's most likely the time it makes a big run up towards 32, 33.
It definitely does happen. Like, you know what? You just made me think of something. And I wanted you to go back to that chart because there's a setup for day traders that we're usually a fan of. If you already tend to be bullish on something and you get that opening bottoming tail candle, just exactly like you're describing on Caesars, there's that whole, it snatches back up and gives you the consolidation breakout. You go into the long, you throw your stop at the low like you're talking about, and you just let it ride. Is that, for me, that's one, I'm not calling it like an A+ setup, but that is, if I'm already bullish a stock, I almost would love to see that happen at the open. Have you ever found yourself where you see that bottom tail wick, which can signal people have been taken out of the long here, and some people might be trapped in the short? Do I like this better now? Would I add to that position? Like, I know it's a situation where you won't stop yourself out, which is good because you're staying in the trade. But do you ever find yourself saying, oh, this signal now means I like it a little bit better? Or is that way too day tradey?
No, I actually love to do that. In this case, though, you'll see that it was below the prior day's VWAP and the day before that. So I didn't, I was thinking maybe this thing's going to break down. I'll be happy to get out of this one break even. But one of the strategies I love to use is what I call just a simple 2-1 strategy, and it's written about in the Anchored VWAP book, which is, I don't have a good example of it today. So let's say the stock closed like this yesterday. And here's today's, and that's yesterday's VWAP. So then today it's, so yesterday it was extended at the close a little bit. And then the next day it pulls back down to that, what is now the 2-day VWAP. And then as it pulls back to the 2-day VWAP and then reclaims the daily volume weighted average price. I love that entry. That's one of my favorite entries there is. And then set the stop below here. Because what it's telling me is that, this prior day was a strong day. It closed near the high. They most likely were trying to shake people out at the open. It pulled back down to the prior day's VWAP, and there's still VWAP orders from whatever that event was yesterday. So they're trying to manipulate it down on the open to buy as much stock as they can because they've got an order to fill that day. I don't buy it on the pullback, but as it breaks back above the daily volume weighted average price, it tells me at that point right there, the buyers have regained control for today. It found buyers at yesterday's VWAP. This is most likely just a shakeout. Now I've got an entry into momentum name from where we had an uptrend yesterday, and it's likely looking good on the longer term time frame. So that is 100% my favorite entry.
Awesome. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Brian, I kind of want to lead our conversation into the overall market and more or less talking about the Magnificent Seven and some of these larger market capitalization names. Now, the majority of them were down 20+%, with the exception of Apple only being about down 15% off of its highs. But then we have this massive slingshot in the market. Now where almost half of them are only a couple percentage points off of the all-time high when you were down in bear market territory only a couple of days ago. And the same thing with the SPY and the Qs. If you're down 10%, 12% respectively, what happens? Like, what do you do? How do you position yourself as a trader? If you were short, now you just have this snapback, or are you chasing these longs? How do you position yourself exactly, considering we've moved up pretty fast, and it was more or less a slow grind from the top to where we were kind of bottomed out?
Yeah, that's a great question, and you know, for people who listen week after week, my main thing for my swing trade and intermediate term time frame bias is this. This is the 5-day moving average. When that 5-day moving average is declining, I'm generally going to say the market's guilty till proven innocent. My bias is to the short side. Maybe I'll start nibbling on some longs if they look good individually. And then as the market cross back, and this is the mags by the way, cross back and forth above and below that 5-day moving average, and the 5-day moving average is rising, that's where the buyers start to gain control. As we know, this gap right here was the deadline for the ceasefire to occur that night, and we saw that Wednesday, I think it was, the market gapped up. So we had that gap up, and this just goes to show you don't need to buy the dip. You don't need to buy even when it's going sideways, and you don't have to chase that gap. You look at it and have strategies, and that's the whole thing. If you took a look at the anchor from that gap, if I placed it properly right here, then you'll see, where did the buyers regain control? Well, we had it gapped up, pulled back. The buyers regained control here. It took a little bit of time, but it didn't violate that higher low. And then it's just been a pattern of higher highs and higher lows since then, until maybe yesterday and today. Now we're at that 5-day moving average again. So we're at a critical level. And when if I see it do something like this, and then get trapped below that 5-day moving average and it declines, it's going to tell me, oh, this is good. We've got the opportunity now for a little bit deeper pullback, and then I would be looking for it maybe, mid next week, or, by the time we talk next week, or even, Friday or Monday of this week, that it undergoes some profit taking, turns sideways again, and then when the buyers gain control here, then my bias is back to the long side. But right now, I'm getting stopped out of longs. I'm not seeing the good low risk, high probability setups for the long side on individual swing trades. So to me, it says the market's telling me get a little bit more defensive here. I'm not calling a top. I'm not looking for a top. But that's the same thing that's happening here in the SPY. Is we have a lower high today, we have a lower low, but we have a advancing 5-day moving average. So it's just maybe the light's turning a little bit yellow after this big green flashing green light here, that we're just getting a little bit cautious. So it's always about, listen as carefully as possible to the message of the market.
Just very quickly, I'm going to jump in for a second because we do have some news here. AP's saying Iran is seeing signs that the U.S. is ready to lift the blockade. That just took USO down about 2.5. Oil futures have closed right now, but that's going to give a bit of a bounce. It wasn't as big of a bounce in the Qs as you would expect. Maybe it got into VWAP, of course, and right, like it fills in the gap. Look at all these wicks. Every time we get a bounce, we go right into it, and then seems like we pull back in. But USO losing VWAP seemed to be the cause. There technically, and this is more of what we're getting. It just keeps on happening, Brian. Like
exactly, and
you could be cruising in a trade.
That was going to lead to my next question. As Brian and I are discussing, like, hey, do you feel FOMO in some form or manner of missing out on the bottom? You don't necessarily have to grab that, but what do traders have to do? Because Neil was talking about the example of not too long ago is that you have the headline sensitivity within the market. You're in a trade, it comes back against you, a headline drops, you get stopped out, but you re-engage. How are traders really supposed to navigate this? Because the volatility and the headline sensitivity can definitely wick you out on multiple occasions. What do you think some form of a answer to this could be potentially?
Position sizing,
exactly.
I mean, if you're not confident in it because you've got all this bullshit in the background that this headline can drop or that headline can screw things up, then you've got to say, okay, I'm going to be a little bit more careful. If you look at the chart I have on the screen, I tweeted this just as it was. Oil was at $90.65 per share per barrel. From a stock trader, right? We talk about share. Anyways, and I pointed out that this is the anchor since the war began, right here. And we'd seen over and over again, and we spoke about this last week, Neil, that this has been the support. Now, as it was approaching here, right at $90.60, I said, hey, be aware, we've got the anchor from that now, and prior support tends to act as resistance. I wasn't expecting it to just completely fall apart, $3 a barrel, but that's exactly what it did. And the funny thing is that's exactly where there was a news headline as well that said, which one was that? That was, I had it right here, I captured it, was, that Vance is going to be heading to Islamabad tomorrow. That was announced right here at $91 a barrel, right at the anchor from that. If you tell me that's a coincidence and it happens like once or twice, fine, but when you see that these news headlines drop around these key anchors, that's why they become levels of interest. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if the next thing we see on the tape tonight is that just prior to that news release, that a big short position was taken in oil by some unknown entity, just like we've seen all these other, maybe insider buys and sells in oil.
Well, is it really that different from, remember, it was that ridiculously, I forget how long the anchor was on Intel that you were mentioning before, and it was right as it was bouncing off of that level that the U.S. government takes a stake in it? It's not
40-year anchor.
40-year anchor.
I mean, you see that stuff enough, and I kid around all the time and say, oh, it must be a coincidence, but it's not. I mean, there's something going on here, right? I mean, people are clearly taking notice and putting out headlines at the proper time. I mean, I always thought it would be a great idea to be a consultant to, Fortune 500 companies and say, we'll help you time when to release your news for the maximum effect. I think that might be market manipulation, but I always thought just release your news right now. It's right on support. You could get the maximum effect.
But you know what? Is that manipulation? If they legitimately have a press release that they're going to put out and they're deciding when to put it out, and they could do it at any point, right? You already time things like, okay, so it's 420 and maybe we've got some promotion thing. Oh, so we're going to do it on 420 instead of the day before because we're a marijuana stock. Is that manipulation?
Depends on if you bought it in your wife's account.
Well, if the company is not, but if it's literally just them saying it's going to do the best for our stock price, but nobody's recently bought anything, we have to pick a date, and we like that date for this reason, and no one's sitting there buying in front. Again, I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe we shouldn't be speculating about it.
I agree. I mean, the short sellers would probably cry about it, but anyone who's long wouldn't really care. They'd be like, "Hey, cool, the company's got my back."
Mm-hmm. We're all having fun.
Last thing, before we end things here, Neil. Speaking of short sellers crying, what about Carr here, Avis Realty Group? What do you got going on with that? Are we crying yet, or is there a little bit more than that going on, Brian?
I admit, about 2 weeks ago, over in here, I was short the stock and I hit my daily loss limit. And I said, why am I even trying this trade? And that was at $270 a share, I think, when I was shorting it. But it's shown no, I mean, every single day here, we have a higher low, every single day. So it's still clearly in an uptrend. Now, we might have an inside day here or there, like we did on this day, but every single day we're seeing higher lows, and most of the time a higher high as well. So we get these sharp pullbacks intraday. I mean, you've got to be really on top of your game. You got to be looking at the 1 minute charts if you're going to trade this. I think it halted 5 or 6 times today. It's only for a certain group of people to trade this. And, the percent ATR is 21%. So it's one of the most volatile stocks there is in the market right now. And it's going to be, one that chops people up long and short. And on the day after it breaks down, everyone's going to say, oh, I knew it. You could tell because of that big volume or whatever. And maybe that's true because the biggest volume tends to occur at turning points, and we have 10 million shares today. But it doesn't mean it was easy or it's going to be easy or that this is a top, because tomorrow we might see the stock trade 15 million shares. And then on Thursday, it might trade 18 million shares and the stock's at 900. Then everyone will say, oh, I knew it because of the big volume.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny because I was saying before you even came on, I was like, there are big whale traders. I've heard stories from, around you're talking to other traders that knowing what they do, today would have been a signal for the ones that actually play these kinds of things. Whether or not they end up being right today, I'm pretty sure there are some people that got in today for some of those reasons. I don't know if they'll end up being right. Brian, tell everyone where they can find you, and again, always a pleasure having you on. And thank you, of course, for starting the Ball Brotherhood.
Yeah, awesome. My pleasure. My DNA is responsible for that one. Anyways, I'm at alphatrends.net or on X at alphatrends. So look there.
Yeah, hit him up. Always fantastic content. Always making sure we learn something every single time. You're a natural born teacher. I would love to just shut up and listen. Brian Shannon, we'll hopefully talk to you next week, and stay away from Carr.
Yeah, for now.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, Brian.
All right, take care, Brian.
Bye.
Lots of oil headlines, of course, on the move. I want to clarify that headline that we saw that actually did move the market, or not the market, but it did move oil down a little bit here. Iran's UN envoy reportedly saying that Iran is seeing signs that the U.S. is ready to lift the blockade. I'm not seeing any details as to what those signs were. This is just their interpretation or maybe hope. But if I get more details on that, I'll let you know. That headline there about Iran maybe getting ready to, or Iran believing the U.S. could be ready to move the blockade, that led to a little bit of a drop in oil. But I also have to let you guys know I'm getting more talks from both Pakistan and reportedly from the U.S. about what's happening next year with these negotiations. A source called Al Arabiya reporting that neither the U.S. nor Iran has formally notified Pakistan that they're withdrawing from these talks. And then also Wall Street Journal reporting that President Trump has considered canceling J.D. Vance's trip to the U.S. or to Pakistan entirely because Iran has been deemed unwilling to offer concessions with enrichment for nuclear. So super, super back and forth. Tons of headlines to be aware of. Now, I want to clarify again, Vice President J.D. Vance's trip to Pakistan as of this point on pause or on hold. Looks like President Trump might be ready to cancel it entirely.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, we're seeing plenty of volatility in this market. I'll guarantee you that. And for sophisticated traders, movement is going to create opportunity. And Beta Pro by Globex offers Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leverage bull and 3x bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian loonie. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically. Learn more at betapro.ca or scan the QR code that was on in front of you.
Okay, before we go to Sia, one thing. So we hear that Iran saying essentially that the U.S. is getting prepared to potentially remove the blockade. I would not be surprised if momentarily we get an additional tweet or a headline that says the United States is not looking to remove the blockade until a deal is done with Iran, right? This is Iran, whatever it may be, whatever you want to call it. Anyways, tomato, tomato. But that is the headline sensitivity within the market, okay? And I mean, I would not be surprised and I wouldn't put it past them. See ya.
Oh, Joe, I support you, but tomato, it will always be a wrong pronunciation for me. Anyways, let's move on to our news for today. Let's take a look at the sector, the board. SPY currently trading flat, not doing anything right now, but in the negatives a little bit over, I would say, 0.3%. But let's take a look at the board. So we have electric tech here doing, I'm seeing a lot of green here. Yesterday, it was not the case. MU up by 0.71%. AMD in the green by 3%. NVIDIA down by less than 0.7%. Apple is down 1.87%. Taking a look at tech services, Meta trading flat right now. Microsoft in the green after the announcement, 2% that I just mentioned earlier. Finance, a lot of mixed sentiment here. Visa, I know, is reporting on the 28th of April post-market. Then we have retail trade. Amazon is also doing good right now, up by 1%, followed by Walmart, up by 1.2%. Health tech, LLY and JNU sliding down around 1%, 2%. But consumer durables, Tesla is also currently in the red. Consumer services as well, MACD in the red. But we, again, do have Starbucks reporting earnings to come next week as well. Energy minerals, Exxon trading flat. CVX in the green. Other energy names are in the green. I wonder why Exxon is in the gray. If there's any news, I will let you know. Health services, we know UNH is doing really well after the record revenue and guidance raise reported today. And that's all for your sector. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much, Sia. And not too much has changed with oil futures. We did get that plunge through VWAP. I think that's going to give us a good over-under here. You know, if we hold underneath, you've got the lower highs coming in. It looks to me good to go. That means market goes up and energy names should go down. I'm not seeing a reason against reloading off of the 420 in battle yet. That's bouncing off VWAP. I just feel like if we get any kind of a curl there, like I want to see a topping tail. I don't like to just sit on the offer. Like if I see any kind of a reversal, like it stops in front of 420 and holds on a 3-minute bar, then I'm just going to reload this one, pull it into VWAP, unless I see something change in that USO side of it. And the market is responding to this with a potential break of VWAP. So it's trying to go. It wants to go. It needs to go. And Apple is trying to. Apple's just.
Where's Apple?
It feels stronger at VWAP than the Qs, no? They're both at VWAP. One of these things, why is there, there's a QQQ, of course, on CNN. Yeah, it feels a little bit stronger on Apple than anything else. As long as we hold, I'm going to stick with energy short, and I'm going to reload battle, and I kind of like Apple more than I like the overall market. But I want to see us clear VWAP. Okay. And we're not really doing it. We just wicked VWAP and came back in a little bit here. So yeah, I want to be patient. It's only 310, so there's plenty of time. And I just realized that I want to get my locator up just in case I see anything pop in. After we're in a power hour, so I always want to make sure I'm looking at the locator on the off chance that something pops in there that is remotely interesting. Want to be locked and loaded for sure. Oh, I was meaning to bring up Faraday. I was asking you what I'm sure Sharif was looking at it. I don't know if you were, but Sharif was definitely on this one. Another high of day break on Faraday. You know, I thought these guys were done. I didn't even realize Faraday was still chilling. Faraday is almost 100% upside today.
Oh, you know what the news was, Neil?
What was the deal?
This is a couple of days ago, though.
I didn't think there was anything today.
Announces $45 million new financing plan, plans to hold annual meeting of stockholders on May 22nd to seek approval. So, I mean, coming into play a couple of days later, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the thing. My boy, who do we got? Dave Zalmesi in the chat and Jesse Martinez. Hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Yeah, Apple's been strong. I'm kind of frustrated that we got out of that one in the majority off of the lows. But hey, we're sitting in this.
You have a better one.
I did?
You have a better one.
NVDL, right? Yeah. I think NVDL definitely been that play. We catch $1 on that one. But as for AAPL, we missed the bulk of the move, but we do catch a little bit, which I'm happy about. I'm not going to complain. Whoa, did I just click? I just picked an options contract.
What?
Yeah, look, see?
Oh, yeah, they put them into the system.
Yeah, they put them in I need the chain itself.
Yeah, we don't. They're not in.
They're not ready yet. Not yet. We can punch out. But anyways, aside
from that,
might have
just outed some stuff at Real Trading there.
I got out. Yeah, exactly. I got out at the base, but then it continues to climb a little bit higher. So there it is on AAPL. 2 attempts it took us to get this move going, but then NVDL was definitely the trade of the day for us. Before we send it over, what happened to Apple long, my G? We were in it, and then we got it all out, and then we decided to hop in some NVDL, which we're still currently in. My guy. So we're going to hold on to that one. All right, let's send it off to who we are at the desk.
Yeah, there actually was some news here on FFAI, and it was from this morning. So there is a day one catalyst on this. Came out around 2:30 a.m. as far as I could tell. The company partnering with U.S. education institution III to launch the EIA Robotics Summer Camp. This does not seem like a super massive catalyst here, but either way, FFAI pushing to the upsides. Again, I guess this is called Embodied AI. It's a robotics-related program, so it could be that robotics element of this is a nice look for FFAI. Worth noting, this company has done some weird press releases in the past. I remember when I first started in the fall of 2023, they did this whole stunt campaign promo where you had one of the Oppenheim brothers from Selling Sunset pick up a Faraday vehicle. So known for kind of weird press releases. Either way, FFAI is to the upside. Looks like on this camp news. Back to you.
The chat is undefeated because the comment of the day in the chat was the news on Faraday is that they're pivoting to become a shoe company. Just take it the other way, right? Someone's got to go in the other direction. Yada, 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 data center, yada, 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 AI. And before it was, one moment it was quantum, and it just is what it is. But someone's got to go the other direction. We always talk about the volume candles on potential reversals just because you get this massive volume spike and a potential topping tail. I'm not saying Faraday, I'm just going to call it Faraday. I'm not going to say Faraday is done here.
Okay, there's another headline stepping in here.
Always is. Yeah. Well, I'm not seeing anything too crazy on USO though yet.
It's going. It
is coming up, but it's not. It hasn't busted VWAP.
And there it is. That's what I said.
Not yet.
If that drops, I don't know, man. I gotta put some money on Polymarket or something. But I'm like, yeah. Why would Iran say that the U.S. is talking about or looking into removing the blockade? Allow the U.S. to say that. So we'll wait for Adara to come in. There was a volatility spike. It may not be nothing. It might not be anything, anyways. Aside from that, but you can see that flush down and the volume start to step in. So and with USO to the top side.
Oh, I thought we were going to Adara, but if we're not, this is a comment that I don't disagree with. Because for some styles of trade, 73 jab, this market is untradeable. I think when it's like this, I try to me, I like to lean on structure. Like, can I find something which just makes some sense? Like, this is a downtrend. I can watch USO. I can find a level. If I get a topping tail, I can get in. I have areas where I know I want to start to take profit and just maybe scalp inside of a range and then try to get some follow through. And if it's not that clear, then don't do anything. That's perfectly fine. And if you find something that sets up, great. Maybe you trade a Faraday because it doesn't care what's happening in the market. There's always something that doesn't care about this USO and Iran stuff. And if you can find that, maybe it speaks to you better for trades. Adara?
I do have some news here. So apparently senior Iranian official making some comments here, rejecting negotiations that are conducted under pressure or aimed at surrender. Furthermore, saying that Pakistan's efforts to persuade the U.S. to lift the naval blockade have not yet yielded any results. So now it sounds like they don't think the U.S. is going to lift the blockade, which is actually a direct contradiction of the earlier comment we heard saying that they did think the U.S. could lift the blockade. Last but not least, the same senior Iranian official apparently saying that Iran could be attending talks in Pakistan, but only if U.S. abandons its policy of pressure and threat. So it sounds like they won't be attending talks in Pakistan. And again, to recap those headlines, Iran basically saying, hey, we don't think the U.S. is going to abandon their blockade, contradicting comments that we heard literally less than half an hour ago, and saying that, as of right now, they just don't want any negotiations that are going to be conducted in this environment, the environment that the U.S. is currently, in their opinion, continuing to uphold. And it goes on, guys.
On and on. And if it feels like you're playing like a racket sport, like a game of tennis, the good news is, and I didn't know this to be
saying it, like spot on. Like I called it before it even happened. Why would they say
whack-a-mole
that?
around here.
Yeah. It's crazy.
To be fair, you called that the U.S. would deny it. You did not call that Iran would deny their own comments.
Which is totally no. Don't shut the door there. Come back here.
Fight.
Come back here. In all reality, why would you state something and then a couple minutes later take it back? Like, all right, no, we don't think they're going to do that.
No, I know, but what you had specifically said had to do more with the U.S. government or maybe Trump in a true social post, making that denial, which he did not do. The government themselves made a different comment that another member of the government reportedly made.
Because
you done messed up, Joe.
Iran beat them to the punch. That's why. It was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time until Donald would have tweeted.
It was a matter of time until someone said something. I just think that is not exactly what you said, and I am the type of person where, like I said, I'll literally do math and movies, and if the numbers they aren't giving me make sense, I get taken out of the story. Like, I like accuracy. I remember stuff. I just wanted to set the record straight with regards to what was actually said.
That's fine, but that headline still came in. That's all right. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Don't mess with Adara.
I'm not messing with anybody. I'm not messing with anybody. I'm just saying it was only a matter of time. Yeah, we're getting extremely specific on who said what or they did all this, but at the end of the day, the headline came in.
I love it.
It was just taking back essentially what was said a matter of 5 minutes ago.
We have the best. Okay, I'm being straight up. I was talking with a good friend of mine. Literally my roommate at university, went to high school together, and Sean, he's in our football pool, and we're talking about like how he's like, you guys are still trading and this and that and doing the show, and like I love this show. It's so much fun, and that's what it's all about. Like you got to have these like fun ripe discussions. I just had some theater. That was good for me. You got to eat that lunch, man.
It's not that good, man.
That's fine. I mean, it's good, but it's good. It smells good still, and now I got to smell it, and he doesn't want to eat his lunch. That's just how it's going to be. I'm not going to do a poll on that. What I wanted to do, here's the thing. I feel like we've gotten a little bit. The poll I want to do this afternoon is Tesla. Like we've done market stuff all the time, and the one this morning, did I even close? I did close it. That was the Amazon one. Like, what's the one thing that we probably have not? We talked so much about oil and Iran and all these small cappers, Beyond Meat and car. Like, Tesla reports tomorrow. And we barely even talked about Tesla today. And they're down and they're weak and all this stuff. I'm going to go back to the main menu. Okay, so here's the one. I don't swing things with the intention of holding them into earnings. I think that's kind of like a gamble, what's going to happen on earnings. But if you had to, I'm going to say if you had to, long or short Tesla into earnings. You have no choice, okay? This is not, I don't want any ho-humming and saying put a third option. It's very simple. We're going to start it. You type 1 if you're going long into earnings, and you type 2 if you're going short into earnings. I think it's just one of those, like, we'll just keep it, we'll try to keep it simple.
In regards to Tesla?
Yeah, no, very specifically. They report tomorrow after the bell. You got to buy or sell it right here and hold it past the print till, let's just say, the aftermarket or the, whatever, like the following day. Right? You're picking the direction, but you got to do it right now. You don't even get the benefit of the day's trade. I just want to get a sense. Maybe we end up with one of those like boring 50-50s, but we literally haven't talked about Tesla. Well, we have.
Too much. Yeah. I mean,
maybe not as much as we normally would have the day before the earnings, when they are the big earnings name coming up there. And there's no question. Like I think Intel is going to be interesting on Thursday, but I'm pretty sure there isn't a bigger event than tomorrow after the bell. So 24 hours from now, I assure you we'll be talking a lot about them. We'll leave it up. Right now, it's actually 56%. So the shorts are starting to come in. Like the twos are starting to win a little bit here. 57% to 43. Not definitive, but it's better than nothing. And look at that. The second we start talking about Tesla starts breaking VWAPs. That's all you need. Apparently just us bringing it up and getting interested in it causes the stock, it doesn't cause the stock to move at all. We'll go back to Sia, and we'll see how this poll goes. Still too close to 50-50 to my liking.
Yeah, Reuters is saying that the dollar has been supported by safe haven demand, and the Swiss franc, followed by the yen, will also benefit when volatility does spike. Again, U.S. job data also is pushing the dollar around. An unexpected drop in the February payrolls has also weakened the dollar a little bit in the day. Even the USD has still posted a strong weekly gain. However, the USD did pull back, as you can see on the chart here, as of last week. But currently, it's just, as Adara said, hanging out.
Thank you very much, Sia. I have a mild worry about Tesla going into these earnings.
I don't like.
You see it's what happened at 400.
Yeah.
It's a price action of the last couple of, it's a price action of what happened at 4 bills the last 2 days. That I'm not a huge fan. Like we've double failed the 400 clean, which is also the 200 period moving average. And like, remember all the chop that was in this range where it was just 400 to 420 and couldn't break. And now we have sellers in here again. They're still there on the way back up going to earnings. Like the same sellers at the same price as back in March. Like that's where we run into on the bull move going before the earnings.
Yeah.
I don't love it. I'm not saying the earnings will be bad. I just don't like that those sellers were still there selling in front of the earnings when they were doing the same thing in March. And then the market hit the highs and they're still right there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree. Are we going to someone? Did I get a?
Oh, we
are.
are.
Let's go over to Adara.
Okay, so this is real. I can't believe I'm having to say this, but we did have, of course, that drop here in USO when we were hearing that, Iran indicating that the US was ready to end the blockade. Then we had Iran coming out saying they're not ready to end the blockade. Now, a different Iranian diplomat saying that they are ready to end the blockade. So now we've heard 2 different reports out of Iran saying that they believe the US is ready to end the blockade. We've now heard 1 report suggesting they're not ready to end the blockade. This most recent report isn't even from the same source, which makes you think that there's at least a couple people in Iran thinking U.S. might be ready to end the blockade. But this time it's an Iranian diplomat being cited by BBC. Last time we heard from the Associated Press, right? So a couple different headlines suggesting that some individuals in Iran do think the U.S. is ready to end the blockade, regardless of what other people from Iran said like 5 minutes ago. This has been an eventful time, an eventful day. If we hear anything from Trump, I'll let you guys know, but he's been really quiet on Truth Social today, and I find he's either super active or he just doesn't post at all. So I think the chances of us hearing from him before the bell are pretty unlikely.
Is basically just a lot. Did you know that racket sports are the best for adding longevity on your life more than any other like sport activity? It's actually tennis.
You know who Tracks NY is?
I don't think so.
No, okay.
It sounds vaguely familiar.
You know what Tracks NY once said?
What's that?
Where is my money? Where is it, man? Come on. No, in all seriousness, this is what I'm talking about. Like, it's just a matter of time. I just don't, Tracks NYC, I just don't know why. They're just going back and forth with each other, and that's essentially what I was getting at. It's a tennis match, it's a ping pong match. He said, she said, until it's in writing and everything is done and both parties completely agree. Right now, it's just
you know what it's
back and forth.
It's like we say in our fantasy league. Well, most people Sean and I are in the same fantasy football league. It's a bunch of dudes. Most of us, actually, I think everybody's from our high school. Maybe one guy isn't. No, yeah, pretty much everybody is. And usually you take a person at their word, but it only ever takes one person to renege on a deal. And now it's like, if you don't send it on the site, then it's not a real offer. You can say anything you want on the phone. You can post whatever you want in the chat. But if you don't send the trade through the site, then it's not a real offer. And this is kind of the thing. It's all this back and forth and fluff and pomp and circumstance. And ultimately, all you got to look at is the price action. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks of it. Since about 1:30, you're either long stuff or short energy. And none of the headlines have caused shock, but it's been down, consolidate, down, consolidate, down. So you're either long like Qs or SPY or something techish. I say things, you know what I mean, like the market's going back up. Or you're short something in the energy space. And none of it's mattered. And the only reason I say things, like just pick. Right, like I could tell you Apple, I could say NVIDIA, I could say the SPY in general. Right, like it's anything which has like a true correlation to what's going on in the energy space, and then that's why I'm in the other direction. I found something that makes sense in battle. It keeps bouncing off VWAP, but it's also I think part of the problem is $4. Like it's $4 and it's at a bit of a shelf. Like when I look at it from here, like $4 was a pretty key level before it. I still think it makes one more breakdown, and I've been holding on to fill in the last of that gap. But it is almost 3:30, and might have to you take what you can get. You don't get upset. Eventually, at some point, early look on the imbalances, pretty much a nothing burger. Yeah. You have Kenvue, which is there every single day. GDX, only 700,000 shares to the sell side, so that's looking pretty boring for sure. And Dragos is telling me car is at the high of the day.
Bro, what does that eat? Like,
what's up?
I don't know. Thera W source, something source.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. There you go. Good job, Ramin.
Rabbit season. Duck season.
Yo. There you go. Yay. Everybody
that was my joint.
Tell Ramin a good job.
I got my daughter, I showed my daughter Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
She's like, this is the funniest thing ever. I'm like, you like this? Okay, fine. That's what's up. You can watch all the Looney Tunes you want.
Yeah.
Because then I'll watch. A Saturday morning, if she wants to watch cartoons, if she throws on Looney Tunes, I got a morning coffee and we just chill out. Like, it's the best. That's what I used to do with my brother. Like, we wake up at like 5:30, 6 a.m. on a Saturday. Because they had like the badass cartoons would come on. You had like the old school like
That's
like Rocket Robin Hood would show before Looney Tunes even come out. Rocket Robin Hood would come on, and then you had like the Hercules.
It was Teletoon and YTV.
Yeah.
Right? Teletoons and YTV was definitely something that we got into, or I was into, I guess, when I was a kid. But there goes NVDL. We're just going to leave this last little bit for a runner. It was Teen Titans, I think, that I used to watch in the morning. Teen Titans, Adara liking that one. Adara, you like Raven, I'm assuming?
Okay, I liked Raven. It's funny, actually, my sister and I randomly were watching like a couple episodes over the weekend on Skype.
No way.
There's like a childhood show. I actually enjoyed all of them. I have to say, I don't think there was anyone that I didn't like, and I found the villains really fun, like that one like bald kid. I don't know. I just think it was really well made, and it was not appreciated enough.
No, it's one of those childish. I mean, I don't know if that was on in the morning. Teen Titans?
No, What's Raven?
Raven is it's from Teen Titans.
okay.
Yeah, so like the obviously the DC character.
I gotta ask, man.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. You had Cyborg in there. You had
Did also anyone like watch Mr. Maker?
Mr. Who?
No? Oh my God. Mr. Maker was this like, he was this, I used to watch it when I was a kid with my best friend. He was this guy who did like arts and crafts, but he had this like famous I Am a Shape song.
Oh.
Anyways, never mind.
It looks like it's, yeah, but that's, the thing is, you have to remember, that's not different from like the stuff that I watched when I was a kid. I'm looking at a picture of it. Like I used to watch, when I grew up, it was like Fred
Is that
Penner
Mr. Maker?
and,
Yeah, I never seen
and like
that.
Mr. Dress Up.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Mr. Rogers was,
Yeah, that's Mr. Maker.
dude.
Yeah, but someone
Roger
who said Art Attack too. I think, yeah, I liked Art Attack. That was a classic back in the day.
Mr. Who?
No, Art Attack.
was
Art Attack.
really
You remember
good.
the guy who would just have like a bunch of random materials and make
big
these big,
pencils and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, and just make like these big.
You have to remember, I'm like significantly older than you guys, so like.
I know. Sorry, man.
It is what it is. Like I don't know some of those.
Yeah.
Make me feel old.
There's a lot of.
I gotta go back to the market before I feel
Dragon
even
Ball.
older, because I don't recognize any of those shows. Like the stuff I grew up on. Maybe there's okay, fine. At least somebody in the chat was like, I know who Mr. Rogers is.
It's like Darkwing. It was like Darkwing Duck as well too.
Yo, you don't know Darkwing.
I know
First of all,
Darkwing.
I was a kid when Darkwing Duck came out. The summer that Darkwing Duck came out, all it was the ads and they had the dancers and everything. It was like the most hype thing ever. And then I remember when the show came out, I'm like, man, this trash.
Oh.
Like all this hype around this Darkwing Duck. I forget how old I was. And they came out and I'm like, this is nonsense, bro.
Yeah.
It wasn't even any good. You can't hype it up like
I'm
this.
gonna pull that up. There goes NVDA to the top side, guys. Market recovery.
Bye-bye.
What is USO doing here, Neil?
It's chilling.
Is it chilling?
It's the same thing. It's a gentle downtrend,
Chilling like a
rinse
villain?
and repeat over and over again. Effectively, all it's doing is consolidating down every time it pops. You look to short the pop. I'm giving it one more chance for myself. Like this is the last time Battle will bounce off VWAP and I'll short the top of the range because it's 330. So one more opportunity here into 420. Hopefully we get a lower high and it'll be the last one. We just had and we got a couple super chats that we might have missed out. Throw them up there.
Throw 'em
we
up
have
there.
JKL Looney Tunes report entered USO. See, okay, first of all.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you know.
Long or short?
I never understood that.
Okay, I don't say the rest because I don't understand it either, and I'm gonna assume it doesn't mean what it sounds like.
Yeah.
But I'm also not saying it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, it seems weird. I'm not telling you what to do with your name, and we appreciate you. Look, you make valid, great points and trading ideas, and we value the contributions.
Yeah.
It's just a weird name.
Some more context to it would be great.
Birdman. See, I can get by it. There we go. The trap is being set up. Expect a profit-taking sell-off tomorrow, most likely during mid-morning tomorrow session.
Yeah.
Like there's something that doesn't, I said this about Tesla tomorrow, there's something that doesn't feel good about how we're heading into Tesla earnings. I can't put a finger on it. Some of it has to do with the levels where they're selling and the exuberance going into it, and there's still a bunch of sellers that were there before are still there at the same price, and we're supposed to feel stronger about it, and yet we don't. So I'm kind of with you on that. I could see it. I'm trying not to be biased about where I stand going into tomorrow. I feel like you can't, having an overnight bias when one headline seems like it can shift sentiment seems to be pointless. You just deal with the day in the morning when it comes. Let's go back to the desk.
Yeah, so to let you guys know here, Core Scientific on watch, CORZ spiking higher. We do have CoinDesk reporting that Core Scientific is preparing to raise $3.3 billion through a junk bond sale. The goal of this sale is reportedly to fund its transition into AI-focused data center operations. Again, CoinDesk reporting CORZ prepping for a big junk bond sale here of $3.3 billion in order to raise money to fund some AI-focused data centers. Back to you.
For that, Adara, as the market continues to climb a little bit higher there. Folks, I wanted to say, I don't want to take too many steps back, but we're going to take one step back for all my 90s kids. Angela Anaconda. Who remembers that one? Caillou, Mega Babies, Dexter's Laboratory.
Dexter's Laboratory.
Yeah, man, a lot of great shows. What'd you say? What'd you say? I Can Die? Oh, Caillou. Oh, Caillou can die. All right, yeah. I mean, I heard that. Yeah, I heard like Caillou's like a controversial figure, man. Like he's just like a big whiny baby and stuff like that. Well, essentially, I don't know. I only remember it as a kid, but yeah, apparently he's just like some parents don't want their kid watching Caillou.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a brat. That's why Joe looks like Caillou. That's crazy, man. All right.
I don't remember ever being like, there's a cartoon my daughter watched that, oh, you got to stop watching that.
Yeah.
Like there's ones that I'm not a huge fan of. Like it just, at some point, it just really anybody that had kids around, was it the Paw Patrol?
Wacky Racers.
There was something about the Paw Patrol, and my daughter was into it, that I was completely convinced. There's something, and I remember reading an article about that. The manner in which the show is like edited, like it's very rapid shots and scene to scene, and it really messes with like your attention span. But it keeps you like somehow addicted to it. Because when kids were into it, they can't not watch it. And then if they're away from it from a time period, they'll forget about it. But like when they're into it, it's like every single day they want to watch Paw Patrol, Paw Patrol, Paw Patrol.
Yeah.
It's just weirdly addictive. And then the second she got away from it, they go like camping for a week, it's just instantly forgotten. They're doing something weird to the mind. And I never really liked that show.
Yeah, with Paw Patrol.
You know what bugs me?
Sticking around was a good one too.
Here's what bugs me. If you watch a lot of cartoons, and people are gonna say this is tinfoil hat, have you ever noticed that the bad guy is like 90% of the time, it's just a businessman.
I have oil news.
It's like, it's just like, it's an evil businessman. Like I grew up, like my dad carried a briefcase, he got up early in the morning, I got up with him and I'm like, I want to be a businessman. I admire and now it's like you're a villain. If you're automatically, you're bad.
You're a bad guy.
I have news on oil.
Okay.
So USO pushing higher here. We've got Tasnim reporting that Iran's decision not to be in Pakistan on Wednesday is final. So it looks like Iran has made their final decision, and their decision is they will not be in Pakistan to engage with the U.S. So I guess Vice President J.D. Vance's paused trip to Pakistan, I guess that trip is permanently off. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But we're also hearing a whole bunch of U.S. officials, including Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense. We also had Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and the envoys going into the Middle East, so Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They were all apparently at the White House or heading to the White House as of like an hour ago. Now it sounds like Iran has made a final decision, and they do not want to take part in these talks. So it's back forth. Things keep changing. As they continue to change, I'll be right here at this desk giving you guys all the news.
You know what? I'm done with this oil stuff. I was right about to like, okay, well, that's popping us up. I'm gonna reload. I'm not even gonna bother. I don't think so. It's 337. You take what you can get and you don't be upset. If it breaks this higher low, I'm just gonna get out. I think I'll just pop into VWAP here. There's way too much back and forth. I just feel like I'm like you dip your foot into the well one too many times. Pun not intended. So I'm just gonna jump out. I was going to reload, but I feel like it doesn't even make sense anymore. Way too much market whiplash. And this move seems a little bit different on USO this time. Like it's popping through VWAP. There just isn't a reason to. And JKL, all that discussion about the name.
Yeah, what are you saying?
I'm assuming that was a long in USO. We have a lot of times like the vernacular, it's like I'm getting into something. Someone will say, oh, I'm getting into this or that. I feel like it's fair to say, if I say I'm getting into something or anybody says they're getting into something, my general assumption is you're going long. And that if you were shorting something, you would just say you're going short. Like you would specify you're going short, but you're just automatically you're going long. We just had another super chat. I thought we got this question this morning. Oh, it's JKL first. Easy peasy. JKL straight is open. Bugs.
Daffy.
Oh yeah, you have. And thank you to Vermeen for putting that one up. That was absolutely hilarious. Thank you, Easy Peasy. Appreciate the super chat. And then we have another one. As USO continues to fly higher, what's your take on two firms holding 108% in CAR? Yeah, we did see this before. My comment was effectively, while it's not legal, it is not allowed for naked short selling. I'm not saying it's happening in CAR. I don't know. The number I saw was 63% short float. An updated number this morning in an article I read, and I saw 45 to 46% like a week or two ago. To the extent that maybe if it's 108 because of naked short selling, in my personal opinion, it occurs. I can't prove that to you definitively outside of some of the things that we see in price action that would seem to dictate that it does happen. I'm aware of years ago firms that were caught doing this. I can say that with certainty. They get shut down. That does happen. But again, naked short selling shouldn't be allowed. That's all I can give you. I don't know if it's happening over here in car, but if it is, that does exacerbate moves like this. And it's one of those, well, you can complain about it, but then if you're long car, it's printing you money because it's just more people getting blown out as it gets soaked up. And it made another fresh high. Like it went to 765, 766, it looks like, as it just pulled back off of that level. So, yeah, and you never really know.
Got another super chat. Pull
We'll
it
give
up
another
here.
one? Okay, let's do another
pull it up,
one there.
man. We're getting some justification here.
Long USO, toddler brain, and love hunting.
Premium. So an options guy.
Oh, okay. Well, but you do understand the questions, like why we're asking what's the deal with the name?
Yeah,
I figured
I would have rearranged it a little bit. Maybe I don't know. That's
yeah, like it kind of invokes something that maybe didn't sound like it. Just you know what we're getting at. Like I look, obviously, never really thought you meant anything weird by it. It just sounds weird. That's all. No, I get you. Like toddler brain. You know what? Sometimes keep it simple. Right?
Yeah,
like,
that's
keep it simple.
Kiss, man.
Kiss.
Yeah, you don't want to. I mean, premium toddler.
Yeah. What now?
Yeah, exactly, Ramin. Ramin funny too.
Oh, Ramin.
Yeah. Ramin funny. Please do not come with any. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's Angelo. You're asking to lose essentially on that bet. There's probably going to be another one or two at least before the end of the day. We have 20 minutes left.
What's that?
Well, someone said, Adara, please don't come with any more oil headlines.
I am not the president. I am not any of the Iranian state media press. I am not Israel's Channel 12. I am not Israel.
Yeah,
I'm also not JD Vance. I'm just a woman who will be seeing what news occurs, and I will keep you guys posted with whatever news I see, because that's what we do over here at Trader TV Live.
Hey.
Well, at least the thing is, at least with on the U.S. side of it, like you know who is talking and the level of authority that they have when a comment gets made, and like you can put a weight to it that can, however you want, can actually make some sense. I just feel like the ones that are coming out of Iran, like I don't know, because you never heard of like the person that you're hearing it attributed to, nobody heard of them a month ago or 2 months ago, probably 2 months. I guess like 2 months ago, and so we don't really know who we talking about. Like this is now getting out of hand to the upside. JKL. That'll play.
Yeah, oh, look at that. Oh, my Lanta. Okay, we're out of this.
I'm glad we didn't read
Wow, I'm so happy I took the majority.
NVIDIA just lost 200.
Dude, everything just tanked. Something. Listen, Adair's going to be busy for the next little bit, okay? So you got to strap in because we just got something else step into the market. Look at USO absolutely rip. There it is. Please be the headline that I was saying earlier. Adara.
Joe, just because you asked for a headline, that doesn't make it the headline. In this case, it is not the headline. The headline is that, as we already actually would have suspected, based on the prior news that Iran doesn't want talks, Associated Press officially reporting J.D. Vance has called off his trip to Pakistan. Now, again, this is something we already could have inferred based on the fact that Iran wasn't coming to Pakistan, but now I guess we get the official reported confirmation that he has called off his trip to Pakistan, and here is USO making new high of day. This is an exciting time, so please stick with us over at X at TTV Research and over here at Trader TV Live, because the headlines won't stop, but neither do we.
We just had this shock, that shock in USO. Whoops, come on.
That was insane.
Flip stocks, thank you. That in the NASDAQ, everybody was already saying he wasn't going all afternoon. Yet we're gonna lose the entirety of the move over that. That's the crazy whipsaw part of the action. It's absolutely crazy, so this doesn't look good. Well, if you didn't feel good about Tesla going into earnings 15 minutes ago, you're certainly not going to feel better about it, but it's got a whole day to potentially recover, I suppose. What would be at least interesting, which I'm going to attempt to do, because we're too close to the imbalances. If I even thought about a reversion trade, I probably want to slap myself for thinking it, but I'm not chasing anything that's close to imbalances, is maybe look for things that are not dying. Like if you can find something that's not, that maybe you would think might be dying, that would find some strength. I was kind of hoping I could flip over and see like UNH that had earnings today, which is in healthcare. Maybe it's got a bid and is not falling down with the market. It is.
That's crazy.
So that kind of stinks. There's got to be something. And like, look at the move up in oil futures. Like, you see that kind of a parabolic move, my first thought is there might be a mean reversion trade. So if I see it fail, you know where I'm going. Well, maybe you don't. If you've been paying attention, you know exactly where I'm going. HOD. So all I'm going to do for the next 5 minutes is if I see a curl here, I'm just going to look for an opportunity to punch short somewhere at a lower high. Because like, did we just hear something that we didn't already know? I feel like no, that's not true, but we'll see. It doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah.
If it gives me, if I see the opportunity that USO turns around and I can play this off the high, because USO's broken the top and I can maybe play this off the high of the day, that gives me a trade. Otherwise, I'm just going to hold off and we can scan for things that are relatively strong and file that away for tomorrow. Yeah. But I haven't really found anything just yet. And I could have been, what's crazy is like the whole, I'm not going to reload this. I could have also just punched long, but I wasn't really, whatever.
Oh, wow.
You don't see this happening, like as if. I felt we already knew this news.
Yeah.
We like the canceling the trip. I felt like this was already. I literally remember hearing that headline while I was eating lunch, and yet we're still dropping this much when we get it regurgitated, as Adara just said.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. The headline sensitivity, and it's in full effect here. No, not at all, Sebastian. No, not at all. That made me chuckle. But no, man. In all seriousness, like I mean, look at USO go. Look at the overall market just put in a new low of the day. Yeah, I mean, the sensitivity is within the market, guys, and you have to be prepared. Now, if I had significantly more size on than what I had left, like 2.5% of my remaining position, then I would be significantly more infuriated than what I currently am. So yeah, we got out when we were supposed to. I took the majority off at 95.20. Even though we did climb, I was just planning on leaving it for a runner until the last 5 minutes of the show, but that doesn't seem to be the case as essentially things start to come in. And like Vancouver Island guy, like listen, how many volatility spikes have we had today? Plenty. You had to be prepared for that. Are we gonna snap back? I don't know. USO just absolutely went off on that headline, putting in up to a high of 128. Imagine you were short and then all of a sudden, bang, you have this volatility spike, or if you were long, it's literally what we've been sitting in for the past little while. You have to be prepared. And like, listen, I understand where you guys are coming from. It can get absolutely frustrating. It frustrates me, but we just kind of have to be prepared for it and accept it for what it is. Hopefully things cool down. So the 2 weeks of the ceasefire, a little bit less than that we had, where the market was just steady climbing higher, no one's stepping in, no one's really bothering us. But now the table and the tide has turned, that's for sure.
Tables have turned.
Yeah.
And, it's so weird to me. Like, that's the moment that actually causes car to pull back. Like, now USO turns around. Yeah. The timing is absolutely hilarious there. No, when someone said, wasn't Neil shorting on Battle? I'm thinking about it, but I'm more thinking that maybe I should just wait till tomorrow. We'll wait till 2 minutes until the imbalances come out. It's a heck of it's a nothing burger here. I don't know what that is, penny stock. It's still nothing crazy or nothing interesting on the locator, which doesn't surprise me. Like, you're really just going to be watching oil, and if the market catches a bit of a bounce here, it will literally just be because oil futures have decided to pull back. Wild. 123 says don't do it. No, I don't usually like taking anything like too technically, like a random technical trade 2 minutes before the imbalances. I'll do that if Battle was a sell imbalance, I would probably just go into it right now, but it's not. So I'm not going to pull the trigger. You take what you can get and not be upset, for sure. So yeah, with 90 seconds to go, I'd say disappointing price action, because we really did just have the feel for the majority of the afternoon. It was just gentle glide higher up in the markets, which just felt like it was going to continue. There was nothing. It was one of those boring, we're just trending up, and so you could sit in a long, or you could just sit short energy, and that was just trending down. Yeah. And then absolute chaos came in. And we're only going to close 0.5% down. Like, I don't know what we're freaking out about. It's because of the turnaround that you did. What I don't love about it is, now look at this top on the Qs. you have a look at what this looks like, and I can draw you I guess it's like a frowny face. We usually talk about the smiley face. Well, that doesn't look that good on the cues up top here, on the 15-minute. Right? Like you've basically had, hey, there's our update and new highs, a rejection and a consolidate under the highs, gap up above, and then roll it over and have the inverse of what we just saw there on Friday. Like that last up push on Friday, we have the inverse of it. So you lose 642 on the cues, which will be like 26.5. So 26.5 on the NASDAQ or 642 on the cues. If we open up underneath that tomorrow, regardless of the headline, it's going to look bad. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I know. Nothing you can do, man, but live in a shoe sometimes.
Where is the Trader TV 8-ball? No, the 8-ball's right here. We keep it off screen.
What do you want to ask?
What do you want to ask the 8-ball? The problem is the 8-ball's been acting up. So even if I ask it a question, it's hard to read it. But you let me know. I'll ask the 8-ball if you want me to.
Okay, all right.
Well, I just don't.
What's the question? I got a question here.
What's the question? Balances just came out. You've got Nvidia's a buy 1.1, Intel's a buy 1.1, Wolf 1.2 to the buy side, Broadcom 800,000. Looks like they're all buys here. GDX is a sell 900,000. Not that big. Palantir is a buy of 750,000. There's a name we haven't talked about at all today. I feel like QBTS 750,000. So nothing too crazy. Apple at $1 million. Apple's been moving around. Slight bounce here on Apple. I don't know how much it wants to sustain. I don't think the bounce that you're seeing here on this 1.3 billion market imbalance and some of the mags, I don't think it's going to matter if USO just goes back to the high and breaks it out. Those imbalances will mean nothing if we make a new fresh high here in oil to end the day.
Yeah, I mean, so essentially when did we get involved with this trade, Neil, at 230? It climbs higher until approximately 130, and then from 133 down to 140, so 10 minutes. A third of the time is just boom.
Well, you have that break-even stop still.
Yeah, of course.
So so for me, I have a very strict rule. Like that's VWAP, right? Is that VWAP?
The screen line is.
Yeah. Yeah, so like once a reversion hits the volume weighted average price, I can't let it go all the way back. Because it's like it went to where you wanted it to go to.
Yeah.
So like until it gets there, you want to give it to break even. But when it gets to where you want it to go to, I usually tighten it up because of that.
So you trail it essentially?
Yeah, like
I'm not trying to justify anything, but dude, I had like literally 2.5%. It was absolutely nothing.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. I took the majority it off here, and I'm just like I'm leaving like a fraction of a percent for a runner, for that pretty picture.
That's a difference.
Exactly. So. Aside from that, guys, I mean, it is what it is. I think our USO is going to continue to climb here. You can see that we're just not too far off of the high of the day. If we look at it from a daily, that's a nice strong candle. Now I think we were down 12% at one point. Now we're only down 11.5%. Tesla reporting after the bell didn't participate too much in those strong uptick moves, but it did bounce into the volume-weighted average price, more or less participating on the flush down. Well, how did our poll turn out, Neil, on Tesla? I'm curious to find out. Palantir also flushing aggressively. So if you had to go long on Tesla short into earnings, wow. Okay, so
44.
Yeah, 80 votes towards the short side. I think a good question to have here is it going to beat its expected move in either direction?
What's the expected move?
We can figure that out. I'm sure Adair's got an infographic on that. Tesla's expected move.
I don't do expected move infographics, but I can pull it up.
Oh, I thought you added it at one point to.
So I usually do an expected move infographic for all the names that are reporting
before
they report. So I actually have like the ones for tonight and the ones that are reporting tomorrow morning. I don't like to do them too in advance because I find, generally speaking, if you do them too in advance, like they're not going to be accurate anymore. But TSLA as of right now expected to move only 5.8%. But to be fair, it only moved 3.5% last quarter. So TSLA actually, like, shockingly, I think GEV has a larger expected move than this thing.
Yeah, there's another one, G Vernova. I don't know. It's having a problem with $1,000, and it's like not a mild problem. Like it's broken $1,000 all but one day in the last week, and every single one has been a rejection. Like it's broken 1,000 and closed underneath like every single time, with like one exception there. But, look, I own GV and I love it. VWAP that. Just made a G note. Holla at your. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa. No, that's not what it says. 1,076%.
Yeah.
On zero-day options, SPY puts, you paid 54, cashed out for 6 hundo. Gotta make sure we read that one right. Hey, well done. I'm on the wrong page, but now I'm on the right page to give it that one.
Congratulations.
A little Bitcoin. You can tell that was right when Bitcoin was going nuts, so we put little Bitcoins on that thing.
Yeah,
we made it. Now it should probably be something else, but we haven't bothered to change it. The Birdman up in the chat. 100K sold off, 30K into Sox S. My prediction true.
What does it 100K sold off, 30K into Sox S mean?
Well, I'm assuming 100K sold off.
What does that mean?
So did you short Sox S? Or you're taking profits from the sell-off to go into Sox S? That would be the question.
Yeah, I don't really understand what
well, I mean, I'm thinking if you sold, you made. I'm thinking you made 100,000 on something in short, and you're putting 30K into Sox S. Tell me if I'm true or not, if I'm right or not.
I sold off 100K of other positions. Okay. Oh, and then now you're thinking about it, putting a third of that into Sox S. All right, I see what you're getting at there.
Sox is inverse, by the way. You rotated into Sox S.
Yeah.
See, that's what my interpretation was too. But you only rotated 30 of it.
That's
right?
Good. That's not smart. That's
right.
Smart,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
the Birdman up in the chat. And don't trust me, I get it. Like you have a limited amount. I can jabber on, and if it doesn't make sense, I can try to clarify for myself. You guys just have to type and make it clear. So that's why we ask for the clarifications, because I'm curious too, like we all are. There was something else. It was 355. It's not like there were any big imbalances anyways, but for what it's worth, you got FXI for 1 million share, 1.2 to the buy side, and then you've got 1 million to the sell side on Rigetti, which just paired off a little bit. Ooh, nasty day for Rigetti, 7% down. Well, at least there was a bounce, right, on Rigetti. Now it's looking like it turned on a dime through 20 and heading back in. What did SMR do today? Oh, dang it.
Yeah, SMR was hard.
SMR lost the 50 period. See, this was the battle because to me, I was waiting for this stock to actually hold the 50 period moving average and break out above it, and it looks like we're still gonna be waiting. So hold 50 period, but no breakout today above the 50 period. So we got above, but rejection, meh, rejection. So that one's a fail. I'm not seeing an entry back into SMR for myself. I've been looking for a place to buy back in. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be anytime soon. It looked like today was going to be the day on the daily chart here. If you could have busted 13.5. Yeah, holding 9%. This could be SSR tomorrow. It's got 3 minutes to drop 0.5%, and then maybe we'll be looking at this as a SSR name tomorrow morning, which I like. I like when you don't want stocks. I don't want stocks to go down. It's just the added pressure of the uptick rule being in effect.
Yeah.
Does make, if you're a mean reversion trader, it does make when you catch a bottom reversion, it makes it a little bit better if the stock happens to be SSR. So hopefully it is. Where's Avis?
Car is crazy.
Bounces off VWAP, back above 700. This is going to, I know it's off the highs, but this is going to be an all-time high close for this stock. It just is not stopping, and it's actually accelerating. Like these daily candles are expanding still.
Yeah.
On Avis.
That's the mad.
Like the ranges are bigger up here, and that's what happened.
Rivian millionaire.
Please get to 1,000. If it gets to 1,000,
Rivian millionaire. You're like, hey, I'm up. Okay, like I don't mean to laugh at you or anything because you know you're my boy essentially. But it's like, dude, yeah. Okay, so when I say the term of like I trip over dollars to collect pennies, that's the vibe you gave me right there. Rivian millionaire is like, hey, I'm up 4%. Like, brother, the thing's up 648%. Like, you got to catch a little bit more than that, my guy. Nice work though. That made me laugh, man. All the risk for 4%. Yeah, exactly. That's essentially what I'm getting at. But no, it's funny. Yeah, that's some good stuff. I think that's comical, man.
Well, see, there's two types of ways you can make 4%.
Yeah.
Because sometimes what you could be doing is you could be looking for the absolute home run trade.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't give it to you,
Yeah.
you get out at something that resembles a break even, which is relatively small.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I'll tell you this right now, traders have to have flattish days.
Yeah.
You have to. I have never in 20, how long have I been doing this? 2003, so like 20, oh my goodness, 23 years. In 23 years, I have never seen a consistently profitable trader that if you look at like their month and how it's going, there aren't like a bunch of just what would easily be considered flat days for them. And there's usually a bunch of them. Like especially in the good month will have tons of flat days and then a bunch of big ones. So we're gonna have about 30 seconds to go until the close here. Let's see where oil futures in the market are gonna end up closing. Not a very good day. Pretty much at the highs, up now 5.5%. Not a very good afternoon for the markets, which were cruising to what looked like a good recovery after mostly downward trending and then, cancel a trip that people were saying was going to get postponed. And all of a sudden, all chaos breaks loose. We'll ring that closing bell for this Tuesday, now-ish. And we are now 24 hours away from Tesla earnings. There you go. You can see Bald Brotherhood is looking nice and fresh. We had Brian Shannon on, of course, the godfather of the Ball Brotherhood right there. Again, Joey Options doing a fantastic, all day long. He's been working all day, every day.
2 more days, man.
Until Thursday. And Sean will be back from the beach. Shout out to Adara. Busy day for news, but she enjoys it. The more work there is, the more she enjoys it. Shout out to Sia, who's already taken off. We got Fabian, Ramin Andre doing a great job. A lot of shade by Ramin today, though.
Why?
I felt like. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, there was some chatter that I didn't like. See, Ramin was putting in the chat about how back in the day, like you could just 5-finger discount.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I was like, Ramin, I see Ramin as wholesome, and I'm like, don't tell me that you. What?
You see it?
I view Ramin like, like a little sister or what? And I'm like, she's the innocent and kind.
Innocent? What? Okay,
yes.
Let's end the stream now,
yes. What?
What the?
Innocent. I'm just saying. I don't want to hear that. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. But shout out to all you. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you guys for the conversation. We appreciate it. We're definitely seeing some volatility for sure. Tomorrow we'll have Tesla after the bell. You'll see us after market talking Tesla earnings for sure, everybody. So
don't forget, Stone Cold is part of the Ball Brotherhood. So is Goldberg.
Goldberg's part of it. Stone Cold is. The Rock is part of the Ball Brotherhood.
So Bezos, you've got Satya Nadella, just of the tech people. I'll start with those two. I mean, who else? I mean, Brian Armstrong, in addition to Brian
Armstrong.
A couple different Brians there. I think those are like all of like the main, high-profile ones I can think of off the top of my head. Lex Luthor, fictional character, but very rich man. In certain iterations, he is bald, though not the weird Jesse Eisenberg one.
Exactly. And with that, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. We'll get at.
We have what's Buddy's name from from Daredevil?
You know
who I'm talking about?
Yeah, Kingpin.
The governor. Kingpin.
Yeah, Kingpin.
We got Kingpin. Ooh, we got King. Yeah, we got King.
All right, let's get out of here. These guys want to get out of here. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 8 o'clock, bright and early. Volatility is still here. Tesla earnings after the bell tomorrow. So make sure you buckle up. There's Sia. I knew she was still around. See you guys tomorrow.
Later. Yeah, I have a squad.